Je n'ai pas imprimé.
Ah oui.
Si. Je sais pas si ça marche ça.
La pause ici, ça va être...
Ah, voilà. Ça commence. Si elle marche encore. S'ils ne m'ont pas débloqué.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. A few of us, I think a lot of people were watching the election results last night, so we might be a little bit slower to get going this morning. We're here and ready to work. So roll call, all members of council are present. Adoption of the agenda, motion to approve the agenda as presented for the first budget working session for the 2020 budget. Need a mover and a seconder, moved by Councilor Tomasky, seconded by Conseil Brisson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. I see none. Item 4, budget, 2020 budget presentation. Monsieur Leduc.
Bon matin, membres du conseil, M. le maire. On discute aujourd'hui d'un dossier peut-être le plus urgent ou le plus important de l'année, qui est le budget en cours. Donc, l'administration, depuis juillet, travaille à préparer ce budget-là. Donc, plusieurs heures au département de finances et aussi au sein de chaque département pour préparer ce budget-là. Est-ce qu'il est parfait? Est-ce qu'il y a tout ce qu'on veut? Non. Mais certainement qu'il y a de la place pour discussion, puis certainement que le conseil va pouvoir trouver des réponses à ces questions. Puis on peut se livrer encore autant de services, puis autant de projets que par le passé. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to address most of your questions and concerns throughout this presentation. And I understand that this budget is not necessarily final and certainly not perfect, but hoping that we can address the residents' concerns and priorities. So, M. le maire, bonne session de budget.
Merci, Monsieur Leduc. Monsieur Godin leading the charge.
Merci, M. le maire. Bon matin, chers membres du conseil. Vous avez devant vous une copie imprimée du PowerPoint qu'on va passer à travers aujourd'hui. On est en ce moment au slide numéro 4. Donc, premièrement, juste pour vous faire un rappel par rapport à l'horaire budgétaire, donc the budget timeline, basically. As you know, we had a public consultation on September 9th. We dropped the first draft on October 7th. Today and tomorrow will be the budget working sessions. And then following these two sessions, we're going to make the adjustments that are asking council based on the discussion. And November 4th, we'll be bringing back a second draft and hopefully the head of the document. Donc, nous avons préparé un ordre du jour juste pour vous donner une idée du déroulement du slide deck. Premièrement, on va commencer avec une petite introduction. Les statistiques habituelles que vous êtes habitués de voir par rapport à la taxation. On a des informations sur les variances qu'on a notées aussi avec la première à gauche du budget. Ensuite, on va passer à travers département par département nos budgets opérationnels. Ensuite, nos budgets capital, incluant la mise à jour de la liste des véhicules, le financement et la liste des projets capitaux. Et on va finir la présentation avec les demandes publiques et les demandes du conseil pour vous informer sur ce qui a été inclus dans cette version du budget et avoir une discussion ici. So the next few slides is going to be the normal statistics on taxation. I'll go through them fairly quickly. If ever you want to stop me and ask questions, feel free to do so. I think we're used to seeing these stats by now. So first of all, what we're showing here is basically the increase in taxation revenue. We are proposing a 2% increase for the first draft, which represents about $240,000. And we've also estimated our growth, our taxation revenues from growth to about just over $400,000. Donc on peut voir les 57 000 extra qu'on va avoir en taxation cette année utilisés par rapport au budget opérationnel et d'infrastructure. On a 533 000 d'augmentation opérationnelle, puis 114 000 au niveau de la taxation pour le capital. On va aller un petit peu plus en détail plus tard sur les grandes variantes par rapport à ça. Donc encore, on présente la différence entre l'augmentation de 2% qui représente 240 000 puis l'augmentation de la croissance. So this year, just for council's information, 1% of tax increase represents about $120,000 of extra revenue. That's up from 114 last year. Donc, avec ces augmentations-là, notre acquisition totale en 2020, c'est une augmentation d'environ 5,5% comparée à 2019 et est un montant de 12,4 millions. Par rapport aux augmentations de taxes puis au taux de taxes, on voit que comme d'habitude, on a une petite augmentation, on propose 2% cette année comme l'année passée. Puis, étant donné l'augmentation des valeurs des maisons, des résidences, des propriétés, ça nous permet quand même de réduire un taux de taxe de 0,2%. D'autres informations qu'on aime partager avec vous à ce moment-ci. Notre 2% qu'on propose comme augmentation, basée sur l'évaluation moyenne des résidences à Russell, représente environ une augmentation de 30 $ par propriété. So on the actual residence tax bill, we're going to see an increase of about $32, so $16 for every resident. This next slide is just a comparative slide like we show you every year to compare our tax rates with all the other municipalities in Prescott Russell. So we're still maintaining that second rank with the second lowest tax rate in regards to the 7 other municipalities in Prescott Russell. Également, pour considérer notre évaluation, donc l'évaluation moyenne de la municipalité de Russell est la plus élevée dans tout Prescott Russell. Donc on voit qu'on est we're ranking first as far as average assessment goes, with an average household of about $332,000 in value. So if we combine our average assessment with the tax rates, basically we would have the 5th highest tax bill in Prescott Russell at $1,600. Finalement, on veut présenter aussi quelle portion de la facture du résident vient vraiment au township versus aux comtés-unis puis aux écoles. Donc, on voit que le pourcentage de ratio, il demeure pas mal semblable à chaque année. On est encore à 44% de la facture qui vient vraiment au township de Russell. Donc, les 2 ou 3 prochains diapos, c'est vraiment la liste des variances notables que vous avez déjà vues avec le rapport au conseil pour le premier embauche. Mais je vais quand même passer à travers la liste juste pour vous donner une idée. C'est quoi notre point de départ? C'est quoi les grandes variances? Vous avez vu qu'on a un revenu additionnel d'environ 600 000 $, mais c'est où ça a été tout ça? Premièrement, si on commence avec les augmentations de coûts, bien les réductions de revenus. Donc, essentiellement des montants gagnés qui qu'on a chercher des revenus additionnels. Ce qui est hors du contrôle de la municipalité. Donc, so cost increases or revenue reductions that are out of township's control. Basically, the ONPF grant that we receive every year from the province it keeps on reducing every year. At this point in time, this is an estimate. We haven't received confirmation of the exact amount, but in the last few years, it's been going down 15%. So we've kept that estimate for the 2020 budget. Payroll benefits, so benefit rates, we do have a certain control if council would want to change benefit packages, but I mean, if we look at our benefit rates, they do change every year. That represents about $13,000 on taxation this year. And grid movement, so as you know, we do have a salary grid where our position or new employees move up the ladder, so automatically we have some increase in salaries there. That represents about $67,000 in grid movements. D'autres variances notables qui sont un petit peu plus dans le contrôle de la municipalité. On a la stratégie pour le complexe récréatif. Donc, on augmente notre investissement pour le complexe récréatif de 950 000 en 2020. Par rapport au fonds d'infrastructure, on augmente notre fonds d'infrastructure de 230 000 cette année. On va en parler plus en détail un petit peu plus tard quand on va arriver à cette section. On propose aussi une nouvelle stratégie par rapport à la facture de la police provinciale. So we're going to be proposing a new strategy for the OPP invoice just to kind of control the cost increase there and mitigate the risks. Also, we are coming to council with a payroll increase of 2%, so a proposed cost of living adjustment of 2%, which represents about $106,000 to the taxation dollars. Winter control, so we've made some adjustments to our estimates for the cost of salt and other costs related to winter control, just to reflect more of the actuals of previous years. So this does present a $95,000 increase in the 2020 budget. An impact on the operational budget is our grader. So Mr. Bogon will be speaking more about it later on, but essentially we're replacing our current grader with a rental instead of purchasing a new one, so we have an operational impact there instead of a capital one. We have some certain studies for INTAD, which has started in 2019 and will be continuing in 2020. The CIP program in the industrial park, which was identified as a desire from council. And also, we will be completing the construction of the ambulance building shortly, so we will have loan payments to make to finance that project once it's completed. Donc ça c'était un petit peu les coûts, les augmentations de coûts puis les réductions de revenus qu'on a vues. Maintenant on va aller de l'autre côté. We also have some additional revenues and some cost reductions that affect taxation. So we've identified a few major ones that totals about $767,000. So as I said earlier on, we're expecting our tax roll to have an increase in growth of about $400,000. So as a starting point, we do have that extra revenue. Supplementary taxes, that represents when we have new constructions during the year, we do have taxation revenues for those which weren't accounted for when the roll was released earlier in the year. So we've increased our estimate for supplementary taxes to $80,000 based on, again, referring to actuals from previous years, and as well the building department's growth reports. We're seeing a lot of building permits which lead to further growth. The 2% tax increase, which I mentioned earlier on, represents $240,000. And we did reduce certain part-time hours in our overall payroll, specifically in the recreation department, and that saved us about $57,000.
Question, Monsieur le conseiller Brisson?
Oui, c'était juste savoir la réduction en récréation.
La cantine, d'autres cantines.
Pour 57 000.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of council. Yes, in large part it is canteen, but also we reworked some hours at the Dome, because like council will remember, when we opened the Dome, we estimated a lot of numbers, so we reworked all our numbers, and this was, we were able to reduce some numbers.
Merci.
All right, so that was a list of the notable variances. If council has any more questions.
Councilor Canasta?
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask it, but since we're talking about an overall kind of reduction in part-time salaries for $57,000, one of the things that I noticed going through all the different department budgets is an increase, in some cases substantial increase in professional fees and service agreements. Is there an analysis that was done, or is it possible to ask for an analysis, like an overview of all service agreements and professional fees to see what kind of increase that's having? Because as much as like we're always pushing on payroll and so on, because it's a standout, if all of a sudden all those are increasing because of not giving enough staff and stuff like that, I'd like to know that information.
Monsieur Zedek?
There'll be more details per department, but I don't think we're substituting staff time by consultants. So if there's consulting fees, are mostly for studies, mostly for professional fees, mostly for these kind of things, but we're not substituting staff time with exterior consultant firms. So if that was the question, I'm not too sure if that was the intent, but If that's the case, that's a no response to that question.
Councillor Janosk?
So it wasn't a direct question at that one was saying that, but I did notice that those service agreements have all increased. And isn't that typically because we're getting resources from outside to support?
No.
No? Okay. So I'll just ask every time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to finish the loop on notable variances, we have a few slides just to talk about the operational grants. So basically, we have the 3 major grants that we receive every year. You can see here that overall there's a slight reduction. The OMPF, like I mentioned earlier on, 15% reduction. The gas tax, for the provincial gas tax for transit, we haven't received the information yet on what it's going to be, but so we've estimated at the moment at $150,000 for the transit department, and the stewardship Ontario, we see a slight increase in this grant to 287.
Councillor Leonard?
How much was anticipated for the transit when we did the contract?
That was the same amount. That's what's
150,
being proposed.
150,000?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So anything above that, it'll just help reduce the municipal contribution. Mr. Bishop?
So to keep going on grants, we did want to mention, as council knows, we touched on it briefly, but we haven't brought a lot of detail on what we're going to be doing with it. But in 2019, we did receive a one-time grant from the province of $624,000. In the 2020 budget exercise, we did look at, this grant was there, it was put in place to encourage municipalities to increase service efficiency. Essentially, throughout the 2020 budget process, we tried to look at how we could do those things. So the next slide is going to detail a few projects where we're proposing to allocate some of those funds. We do have an amount of $489,000 that's currently not allocated to a specific project. We did want to keep a certain amount at our disposal. As you know, there's a lot of projects coming up. There's talk about library, like the library relocation and stuff like that. There's potential to use some of those funds for some of those bigger projects. For the next slide, I'm going to go through a few projects, smaller projects, but still interesting projects that we've included in the budget, being financed from those funds. So basically, we have the new website design, which we're going to be going forward with in 2020. So we are allocating $10,000 to that project, which will provide a better service to residents and clients. As part of the strategic plan, we've identified to develop a 5-year plan for major capital projects. So we'd like to move forward with that. That's going to permit us to increase our efficiency in spending and to allocate our resources to the appropriate places. We've allocated $25,000 there. And as you know, in regards to asset management, there's a lot of requirements coming up. We have to update our asset management plan in the upcoming years. We have certain requirements to meet provincial obligations. So we do have, and we've identified a few studies in the strategic plan to keep going forward with those initiatives. Those projects do require some professional fees sometimes. So there are things we can do in-house, there are things that we would like to outsource. So we are, over 4 years, we're proposing to allocate $25,000 for 2021 and 2024, so for a total of $100,000 there. So as I said earlier, that leaves just under $500,000 still left to be allocated if any need arises. So that concludes the introduction. So basically now we're at the step where we're going to be going through each department's operational budgets. In the slides we've identified which section of your binder. If you want to follow with the binder or electronically, we've identified which section of the binder each department is, and we are following the order of the binder as well. So just to make it easier on council. So we're going to start off with with the council. Je vais laisser la parole à Monsieur Leduc.
Donc, les faits saillants du budget du conseil, il n'y a pas beaucoup de changements, mais quand même, il y avait un montant prévu de 15 000 pour couvrir une décision du conseil face à tout ajustement au salaire du maire. So there's a provision of $15,000 there if ever council is to pursue the mayor's salary adjustment. This will be coming once I do present the Corn Ferry or the former Hay Group study, market study. This will be coming, I'll be talking about it a little later, but there's money there allocated for the mayor's salary. This was also the same thing for the current 2019 budget. So if ever council wanted to make the adjustment to the mayor's salary retroactive to January 1 to 19, there's already that $15,000 set in the 2019 budget for that. So it's it's not a different amount than last year, so it's the same. Also, we've talked about having four sessions or maybe 3 training sessions. We have a direction from council maybe 2 meetings ago to organize sessions for next year. So we'll be needing trainers from outside, professionals, either legal or others that may come in and to advise us on these kind of trainings. So I've set aside an amount of $12,500 for those trainings. And also, since we completed the first year of council, overall we've reduced the training budget by $7,500. So those are basically the key highlights from council's budget. Obviously, the next slide is about community grants. The Department of Parks and Rec has prepared the list of pre-approved recipients and what's left. Basically, we've used almost the same numbers as last year, but maybe I'll let Mrs. Guitar maybe go through this list just for council's review.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So basically, we've used the same legend. The yellow numbers are the ones that are pre-approved and are still approved. The green one, which I think we only have 2, would be a suggestion to be pre-approved because they've been coming back for at least 2 or 3 years. And the blue ones are usually pre-approved, but we have to come back to council almost every year because the amount changes. So according to the guideline in my grant application, we have to come back to council if it's not the same amount. The big difference this year is the one that would be pre-approved is the one for the community radio station for $5,100. So this would bring the the money, the cash section down to $555. But remember that we still have almost $17,000 left in kind. So if we do get a shortfall during the year, we could also always borrow from the in-kind section. And if you look at this year's provisions, we still have $3,200 in kind, and we still have $5,000 in cash. So basically, I think we would still be okay if we keep the same amount of money and still approve the community radio station.
Questions for members of council on this item? Councilor Alain?
Yeah, I'm fine with the pre-approval recommendations. The ones in the blue, I mean, when I looked at them, they're actually the same numbers for the last 3 years, so I don't have a problem with those ones either. Can I just skip back, Mr. Leduc, because we kind of brushed over it for a second there with the mayor's salary increase? Can you explain to me what that is a little bit more?
Yes, so in the 2019 budget, council had agreed to put aside $15,000 to cover any adjustment that would come up from the market study results. So since we put $15,000 to cover that potential adjustment into 19 budget, we had to mirror the same for the 2020 budget. So if ever, before year end, council decides not to make an adjustment or make less of an adjustment to the mayor's salary, then that means that we have less requirement for this amount, for this $15,000. If it's more, then we'd have to find money into the HR reserve to add more money to cover the mayor's salary. But the market study will come back. I've received the results. Now they're doing a structure review. We'll be coming to council, hoping on a second meeting in November regarding the results of those. And the preliminary results indicate that some adjustment needs to be made to the mayor's salary, but at this point, I'll leave that to them to suggest how much. But the $15,000 at this point would cover the adjustments to be considered by council.
So we have 15 for 2019 in the budget in case there's an adjustment required. Obviously, even if we said it was gonna go up $15,000 a year, for 2019, would you be doing back pay, or would that be as of the date that would be implemented? And then secondly, obviously, then, yeah, we would need any additional amount for 2020, which is what this is, I'm hearing.
This is obviously this is council's decision, but when you approve the 2019 budget, you had to approve an amount set aside for consideration to adjust the mayor's salary. So if council obviously had the luxury to decide to apply it retroactively to January 1, 2019, or not to do it, if that was not to be if we were not to do it to January 19, 2019, maybe council could suggest that $15,000 of last year be also transferred to a reserve that we apply it to this year.
Well, I think that's.
But right now it's still preliminary to say what's going to happen with that.
Well, I think one way or another, it needs to go to salaries if there's any adjustments being done, whether it be the mayor's salary or any other salaries that need to be adjusted in 2020. Because we're at the end of the year 2019, I don't know how many adjustments we're gonna do for 2019. Even when the report comes out, we're gonna have, what, 1 or 2 meetings left, and to go retroactive, to me, doesn't make sense.
And so I was going to say, our remuneration policy does state that we make the market study this year, and the adjustments only carry forward to next year. So it's only for the mayor, though, we were quite specific that if ever council was to consider a change in salary, you have the amount of money set aside for a retroactive decision if that's the decision of council.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear that today we weren't making a decision, or right now we weren't making a decision on anybody's salary or the cost of it.
Even that will be discussed when I get there later.
Okay.
Any questions, any comments on the recommendations for the grants, pre-approved grants and so forth? No? Okay, your constraint?
Donc, Monsieur le maire, on aurait terminé la section du budget du conseil. Il n'y a pas d'autres questions, c'est convenu, c'est ça? OK. Donc, on procède maintenant dans les départements sous le bureau du secrétaire général. Donc, on commence par l'organigramme à slide 28. Il y a un nouveau poste de proposer juste pour cet été. Je vais laisser quand même la graphière adresser cette question-là lorsqu'on arrivera à sa section. Donc, ça, c'est l'organigramme qui est proposé. Donc, en rouge, dans les organigrammes, vous verrez où est-ce qu'il y a des changements proposés. Et puis, vous voyez en haut bas le décompte des FTE par le passé. Donc, des fois, il y a des petites corrections de calcul, mais principalement, dans ce cas-ci, il n'y a pas de changement autre que l'étudiant, ou le poste d'étudiant, je veux dire. Dans le budget du secrétaire général, spécifiquement, la section 115, le seul vraiment variable de changer, j'ai réduit les frais professionnels suite à l'expérience des derniers 3-4 ans. J'ai regardé mes chiffres, puis je peux réduire les frais professionnels. Donc, c'est ce que j'ai fait dans cette section. Sur le budget du DG, je ne sais pas s'il y a des questions spécifiques pour un conseil.
No, I'll just go back to the council budget. One quick question. I know at one point we had stated that the funds from council members' discretionary budgets that weren't being spent were carried over, but in this case, are we looking at carrying over costs? No.
Présentement, M. le maire, non, il n'y a pas de direction à ce niveau-là pour l'instant, donc on n'a pas appliqué cette règle.
Parfait, merci.
So then, if there's no question on this section, I would go then into, so I gotta catch up here for a second.
For 1B, Monsieur Ledoux, I see the survey contract for the website jumped up considerably.
Sorry, you said?
C'est la ligne 6463, communication service contract for website. I know we're putting $10,000, but
Yeah, so what we decided there, the contract we had signed with them was to have a small revamp. From councils and public questioning on our website, we believe that we should do a major revamp of it. So we've put aside $25,000 for doing that exercise. $10,000 will be covered from the previous grant that the treasurer described earlier. But we think we need about $25,000 to revamp significantly the design of the website right now.
okay, so it's not an ongoing increase, it's just a one-time.
It's a one-time, yep.
Okay. Councilor Lorraine, then Councilor Tranowski.
Now with that, and I've been a little critical on it, will it have the ability to do all of, when we do it right and have all the abilities for whether it be recreation or other programs that we have within the community to actually easily access them? I think that needs to be a focus of the redesign of the website.
Mr. Leduc?
Not to go through the particular details of it, but certainly right now we're using a software for online registration. It's linked to our website. I don't believe that changes because then our website does not manage online registration for the Parks and Rec and other. So we'll try to improve the access to it, and that'll be a focus. That's one of the focuses to review. But I'm not saying that a one-click only you'll get to that link directly. I don't believe we can do that right now. But there might be other way of doing it too. But right now we'll be looking at those. That was one that was raised, and we know that's an issue.
Thank you.
Essentially, but we're looking at this project with a mindset of to better the customer service experience on the website.
Oui, donc c'est pas dans le web pour tout ranger l'information. We're not there to download and pack the information, but certainly how can we better have access to, from a resident's point of view,
Yes.
to information. That's kind of the very difference in the scope of the work.
Thank you. Councilor Tranowski, you have a question?
Yeah, so, two questions. In your presentation, you talk about how you, réduction des frais professionnels. Est-ce que je regarde juste les lignes des comptes 135 en ce moment?
Comme c'est là, on est.
À 115. On est à 115.
Est-ce que 115, oui, 115, ouais, c'est ça. C'est ce que je voulais dire. My bad.
OK. Oui.
Est-ce que on pourrait m'expliquer c'est quoi les réductions des frais professionnels?
Ben, c'est justement qu'une réduction en disant, bon, on estimait 25 000 par le passé. C'est ça. 22 000 l'année passée, on a réduit à 20 000.
OK.
Ça, ces frais-là, ça sert à des frais légaux, des frais professionnels, des choses comme ça.
Okay.
Donc, c'est difficile à dire aujourd'hui à quoi ça serviront. C'est pas une étude dans ce cas-ci.
OK. Donc, je comprends. Fait que dans le fond, on a toujours été en dessous de 15 000. Mais historiquement, de 2017-2018, ça a toujours été en dessous de 15 000.
Ouais.
On fait juste un ajustement finalement. C'est pas une réduction de planification, mais c'est un ajustement.
Ouais. Donc, c'est un ajustement, mais c'est jamais prévisible. Là,
Non, je comprends. Ça dépend de
selon la
la
situation.
situation.
Ouais.
J'avais une autre question. Sur le 135, juste au-dessus de communication, service contracts, il y a advertising qui est monté de 42 juste une question à propos de ça.
Je ne marche pas encore à cette section-là.
Oh, excuse. Ben,
Je suis toujours à 115.
Ouais, moi j'avais sauté à 135.
Ah, ok.
Posez la question.
Ah, ok, d'accord, m'excuse.
Excusez-moi.
Donc, si on va du côté ressources humaines, qui est la section 130, section 1C de votre portable, évidemment, puisque l'étude de marché a été faite, donc on a réduit
Excuse monsieur le Duc. Fait que si tu vas à la section 130, tu sautes par-dessus 130 centres.
OK. D'accord, on fait commander. Désolé. J'aurais préféré parler de 130 en premier.
Ben, si tu veux faire 130, on peut retourner à 135 après, c'est pas grave.
Donc, ouais, c'est ça. Au niveau des ressources humaines, c'est l'élément clé du budget. En partie, beaucoup de dépenses à ce niveau-là. C'est pour ça que je préfère parler de celui-là en premier.
Okay.
Donc, au niveau de la ligne 164-80, évidemment, nos frais de consultation sont réduits parce que l'étude de marché est complétée en 2019. Aussi, on a réduit nos événements spéciaux puisque c'est la ligne où on fait la reconnaissance des employés. And in the special event line, since there's a lower number of employees being recognized in 2020, so we can reduce our costs there. And also, there's a plus minus there regarding branding exercise. So obviously, the branding exercise is one to be discussed with council regarding do we proceed or not. But currently, right now, there's revenues from a reserve, and also there's an expense there. If ever the branding exercise was to be concluded or proceed and to conclude, any uniform changes costs would be covered by either the funds from the reserve and the expenses are shown there. So that's one that if you decide not to proceed, it doesn't have any impact on the budget because revenues offset the expenses. Market study. So as you know, Corn Ferry, which was Hay Group, was retained in June to conduct a market study. We had selected a number of benchmark positions to compare with other townships. It also included comparators for mayor and councillor. As you remember, we were asking questions about penalties of missing meetings, and there were other issues that council had raised. We have asked, and it will be reported back in that report. Obviously, we have given a second mandate because we were waiting for the first response from the survey. The survey does indicate that there are a few adjustments to be made, but how does that impact? We know, as council knows, we have a policy in place that says that we're to follow the P60 percentile of the market study. So what's the impact on our salary structure? So that's going to be presented to council regarding those. And I'll be preparing that report to council whenever I get those results and the new structure design. So in the meantime, what happens to the 2020 salary adjustments? So any staff salary that would need to be dispersed, or any adjustment need to be dispersed to staff from reclassifications or a new structure, would be covered by the HR reserve, which we have there. I think we have about $260,000 in that HR reserve. If ever that money was insufficient, I don't know what the result will be. If ever it was not, maybe a portion of the amount set for the COLA of this year could be utilized for that adjustment. Like I mentioned earlier, there's already a $15,000 amount forecast in the 2020 budget for the mayor adjustments. And the COLA discussions, the final COLA discussions would only be taking place whenever we see the new structure. So right now we're set aside money to cover a 2% cost of living adjustment, but I'm not suggesting today that we approve that at this time. So once we see the market study results, then we will know exactly what's going to be applied to 2020, if anything, once we see the new salary structure. So obviously, if we make adjustments to the market was comparing 2019 salaries. If we were not to do any cost of living adjustment, then we already be falling behind the market study because they will be going ahead in 2020. But right now, I'm not discussing further those adjustments before our report to council is presented.
So let's just assume for a second that we did have to deplete the reserve, and we have it in reserve, which is great for 2020. But then going forward, we would know that we would need to increase by that amount from a salary perspective. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So we know that it's 240,000, let's say, just to make it easy, we know that's 2% this year, which means it's probably within 2 years, probably 1.5%. So we know going into that 2021 budget that we're already behind 1.5%.
Okay. That's assuming we spend the full.
Assuming, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
only going on the
So
assumption.
they're not assuming anything, yes.
So I'm just trying to make
Yes.
sure in my head that I don't forget about that, so when it comes up
Yeah,
in 2021, that we gotta keep that in mind, that whatever we approve and use in 2020 from that reserve, that needs to bump up in the following year, so.
how the HR reserve is replenished is that, at the end of the year, any unspent salary budget amounts are transferred automatically as per reserve policy in that HR reserve. Same thing goes for the line of benefits. Any surpluses in that particular line is transferred into the benefit reserve automatically. So those two reserves are replenished by policy and automatically distributed there in case, so.
So there may be some offset.
Yes, annually there are some, from departures of staff or from replacing a higher paid staff member by a new employee with a lesser higher amount of salary. So in those events, we save money and those savings are put into the HR reserve.
Thank you.
Other questions? No? Once again, Mr. Rizzo.
So in this budget, we propose a 2% increase. As we see through the last 6 years, how we've evolved from the proposed versus the actuals. This year, we see that, and we'll see the next slide, from Corn Ferry, which is a slide we refer to every year, the area or Ottawa region is to have an estimate of 2.1% increase, and the Ontario one is 1.7. And that slide is demonstrated here, the next one, just to show that the national average is about 2.6. Next slide. Good. So national average is about 2.6, where you see specifically for Ottawa, it's a 2.1 increase. So any questions on this element?
Questions, members?
Specifically on the slide, or can we ask now about 130s? Just wanted to-
About
Line 130 section.
130, let me go through the rest of the staff issues and then we'll go to 130 specifically. So, on va démontrer comment est briser le pourcentage d'augmentation, donc 142 000 à 2%. Et vous voyez depuis 2017 au dernier ajustement de marché, il y avait des employés qui étaient salary protected. So you see back in 2017 there was 24 employees who were salary protected. As of 2020, as the grades over time with the cost of living adjustments have taken place, we're now left with 12 employees who are still under the salary protection program. That means that they're getting 50% of the approved cost of living adjustment by council. So if it's the 2%, then those people are getting the 1% increase.
Say that again.
So let me understand something here, and I want to make sure I fully understand this because, so we get a salary grid, we got steps 1 through 5. So in 2019, we say it's, just for ease's sake, 10,000, 15, 20, 25, and 30,000 in those grids. And we say we're gonna give the person's at 10,000 in grid 1. So they take a step up for 2020, they're gonna get 15,000 based on their step. Plus they're getting a 2% increase, so actually they're gonna be at, call it 16,000,
Yeah.
right? Now, the next grid up is supposed to be 20,000, but according to this, it actually, the grids go up by 2% as well. So the grids are going up 2%, plus we're giving a cost of living adjustment of 2%. So you're getting a double bump in that year of 2% plus 2%, plus your grids are all going up. Why aren't the grids staying the same?
Because if your grid stays the same, you're paying people less at maximum salary.
That's right, inflation.
But that's what cost of living's for.
That's what I'm saying. The grids are moving up, and people are moving through the grids on the different steps.
I just find there's a double dipping here of that increase.
Well, an easy solution to that would be a one grid salary, and you start and finish the same. but then your cost of salaries would just jump, because now you couldn't hire people at the lower end of the scale, because you only have one salary for that grid, and that would most likely be the maximum salary of the grid, because that's where the person hits the competency level. So that would just raise your salary cost by exponentially.
But if you got, so if the range then there is 10,000 to 30,000, that's the range for that position.
It's not that wide. I understand your example.
For my example, that's the range, right? So by the time they get to that fifth grouping, that 30,000 has now gone up 10%,
Yep.
essentially,
Yep.
right? To 33,000.
Mhm.
But that person, in my opinion, should have been maxed out at 30, depending on when they get to that 30. And you can get your cost of living increases, but not any more steps at that point in time. So I don't see how, when we say the grid, the range for that position is 10 to 30,
Yep.
yet over the 5-year span, it's actually gonna increase.
Yep.
I don't get that.
It's not increasing, it's only only reflects the value of the market, about the cost of living adjustments.
But when I look at government,
That's how government works.
they got their grids, but they stay the same for the term of their contract.
They get an increase for the contract, 1%, 1.2.
Correct,
And every-
but the grids
every
don't go
step-
up.
Every step of the grid goes up at that 1%, 2%. And if you happen not to be at the top rate, you're always gonna get double bump. Every government organization looks at it, I can assure you.
But there's a max out
And the
spot.
max out technically means you've reached that salary for that position, the maximum salary for that position. So until then, you're technically not making as much as you can be for that position. So as you gain experience and you gain knowledge and everything else, your value goes up in the organization. But every one of those steps goes up with the cost of living. So a $30,000 salary that you're referring to is the salary for that position. Until you reach that, you're not at the full potential of that salary. But that salary is gonna go up, and every step of that ladder is gonna go up incrementally with the cost of inflation or whatever that is agreed on. That's how it works. And it's good when you're not at the top, because you're getting an extra, like you get your step and you get your increase. But the day that you get to the top, all you're getting is cost of living. Your salary never changes anymore, unless you get a promotion or something.
While the private sector will have bonuses and premiums and whatever else, which government workers don't get. So there's a different formula, but that's the way it works, yes.
Autre question?
Next slide is about the group benefits, employee benefits. So our renewal period is always at September 1st every year. This year we had the benefit of an adjustment of a reduction in premium by 2%. Again, we set aside a 7.5% increase from September 1st to December 31st, so we never know what that renewal rate will be. So we always forecast in the last 5 years, I think, about 7.5%. So any surplus, if ever we don't have as high premium increase, then any surplus is transferred to the HR benefits reserve. So like the salary adjustment is the same thing, in this case, it happened like that. So this year, the employer's portion and the employees' portions, which are shown in the next slide, have been reduced from our consortium rates. This what the next slide just shows, what benefit has increased or status quo or decreased, and costs for the employee and employer sections. The next slide is about OMERS. OMERS has not increased its rates now for the last 6 years, which is very good for us. There's still the maximum annual pensionable earnings to be decided. That's the number that says you're contributing to 9% up to that ceiling of that maximum annual pensionable earnings. And beyond that point, then you're paying 14.6% of salary. So the employee and the employer pay those contributions over that amount. And then the overall payroll amount in the budget this year is at $9.7 million. So this year's salary is at 7.8, and the benefits are at 1.8. So for a total of $9,704,000.
Question?
Yeah, Councilor Janowski?
I don't have the number here in front of me, but the WSIB, I know it's gone up, or it's gone down. But I think it's gone up drastically at the library. And I know there's been some readjustments. Can someone just explain that to me? And because it was my understanding that there was a separate category for librarians, and I'm being told that there isn't anymore.
So, I mean, I can explain the change, what happened at a high level. Basically, like you said, the library had its own rate before, and it was practically, I think it was 0.something%, so it was a very small number. Then there's another section for just administration, general government, and a different rate for, I think it's utilities employees, if I'm not mistaken. But basically, what the change that happened here is, I guess they kind of did a weighted average, and we now have one rate. There's no more distinctions between the three separate groups. We have one rate overall. So basically what happened is, for the municipality, it did create a reduction. We did have savings because of that change, but the library was hit, I think it was a $12,000 impact on the library board, which of extra fees that they didn't have there. I don't have any information regarding the background and why, what initiated those changes. It's definitely information we can share with council if that's decided.
But overall, the township is now benefiting from this,
Yes.
like overall? Yes.
But it was a decision at the WSIB level in regards to the rates they charge.
That's correct.
Yeah, so
And those, I was going to say, those rates were announced just a few weeks ago, and which is why I think the library board did present an amended budget to the board, which caused an increase of $12,000.
But overall, it's a benefit to the township.
That's right.
So, okay, so as long as we're cognizant of that when we look at that part of the budget. All right, thank you.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Ça fait que ça, pour la chose-là, ça veut dire qu'avant ça, ceux qui travaillaient plus ou moins pour Park and Rec ou comme des jobs plus dangereuses étaient à un taux plus élevé, puis quand tu travaillais au bureau, tu avais un taux plus bas. Là, ils ont juste fait un taux. C'est ça qui est arrivé.
C'est exact, mais parce qu'ils ont changé les taux, ils ont sûrement s'est aperçu que les taux chargés aussi étaient peut-être trop pour le volume d'accidents ou des réclamations qu'ils payaient. Donc, ils ont ajusté aussi le taux parce qu'il y a peut-être trop d'argent de collecter. C'est pour ça.
Merci.
Et puis, la dernière slide sur les ressources humaines, vous savez, le conseil avait adopté 4 règlements sur les conditions de travail du personnel. Et puis, dans ces règlements-là, il est précisé que de août à septembre de chaque année, les employés peuvent faire une demande au Conseil général pour des changements aux conditions de travail. J'ai un comité de ressources humaines qui est consulté par rapport à ces différents changements-là proposés. So I'll be preparing a report to council regarding potential changes to the working conditions bylaw. And if ever there were changes approved by council when the report is presented, any changes there would be covered by the HR reserve for benefits specifically. So we don't have those changes because we have not presented a report to council. We don't know the impact of those changes that council will approve or not proceeding with the approval. That's why there's no impact on this budget, and if there was a change to be made, it would be covered by the HR benefit reserve.
Conseiller Lorrain?
During our strategic plan process, did we, I remember discussing it, but I can't remember whether we put it on in one of the pillars, but wasn't there supposed to be a review of the council structure? I don't know if that's supposed to be in this year's budget, next year's, or the year after, but I guess going into 2022, we probably need to know whether or not we're going to do that. Is that contemplated here, or is that something for 2021?
No, that's not here. That's not here at this point.
Okay.
I didn't put any professional fees towards that review at this point, no.
Okay, and then the Hayward Corn, was it Corn Ferry now?
Yeah.
Was anything discussed in there? So I thought we had asked about.
I think we had
deputy mayor or something like that.
Yeah, I think there's a number, we asked the question, what's the size of your council? I think we asked that question.
Okay.
My memory fails me right now, but I think there was a question asked.
Okay. Thank you.
So next year, most likely, we'll probably make a report to council regarding the process to be adopted, and probably has an impact on the 2021 budget regarding consultants. Donc, par rapport au slide de ressources humaines, maintenant c'est des questions spécifiques à cette section-là. Souvent, je vais peut-être prendre des questions sur ici, cette section.
Councillor Tarnowski, I believe you had questions. Just indicate which page you're going to so members of council can follow.
Page number 1, for miscellaneous expenses, it's page number 1 of the HR.
We're in 130?
So
C,
130?
yeah,
Okay.
C 130. So miscellaneous expenses, 18,005, like a major increase, so I just needed a clarification on that. And also professional fees other, which also is an increase, substantial increase. So just
So for that particular line, that's where the branding, the clothing branding results are. So there's an offset revenue there of 18,000 on top there in the revenues. That covers $18,000 of expenses on that.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
And then the professional fees?
I'm using the software right now. So professional fees.
17,600 is the budget.
Yep. So there's legal fees in there. There's the EAP for employees. There's a HE group. I'm sorry. There's $13,000 for legal fees in there, and also a job description review by HE group is $1,000 there. And
That line item is,
Yeah.
essentially, it's a 58% reduction.
yeah.
Yeah, so just a quick question on the professional fees again, we're like, we just set aside, right? And then whether we use or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So sometimes we have some contract issues,
Right.
staffing issues, we address to legal advisors.
Other questions? Conseil Brisson?
Dans ce chose-là, c'est plus ou moins un réajustement un peu. Je voyais que il y avait 31 000, il y avait dépensé 5 000. Ça va être dans 7 000. Fait que, au lieu de continuer à monter, c'est juste qu'il a été rebaissé.
Ouais, puis aussi les actuels aussi, ça inclut pas les dernières factures qui vont rentrer, donc.
Non, mais dans le 18 et 19, oui.
Oui,
17 et 18.
Ouais,
17 et
exact.
18.
C'est ça.
Si je peux clarifier, monsieur le maire, c'est vrai que it's a drop, which is good, but if we don't use ever that much money, that's why I have a question.
Une question? Non, je peux continuer, monsieur Leduc.
Donc, on est rendu à la section de communication, qui est 135 1B. Donc, on avait toujours en tête de faire un exercice de branding à l'interne, et puis avec un peu d'assistance d'extérieur à $10 000. Again, this year, we're due for a bus wrap renewal, so we spent $8,000 on a bus wrap renewal. This year, in line 6444, we had two newsletters sent to residents. They were well received, and this year we're suggesting to put 2 more, so there'd be probably 4, again, to improve our communication with residents other than electronically. That's why we think newsletters has a benefit to be mailed out. So we put more money in for that. And also you see the total cost for the redesign of the website, $25,000. Those are the major items in communication.
Question? Non, continue.
Section 140 qui est service informatique. It was suggested by by counties who are organizing the same training, that we have some countering cybercrime training. As you see, last year, Nation were hit by a certain attack, and I think it's very common now, and we thought that maybe this year we'd have some training to staff on how to recognize those types of crimes. So we'd like to have a training session on that. There was fee adjustments to Microsoft licenses, as there were 20 more licenses that we've added this year on the network. And then there was more computers on the network as we hire more staff. Obviously, we have to provide them with a computer. And you see that $83 per unit was the cost for a new Microsoft license. So all these numbers, additional computers and license fees, make it that the IT costs are increasing.
Councilor Tomarski?
Question on the service agreements. Contracts are up 100%. So we had last year 16.6, this year 32.6.
That's in regards to the 3 line items you just spoke about, the 6470.
Yeah.
So those are all, okay, that's, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Donc là, on passait à la section de la greffe et on a la greffière de dresser ces items.
Bonjour, Monsieur le maire, membre du conseil. Donc, il y a une stabilité des revenus du frais d'usager, ça reste pas mal stable à toutes les années. Il y a un nouveau compte GL 171 qui a été créé spécifiquement pour les élections municipales. Donc, on a presque tout transféré ce qu'on avait utilisé la dernière élection dans celui-là. Puis, le transfert a été changé pour la réserve pour les élections, justement pour qu'il soit réparti sur 4 ans au lieu d'être réparti sur 3 ans. Donc, c'est ça la différence qui a été réduite de 4 655 pour 2020.
Okay. Clarification, I don't think it's section 1C, it's section 1D. If you're looking through your bind, it's actually 1D.
1D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Questions on the clerk's budget? No? The concern, Monsieur Leduc?
Donc, on va maintenant aller au département des finances, de la section 1-2 de la comptable, so the finance department, section 1B. As far as the org chart goes, there's no changes. So you do see a reduction in FTE from 2019 to 2020. Basically, in 2019, we had a long-term leave that we had to hire additional help to cover for. So that's what explains the 0.3 reduction in FTE. But overall, the finance structure remains the same.
Yeah. Councilor Lara?
Can I ask why the maintenance assistant is under the senior financial analyst for capital planning?
Our senior financial analyst for capital planning basically is in charge of the financial side of capital projects, and also for the helps us with the town hall. The maintenance of the town hall is under our umbrella. So essentially, that's just the way we've.
The maintenance of the town hall is under finance?
That's correct. It's basically under asset management. So,
Under asset management.
yeah. And our senior financial analyst, yeah, it's a position in the finance team, but a major portion of her salary is charged to asset management, and she's on the asset management committee. That's the key role of that position. Trying to improve our capital budget presentations and processes, as well as make the link with asset management needs. So that all together.
So part of that role under the study that we're doing is people management, and specifically for maintenance. That's part of the job description.
Yes.
Yep.
Monsieur Leduc?
pour répondre à la question de M. Lorrain. In the study, market study, not all positions are being benchmarked, are being surveyed. We've identified, I think it was 24 positions out of the whole structure. So we've put benchmarks in every step so we can better compare it to other municipalities. Obviously, other municipalities may not have their maintenance person under this specific person. That's why this position is not part of the market study comparative.
Seems about. All right, so for the finance department, so Department 120, which is in section 1 unit, this is one of the departments where you will see increases in professional fees. We have two studies which are not one time, but they're particularly for 2020. We'll be looking at our DC study and as well as a community benefit charges study. Community benefit charges is we've had brief discussions with council about Bill 108, where we have there are changes regarding development charges, specifically for recreations and library, which will no longer be eligible as of January of 2021, which is why it's very important that in 2020 we do develop a community benefit charge study to be able to keep collecting for growth for our rec complex and other recreational library facilities. The development charges themselves aren't due for renewal before 2021, but in consulting with our consultants, there would be a cost effectiveness of doing both studies together. They essentially evaluate the same thing, growth assessments, capital project needs and stuff like that, which is why we've included $55,000 for both of those studies, 90% of which is being covered by DC, so you do have a revenue to match that. That's it. As for the financial plan, major capital projects, we put $25,000 in professional fees here to what we want to do here is work with a consulting firm, an economics firm. Basically, as council knows, we have a lot of big projects being discussed, the library, the rec complex, servicing of the industrial park. We've prepared a lot of documentation. We have a lot of information regarding all of those projects. I think it would be good to have an outside look to advise us as well as every aspect and make sure we cover all sides of it, as much a tax rate as our debt capacity and all the impact that can have, and perhaps have another strategic approach or recommendations from those consultants. This was identified in the strategic plan by council, and as I said earlier on with the grants slides, we're financing this study with the service efficiency grant. So while you do have about $80,000 in extra professional fees here in this department, they are covered from revenues as well. Any questions regarding Department 120?
No.
Department 125, which is the town hall maintenance. Basically, no major changes here. We adjusted certain lines just to reflect actuals, but there's no change in anything that's anticipated in the upcoming year, except for a couple of capital projects that we're going to see later on.
Any question on the service agreement? 41% increase. It's not a big amount, but 6471.
The 41% increase
Yeah.
from 3,000 to 4,234.
Yeah, so it's never gone over 3,000 since 2017. So.
That's correct. And essentially what this is this line includes just over 2,000 for our elevator maintenance, and we have $1,000 of areas just in case anything happens. We always have that cushion. And the other where there is change for 2020 is our monitoring agreement, because we are proceeding with the project to replace all our monitoring. So maybe we have Madam Boulder who's going to speak more on it a bit later on, but all of our establishments regarding security, we're changing the system, and the new agreement that we will have in place has a slight increase in cost, which is reflected here.
Okay.
So Department 126, which is in section 1F, again, here we do have a study that's anticipated in 2019, we did what was called phase 1 of the roadmap. Essentially, it was a project that we did with Public Sector Digest, who are actually the provider of our asset management platform. As council knows, we put in place in 2018 an asset management committee, and that phase 1 of that roadmap really helped us identify priorities, identify needs, help us guide us through how to meet the requirements from the province in regards to asset management, as well as how to address infrastructure needs. So this here is essentially phase 2 of that that we've included in the 2020 budget. And again, here we do have a reserve that was put in place for asset management to keep moving forward in those initiatives, and we're using that reserve to fund this project here. So there is no impact on the municipal contribution. If there's no questions regarding any of the GL lines of asset management, we're going to go into our just update on the infrastructure fund strategy that we introduced to council last year's budget.
Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break first.
Oh, liberté.
Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin, get us back on track.
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. So we're still at section 1F, but now we're not really talking about the expenses and revenues in the budget, but of asset management strategies, basically. Donc, on vous a présenté avec le budget 2019 le concept du fonds infrastructure. We presented the concept of the infrastructure deficit, basically, which we had identified in last year's budget. When we went through the strategic plan exercise, council identified a goal of reducing that deficit by 20% based on the 2019 numbers, which essentially that represents about $500,000. So basically, we'd like to reduce the infrastructure deficit by about $500,000. So like we've mentioned before, there's different ways of doing that. Basically, we can increase our investments, but we can also look to optimize our asset management practices and the way we manage our infrastructure. What we're doing here in this budget is increasing our investments. So basically, in this 2020 budget, we are reducing, or we're increasing our investment into asset management by about $230,000. So that's done in 2 steps. Basically, we have a $100,000 increase, which represents a direct increase in taxation towards infrastructure. And I'll speak a bit more later on when we get near the fire departments, but we're also proposing a different strategy regarding the fire protection fee that is being invoiced at the moment to residents. So I'll get into that in a few slides.
Just clarification, Mr. Godin. So 500,000, 40% is roughly, it means $2.5 million shortfall in our infrastructure. Now, is that solely in roads, or is that all our assets?
That's all our assets.
That's all our assets.
And
Councillor Kanaski? So I just want to confirm that with the plan that we have in place now, the reduction of 20% of that gap by 2022, that's planned within. So we'll still have an 80% gap, or is that, no, that's not accurate. We'll still have 8% value of gap into our infrastructure asset.
that's right.
Okay.
If we only reduce by 500,000 by 2022.
And I know that the asset management rules now that are in play come from the provincial government, and so I'm sure that we're in the same boat, probably as many municipalities. How are we doing in going in that direction by reducing it 20% and then further planning? Are we in the ballpark? Are we?
I would say it's difficult. I would say we're kind of advanced, and I'm not going to speak on the deficit itself. And I think we've done a lot of progress in asset management. council has dedicated a lot of resources in that department, and we've advanced with a lot of different studies. We've developed condition assessment programs, doing a lot of cleanup in our database, and we have a sophisticated software as well. If we want to compare ourselves to other municipalities, I think in that department, and I meet with other treasurers on a regular basis, I'd say that, I'm not saying that we're the best, but I mean we're pretty well advanced in that department. As far as the gap itself, I don't have data of other municipalities to know what's their infrastructure deficit, so I'm not able to tell you exactly how we compare in regards to that. But I can tell you that I think with the strategies that we've proposed that we presented to council, and the advancement that we're doing, with all those studies and policies that we've put in place, that we're doing a good job in regards to asset management, and having a committee where we have multiple departments involved, and an open dialogue there is very well as well.
I think as well, we had a report card, if you will, recently in the last few months on asset management, and it showed where our strengths are and where some of the challenges are at the municipal level for us. But yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Godin, just talking with other municipalities, that I think we're ahead of the curve, if you will, but obviously there's still that, from a financial gap perspective, it's an anomaly. Mr. Dizer?
I think council needs to be praised on this, because you're addressing those questions. When we bring you projects and priorities, you are understanding that there is an estimate plan gap, and you're addressing those. So I think council too has to share the responsibility, and you're doing it whenever we're bringing you reports and make decisions like these ones to address the gap. So you are ahead of the curve too.
Councilor Lorraine, then Councilor Chernowski.
And and correct me if I'm wrong too though, but there's also, from a grants perspective that we get on projects, a requirement to be on top of your asset management plan and program. So for us being, and I'll say we are ahead of the game, because we've been doing it for so long and looking ahead. I think we've been doing an excellent job in that perspective. I mean, you've been here now, this is your third term on council, my fourth. Thinking back to where we were way back when to now, I'm gonna say way back when, it's only been 13 years, but and 12 for you, but it's a lot of,
The change in mentality
the change is significant, and especially when it looks, when you look at qualifications for grant applications, having your asset management plan in place is key. Otherwise, you're not getting those grants that you need to actually keep moving forward. So I think you're not going to pat yourself in the back, but I think we need to say that we are ahead of the curve. So.
Thank you. Councilor Chernowski?
So I'm glad, I feel good that we're process-wise, that we're moving well ahead. So I just want to get a sense that the actual gap itself, and I know we talked about the size of the gap and so on. And I guess we can't look at other areas, what's going on in other municipalities, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, how much more urgency we need to place on reducing that gap. Are we doing enough right now? I'm just not 100% comfortable in understanding if I should be feeling good about that 20% 2022 decrease or not. So maybe if you could help me understand that a bit better.
Mr. Leduc?
I think we gave ourselves a 20% objective. Internally, we'd like to be even more proactive on it. So if we can further reduce it, it'd be even better. I think once we do finalize our full asset database review, we will know exactly and more precisely how far we are. Right now, we're doing with some older data, older than other estimates, and that's what the committee is working on, is to really refine our database. And once we do have finalized all the departments, because we're still into the recreation, we've done water and sewer and public and roads. We're into parks and rec right now, and once we're done with them, we'll be going into other smaller departments. But once we're doing those, everybody, then we'll know exactly how far we are. So the gap might be even smaller than we think it is by refining the database. But ourselves, a 20% reduction would be be a minimum target, not necessarily a maximum target.
I think realistically, and as long as we're cognizant of what that gap is, because while we're talking about 20%, we're going to have further discussions in regards to, do we add a piece of sidewalk, do we add a park, do we add, another street? In all those things that we decide to add, it's actually increasing that asset gap in the future. So that's part of our discussions here as well, is while we, that essentially that infrastructure gap that we have now is just to maintain the same level of service that we're offering today in the future. So anytime we're adding new assets, we're actually growing that gap for the future. So, Mr. Godet?
Merci, Mr. Maria. So just to elaborate on what you just said, and you mentioned level of service. One of the items in a strategic plan is to develop a level of services framework. And that's where the discussions are going to become very interesting. I mean, right now we've been working a lot, like Mr. Zick said, on cleaning the database, making sure we have accurate data. And parallelly to that, we're also increasing the infrastructure fund every year, so we are making steps there. When we do get into level of services, and when I mentioned roadmap phase 2, that's kind of the direction we're going with our consultants. That's where we're going to have discussions with council as to, okay, well, what is the desired level of service? Like, what level of, like, what conditions do we want to keep all our roads at, or stuff like that? Which really, that's the driving factor of what's going to determine what the annual requirement is. Right? The gap right now is saying, okay, we should be investing $4.5 million, but we're investing $2 million. But maybe once we've set those goals and those levels of services that are decided by council, essentially, maybe that annual requirement is lower. Maybe it's $4 million. Maybe it's 3.5. Maybe it's higher. But that's where we're going to have discussions. That's going to make you more comfortable with that concept as well.
Thank you very much.
It'll force us to take a magnifying glass to all our services and really determine, is that a need or is it a want?
And I would say also the report that Mr. Bogon brought to council a few weeks ago with the assessment of the roads, and there was a lot of recommendations in that report that are in direct line with what we're trying to do regarding asset management strategies and having strategic objectives to better manage our infrastructure.
Merci beaucoup.
So this slide here, I'm not going to go into detail about it, but it's basically showing how, so we've increased our infrastructure fund in 2020 to $2 million. It was at 1.9 in 2019. Now we're increasing it to $2 million. How that translates in the budget, so in your budget binders, where you see that is essentially transfers to asset management reserves. So from each department, we've calculated ratios based on the annual requirements from each department. And so in each of those operational budgets, you do have, not all budgets, because not all budgets own assets, but the departments that are showing up here basically will have a line in their operational budget which is transferred to the asset management reserve. That represents their contribution to the infrastructure fund. So basically what we're trying to represent the actual costs, the real costs of those departments, right? So of the $2 million, well, a big chunk of it is for roads. So you'll see in the roads section that there's a big transfer to reserve for that. So basically all those transfers to reserve put together add up to $2 million. The one exception, and I mentioned it's in the bottom of the table, is an extra $130,000 for the fire department. And like I said, I'll be touching on that in the upcoming slides before getting to the fire department's operational budgets.
Councillor Czerniawski?
Is there a provision for changing the mix of that asset allocation? So, as an example, admin is 1.7%. Over years, if additional assets come in line, does that automatically get rebalanced?
At this moment, the answer is no. But we have had some preliminary discussions with the asset committee of how do we want to manage this. Basically, what we've done initially last year for the 2019 budget, we took a snapshot of our asset database at that point in time and identified the annual requirements for each department, and that's the ratio that we've kept for this year's budget. But we do want to look at how often do we want to update this ratio? Because like you said, I mean, with every capital budget every year, we're we're replacing or we're adding new assets, that annual requirement does fluctuate. And in this particular budget for 2020, we haven't touched the ratio, but it is something we're looking at. How do we want to strategically address that? What's the next steps there? So that's done through the asset management committee as part of the discussions we have on a monthly basis.
Thank you. Lucas, Councillor Sosi?
Yeah, I was just curious why, in the rental of the old fire hall, the insurance premium, like it was 0 and then suddenly it's 1,400.
So that's on page,
Page 1, second from the bottom.
okay. See, line item
Yep.
6390.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at it. I believe this is probably a correction that was made. I mean, we've had last year we changed insurance provider to JLT, and every time we do that, we resend our list of facilities and stuff like that. So probably what happened is that with their contract, they've identified a certain liability amount to the old fire hall, which is where when we say old fire hall, that's essentially it's in Blue.
Okay.
So we do, it still is our building, so I would expect that there should have been from previous years as well some insurance costs for those.
Mhm.
So this is probably an adjustment, but basically the number that you see in the 2020 budget is really based on the schedule that's provided to us by our insurance providers.
Thank you.
Just to, I just want to, just if we come back to this table, and just to give you an example, I know you're open right now in section 1F, so if you go back to Department 125, in this table here we see 125, which is the town hall. So we have a 1.7% for the town hall, basically, which represents $33,000 of the $2 million. So, hoping I'm right. If you look at here 125, the transfer to the asset management reserve basically is 33.111. So that's just to give you an example of how that table translates to the budget. And again, so what this means is, and I don't have the percentage of our gap, but essentially every department has that same deficit, right?
Councillor Kanowski?
So just to confirm, so our kind of double approach strategy on this is to set money aside and to maximize the life of the assets as well. So those are working in conjunction to do that, correct?
That's correct. So there's really the investment portion, and then there's the management structure.
Tell you, if we all did our finances that way, our personal finances, we all be in a much better position. So I'm glad to see we're doing that thing.
All right, so moving on to the Department 150, which is basically the rental agreement we have with Service Ontario here at the Town Hall. Nothing has changed. It's basically a revenue of $44,444. That represents a credit to the tax base for that.
Confirmation, Mr. Leduc, that contract ends in
It's 2022.
2022. Okay.
For Service Ontario?
Mhm.
That's the initial 5-year, or is that the 10?
That's the
Can you?
There was a renewal.
So we've already had the renewal.
Yeah.
Is there any additional renewal options in that contract?
I would say, yes, there is, and my intentions are to, once this budget is completed and approved, probably starting December, I will start approaching the province to discuss the renewal. Because it takes, with them, it takes about a year to renew.
Yeah.
So if 2022 is the expiry date, 21 we have to renew it, so I'm gonna start discussions probably in December or January.
Okay.
So Department 151, which is another rental agreement we have with La Maison des Arts. Essentially, nothing here has changed either. This is representing a yearly cost of the tax base of about $7,000, which is for certain maintenance and hydro and bills that we're responsible for in this agreement.
So just to confirm though, in your second bullet point that says La Maison des Arts is simply responsible for the mortgage payments. far as my understanding is, there is no more mortgage payment, correct? It's been paid off?
That's correct. The third point is actually that since April 2018, they've had no more payments. Once that came up, we did look into the question. I mean, the lease agreement is pretty clear cut that ironclad. Really, it's
Yeah, that was a decision by the previous
They did
council.
pay the full mortgage, so they did that construction.
And that contract ends 2024, if I remember well.
I think it's,
No, I think it's 2024 that contract ends. Okay, Lennon?
From the infrastructure gap that we talked about, do we know what that building represents?
It represents 0 at this moment. We don't have La Maison des Arts in our asset database. When we were developing this formula, this is something that we did realize, and the reason being, most of the database is based on historical costs, and we've never really put money into that building. When we noticed that, we've kind of shelved that discussion until we talk about levels of services. What are we going to do at the end of that lease? Are we going to be maintaining, or are we going to be keeping that property? Is it going to be sold? Essentially, at some point in time, there's going to be a conversation regarding that particular property for council to decide, okay, well, once we're done with this lease, is it off our hands, which would mean there's no annual requirement, or are we keeping it, doing something else? Those discussions haven't had, we haven't had those discussions yet, so we, at this moment, to answer your question clearly, it's the amount is 0.
At one point, if we decide to keep it, then that would create an asset and we have to address it itself.
That's where I was going with it, understanding what their wants and needs are. When that decision comes up, what do we want to do?
That's right.
Can we just go, like you go and deal with all the issues
Right.
that are coming up on it? Roof, parking, all those types of things, right?
Right. Obviously, there's value to every property, but there's also a cost associated to it, even if it's given to you.
Okay.
So the next section, Department 152, which is basically it's going to be the operational budget for the new ambulance building that we're currently constructing at the old salt shed location. And this is going to be a lease agreement with the United Counties of Prescott Russell for their ambulance services. What I wanted, so we've shown this, I believe this was shown in 2019, but we're going to show it again. Just I wanted to emphasize on the, well, first of all, on the long term, when we brought to council a financial plan for this project, we had proposed a 10-year loan. What we're going to be doing, just the next couple of slides, just to really show council we still support that proposition to have a 10-year loan. Obviously, having 10 years versus 20 years means higher loan payments, but at the end of the day, a lot less interest payments. This table here is just comparing a 20-year loan versus a 10-year loan with biannual payments. 10 years will represent about $245,000 loan payments, and 20 years represents about $140,000. So just a bit over $100,000 difference. The impact that this would have on the actual tax dollars is presented in the next slide. So basically, what we just wanted to show council here is the municipal contribution for the 10-year option. In 2020, since the construction is going to be completed probably in spring of 2020 or early 2020, the current budget, the way it's set up, we've budgeted for half or for one payment. Typically, when we do loans with Infrastructure Ontario, we usually do 2 payments a year. That's not necessarily the term that's going to come with this loan, but this is how we strategize it for this budget. So that's why you see the municipal contribution for 2020 is $2,400, because we do have some rent revenue from United Counties. As of 2021, that jumps up to $82,000 because now we have those 2 payments in the year, which represent a higher cost. We do have 3 additional months of revenues because we've estimated our revenues based on occupation in April. So basically,
I was just going to make the comment, in the first year of a new loan, it's adjusted for 1 payment.
That's correct.
as per the GAAP, the general accounting practice. That's normal accounting practice that it's only when
Oh, well, this is strictly just a question of timing. I mean, if we would, for St. Joseph Bridge, we've just finished a project and we've, like, at last council meeting yesterday, we approved the bylaw to go forward with that loan. So that loan payment, there's gonna be 2 payments in 2021, or in 2020.
Right.
But this year, since the construction is gonna be finalized earlier in the year.
Yeah, it's a new asset.
Yeah, exactly.
So in the first year of the new asset, that's where it's going.
Yes, and it's just a strategy to match your payments with the revenues that are coming in. We're not having a full year of revenue, so we're kind of timing it together in order to reduce the impact on taxation.
Conseil Buisson?
So, just so I understand this correctly, so there's gonna be a municipal, under the 10-year option, there's a municipal contribution, first year $2,400, second year 82,000, assuming 82,000 every year after that, approximately, as the payment.
Right, exactly. So,
And that's already factoring the fact that the rent is going towards the payment.
that's correct. So basically 82,000 in 2021, that would go slightly down every year because the loan payment amount remains the same. The rent is gonna go up, is gonna increase depending on the lease agreement, probably every 5 years or so. But, that would be, we're looking at a commitment of about $80,000 a year for 10 years. For 10 years. After that, the full rent just comes straight into,
As revenue.
And there's no more commitment.
Okay. Under the 20-year option, am I reading that accurately, that in the first year, we would actually be benefiting $50,000? And then in every year after that, we would have revenue right from the start?
That's right. Initially, what's good about the 20-year option is we never need to go get taxation dollars.
Right.
So we're basically, we're collecting more than what we're actually paying.
But
The first year, the reason we're collecting more is we're collecting for 3/4 of a year, whereas we're paying just half of the payment.
Right. But the thing is, we're gonna realize less over that 20-year period because of the fact that we're paying, what, $255 in interest versus $593. So we will realize that benefit from year 11 to 20.
Right.
Essentially, right?
So essentially, you're looking at an $82,000 increase on taxation in 2021. And once that's hit the tax base, well, there's no more increases moving forward, but after 10 years, you have a reduction in the value of the payment, which is $245,000.
Have you done the exercise to see what the 20-year number is, to say what we paid? So assuming it's 80,000 over 10 years, 800,000 of taxation.
Right.
And then we're gonna get back that whatever amount that they're paying, and
Yeah.
how much they're paying in rent, do we know, the lease? Is that a number that we know?
Yeah. So we'll be collecting about $175,000 to $180,000 a year.
Okay, so 1.8 million over 10 years, approximately, will be our net benefit versus that 20,000 over 20 years, which is what, 400,000?
Yeah, I mean, with this slide, you can see the exact difference, right? Because the difference is in the interest that we're gonna be paying over the term of the loan payment. Total, so total interest cost, basically $255,000 is the amount of interest we're paying over the 10 years. Over the 20 years, we would be paying $593,000.
Right.
So you have a difference of about $340,000.
I'm just looking for total 20-year time frame.
Right.
Is that the term of the lease, is 20 years?
It's 10 plus 10.
10 plus 10. So I'm just looking at the total benefit at the end of 20 years. If I'm reading this accurately, we're talking, about $500,000 benefit over if we choose, if it was a 20-year versus 1.5, whatever the number, just 1.8 million over that 20-year span, minus whatever we paid in the first whatever years, right?
That's essentially it.
So about $1 million benefit. Okay.
So apart from this presentation in this budget, when we're ready to finance this, we'll have a further complete report to council. You'll have a chance to decide even then which option you want to retain, a 10 or 20. You still have all the numbers in front of you. There'll be an educated decision to be made, but you'll have the report in front of you.
Councillor Janowski?
Just a quick process question. On a 10 plus 10, it allows them to leave after 10? And is there two questions. And then, is there an adjustment for inflation on the lease rates, or is it a static rate all the way through?
No, there's an adjustment on after 5 years, and also there's an out clause of 18 months. So it's already negotiated in the lease. So, but it's already there.
Go ahead, thank you.
Conseiller Buisson?
C'était comme ça que j'essayais de comprendre comment que ça nous coûtait plus cher pour le 10 ans, c'est à cause que justement il faut payer plus avec le capital.
Ouais.
Ça fait qu'overall, c'est que en allant 10 ans, on fait plus d'argent à long terme, mais pour le cash flow, pour qu'est-ce qu'il faut aller chercher des contribuables, l'option du 20 ans, on n'a pas besoin d'aller en chercher parce qu'on fait de l'argent, ça fait que le cash flow nous aidera plus tout de suite avec l'option du 20 ans.
C'est ça, ouais. C'est pour ça qu'on voulait vraiment illustrer les deux différentes options, parce que si on suivait notre politique de dette, quand on mentionne des constructions d'édifices pour des services d'urgence, des choses comme ça, la politique ne dit pas qu'il faut qu'on fasse sur 20 ans, mais c'est listé comment typiquement ça serait un emprunt 20 ans. Mais avec le plan financier qu'on vous a montré, je pense que c'était au début de 2019 ou en 2018, c'est là qu'on le choix c'est ça, c'est est-ce qu'on est prêt à avoir une augmentation de taxes maintenant pour ultimement avoir des économies au long terme, ou est-ce que l'emprunt va être fait sur le 20 ans pour ne pas avoir à aller chercher l'argent des contribuables. C'est un petit peu ça la décision, mais c'est ça. Ce qu'on recommande, puisqu'on a mis notre budget en ce moment, c'est sur le 10 ans, parce qu'au bout de l'année, on repaye les contribuables, puis en plus, je veux dire, plus d'économie avec cette option.
C'est un investissement si on fait 10 ans, comparativement.
C'est pas une décision à prendre tout de suite.
Non, c'est ça.
Mais le rapport va revenir plus tard. Ok. On peut continuer?
Donc, le prochain département sous la Saint-Manadien, c'est le loyer des tiennes brûlées à notre ancienne caserne. Donc, encore là, il n'y a pas de changement. On garde un revenu net annuel d'environ 20 000 $ pour les contribuables avec ce loyer. Donc, avant de procéder au prochain département, je voulais juste vous faire part, puis I've mentioned this a couple of times regarding the fire protection fee. First, I'll give you a bit of background regarding what that is. A fire protection fee is residents get this on their tax bill. Basically, it's a fee that's charged on a tax bill, and the revenue is given to the water department. Essentially, to be able to maintain water towers, to make sure we have the sufficient level of water to be able to put fires out, as well as to maintain the hydrants and things like that. We had in our 2017 business plan, we had listed that we wanted to review that fire protection fee. It's a fee that's been in place, I believe it's since 2010. So it was due for a review. So the review process started in 2017. Moving forward to today, we've worked on this file for a while. Certain fire protection needs were identified as well from the fire department, specifically regarding fleet replacement. We all know they have big trucks, and they can represent significant investments when they need to be replaced. So kind of combined those two analyses and looked at both of those questions together. Go to the next page just to show a bit what we've done. I mean, what this table here does is the first step was basically to identify what the fire protection needs are for the water department. So what this shows you here is just based on 2015 to 2017 actuals of cost of water for fires, cost of maintenance for hydrants, as well as the annual requirement that's attached to the water towers. Basically, and other operational fees are in there as well. So basically, the first line on top represents the revenue that we've been collecting from that fire protection fee for the water department. And then we have the cost breakdown for the water department, what's really required for fire protection. So basically, we see a certain variance between what we're collecting and what we actually need for the water department. So what we're proposing here is we've identified a difference of around $130,000 if we take the variance of those 3 years. We're proposing to reallocate that $130,000 to the infrastructure fund, to the asset management reserves for the fire department, and more specifically to be used for fleet replacement needs. When Mr. Duhamel and Ms. Armstrong earlier on to present the capital budgets, we'll see that there are upcoming needs, immediate needs. And so this is kind of the strategy we took when we looking at the numbers. We're seeing that, okay, we're collecting more than what the water department needs. We're collecting it for fire protection, so we're proposing to redirect those funds to a fleet replacement for the fire department.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson, conseiller Laurent.
Donc, techniquement, le fee de fire protection aux résidents restera le même, c'est juste que là, ça sera relocalisé. Mais comme c'est là, ce 135 000-là était mis où? S'il n'était pas mis dans les réserves pour l'infrastructure?
Donc,
Pas l'infrastructure, mais pour le remplacement des camions.
Oui. Donc, ce revenu-là était pour le département d'eau en entier. Donc, on voit pour 2015, 2016, 2017 qu'on a collecté 226 000, 229 000, puis 231 000. Je pense qu'il y a une augmentation de 5%, si je ne me trompe pas pareil. Ça, ce revenu-là, il reste dans le département d'eau, qui fait en sorte qu'essentiellement, ce revenu-là, le montant additionnel qu'on n'a pas eu besoin est dans les réserves d'eau. Parce que, étant donné que le département d'eau, c'est un département de user fee, tous les surplus du département sont transférés dans la réserve des surplus du département d'eau. Donc, ce qu'on propose ici, donc c'est ça, essentiellement pour répondre à ta question, c'est l'argent qu'on a collecté pour le fire protection est en réserve. C'est juste qu'il n'est pas dans la réserve pour le département de feu, il est en réserve pour le département d'eau. Ce qu'on dit ici, je pense que je vais mentionner la prochaine diapo, mais ce qu'on a inclus dans le budget, étant donné, so since this exercise was identified by council in the 2017 budget, or sorry, the 2017 business plan, we're recommending to make a retroactive correction or a retroactive adjustment of those funds, because essentially we can see that for the water department, over those years, there has been about $130,000 contributing to that department's surplus. So what's currently in the budget is we're proposing to transfer $130,000 a year for 2017, 18, 19. So essentially $390,000 that would come
from the water
reserve to the fire department's fleet reserve, essentially helping out on the asset management side of things, helping reduce that gap for the fire department. And for 2020 and upcoming years, for so not to change that fire protection fee, but for $130,000 of it being allocated to fire, and the rest staying in water to cover those needs.
Okay, so I think you just answered my question, but I want to make sure I understood it correctly. So for 2020, we're transferring over almost 400,000 to infrastructure for fire needs, fire department needs. Annually after that, it's 130 that's coming over for needs. Is that my understanding?
Yep.
Thank you.
Monsieur Duduc?
Yeah, that came about from back in 2017, my discussions with the fire chief when we were looking at their fleet replacements. And I'm not sure today if we're going to go through this, but over the next 7 years, there's I think about 4 big trucks that need to be replaced, at least $500,000 a shot. So I had to find back then a way of avoiding loans and avoiding significant hikes in taxation to cover for those purchases. So that's why since then I've been looking at this and how can we contribute to the asset management replacement of that fleet. And this is one reason why we're already collecting it for fire protection. I thought that the excess should be transferred to the fire department so that they can use that money in their asset management to replace or assist them with replacing vehicles. So that's why I support this initiative and the justification for it.
Conseil Tennessee?
So that logic makes total sense to me. I just want, just a point of clarification, and maybe really obvious, but I don't see it. Why aren't we looking, so the 130 is an average of those 3 years, is that correct? And so why wouldn't we look at 2018? Have we already adjusted for that, or?
No, so we're looking at the 2017, 18, and so this was just really, this exercise was, since we started in 2017, so those are the numbers that were looked at, the averages. I mean, that average in 2018 is most likely
In that ballpark.
in that ballpark.
Okay.
But as for the transfer, we are looking to transfer the
It
revenues.
would be
for
retroactive
2018.
transfer.
So, I have 2 questions. One is, how will this affect is there any impact on water rates because now we're shortening the reserve in our water side, right? So is that going to have an impact
On the rates?
on the rates?
It has an impact on the reserve.
Yeah.
The rates themselves, as council knows, we did the.
Well, there was a financial plan, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, so financial plan was developed in 2015, and I think we're speaking on that topic a bit later in the presentation, but we're gonna be proposing as part of the 2020 business plan to relook at that model and to update it.
Okay.
At this point in time now, we're not proposing any changes to the rates, but we will be proposing to look at the rates and not just for this, but different things that's happened in the last few years, and the change of water meters, and I mean, all sorts of circumstances have changed since 2015, so we do want to reopen that financial model and to see if the rate adjustment will be required, but that's
Okay.
going to be following the road.
My second question is, I totally agree that it totally makes sense to do this. But if we implemented this in 2010, shouldn't we be looking back all the way to 2010? Now, that I think, should be part of that rate review to see what that impact would do. But really, if that methodology is applicable to 2017, 2018, since we've applied it at the beginning, it should go all the way to the beginning. But obviously, I don't want to deplete the water reserves either, so. Mr. Litter?
Mr. Mayor, I think we will take into account the suggestion when we do have the report. We'll see if that's possible at all, if any possible impacting the rates. If we don't impact the rates at all, then this certainly could be something we bring forward to council for consideration.
Right, because as you mentioned, we have, a couple $1 million worth of trucks coming. If there's a significant amount of money that technically should have been going to that reserve, then we should try and maximize that as possible. Conseil that.
Now, considering that it's going to the infrastructure fund, is there a way that we're allocating it specifically for fire protection?
Yes.
So that it doesn't get lumped into the general, I'll say general population of that pool of money?
We've essentially, in the asset management reserves, we have 2 categories for fire. Now we have that general one that their ratio, so their portion of the $2 million, plus we have that 130 that's going to be coming in directly to that reserve every year.
Thank you.
Councilor Sophie?
I just had a quick question. I'm just curious, why did the full-time salaries change so dramatically from 2015 to 2016?
So which department are you looking at?
Oh,
sorry, in
It's
the slide.
Oh,
It's 5,000 to 19.
Councilor Bourgon?
Monsieur le Maire, so essentially, that's the staff time that's linked to the maintenance and replacement of the hydrant at that year. So that's why it fluctuates. Some of those works are not necessarily planned. It's part of the maintenance and replacement. So that's why, like, we do allocate their staff time as per the type of jobs that they're doing. So that's why it varies like that.
So from year to year, the same full-time employee, but if he's concentrating more on this type of work, it will be.
Yeah, basically we have several type of jobs, and after the fact, they assign their time per each job, so we know exactly how much each asset costs throughout the years.
Councillor Tanoski?
I'd like to just make sure that I fully understand it. So we've been collecting reporting here, Mr. Mayor, since 2010.
I believe it's 2010 when we started the fire, the specific fee for fire protection. 10 years, it's right around the beginning of the term.
I think that prior to that, in 2010, we changed our water system from local to Ottawa Water. In that changeover, we recalculated this fee. It was there prior to that for the same purpose, fire protection. Back then, it may have been a different number, but there was a formula prior to that in the old system, and we just carried over the same formula over the new one after the water change.
Okay, so since that time, that money's always gone into the water reserve?
That's correct.
And so now what we're saying is that we want to retroactively from 15, 16, 17 go and get about 130K per year? Yeah.
17, 18.
17,
No.
okay.
Yeah, the reason why we say 217 is because that's the year we brought it to council's attention in our business plan to say we'll review this. We had not had a chance to finish this work, and that's why we're asking council to consider retroactively go back to 217 only at this time, because that's when we asked the direction from council to do that. So that's why we're not going further.
Okay, so, but so even though, so let's say we just go from 217, there is an argument that can be made that since 2010, I don't know the amount, but certainly in 15, 16, there's roughly 125, 130K that's sitting in those reserves that we were all worried about earlier on when we were talking about development charges and stuff like that. But that's sitting in those reserves that could be applied to this. Is that a good understanding?
It could, yeah.
Well, that's really good logic, by the way, in doing that. That makes total sense to me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, lunch is here, so maybe it would be the right time before we go into the next department.
Okay.
And in doing so, I would suggest that to consider either two options. One, we go through the bylaw department first, or go to the library department, because the fire chief will only be here tonight at 6.
Okay.
So those are the next section.
I suggest we move on to the bylaw department next after lunch. That way, Madame Bordeaux can get it over with and can go home and rest if needed.
Thank you.
So let's break for lunch. How long you guys want? 15, 20 minutes, a half hour? Or are we coming back?
I think
Half hour, be back at quarter to 1. We're going to be moving forward with public safety and enforcement. In our slide deck, it's on page 81. And I believe it's in section 2K. Yeah, section K of the binder. So, Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin, Madame Bordeaux. Son page 81. Ah, juste passer un micro.
Donc, vous avez l'organigramme du département à la page 81. À la page 82, vous avez les secteurs sous ma responsabilité. Donc, ici, on demande une considération pour une embauche à temps partiel pour un poste junior, à qui les tâches principales seraient la vente de médailles de chiens, la patrouille dans les parcs, à vélo puis à pied. L'ajout qu'on représente un coût additionnel avec les bénéfices de 18 290, mais il y aurait les coûts seraient partiellement récupérés par la vente de médailles de chiens. Ça assurerait une surveillance plus accrue dans nos parcs. Justement, le conseil avait parlé de plaintes vis-à-vis des chiens errants, puis ces choses-là. Donc, ça l'apporterait une meilleure surveillance.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Quand elle parle de la vente de médailles, est-ce que c'était comme au bureau ou vraiment aller aux maisons, comme faire le suivi? Ah, vous n'avez pas de. Je sais que ça s'est déjà fait, là.
Mais si on peut juste, si vous voulez, aller voir à la page 85, vous avez l'historique des licences de chiens. Puis vous pouvez constater que quand on fait du porte-à-porte, le nombre de licences vendues augmente de beaucoup. Puis aussitôt qu'on arrête, le montant de licence
Diminue.
diminue beaucoup. Ici, c'est pas inscrit, là, mais en 2017, on avait pris juste les renouvellements qui n'avaient pas été faits. Puis on a fait un petit peu de porte-à-porte, puis on avait tenu notre montant de licence quand même assez élevé. Puis là, aussitôt qu'on a arrêté, là, cette année, vous voyez que ça a déjà descendu d'à peu près à 135 licences. Puis j'imagine, là, si on regarde ce que ça fait habituellement, c'est que ça descend d'année après année.
Puis avec la population qui augmente.
On ne devrait pas être diminué. On devrait avoir un autre 1000 licences de vendues là-dessus. Fait que c'est un peu... après qu'on a les données, ben on envoie des renouvellements. Donc, on vient à bout de garder le montant assez élevé pour une couple d'années, puis après ça, on s'aperçoit que ça diminue.
On a-tu créé l'option de payer en ligne le permis? Renouveler les permis à chien?
Oui, ça a été fait en vous voyez, en 2018.
2018, OK.
Online registration.
Okay.
Ouais.
Okay. Conseiller Laurent?
So when they go door to door, do they have a machine with them? Is that
Well, they didn't, they had a cash register, but now we would take a walk and with our phones, and we could accept payment from a credit card.
Oh, like the square on
It's
Yeah.
like a square? Okay. That makes more sense.
Then going around
From-
with cash, because a lot of people don't have cash.
Well, and being proactive to registering versus knocking on the door and saying, you know, from a more of an accusatory tone. I hear dogs, are you registered? Versus, hey, we're just here to help you. If you haven't registered them yet, we can do that for you right now. You know what I mean? There's the perception I got from a lot of people, a lot of the public when I was out campaigning and stuff is, oh, you hired somebody to go around and police our dogs, but we can't do something else. Well, at least this way here, there's a proactive approach to it of actually selling the tags to them at that point in time, rather than the resident feel like they're being, harassed or policed over their dogs instead of being proactive of the tags. So I think there's a definite difference there.
I think at one point in time, we might want to look at some kind of option that you register your dog once, it's an automatic on your bill every year on your tax bill, and then it's up to the resident if the dog passes away or something, then he comes in and says, you know, you can stop payment, my animal's passed away. That way be another level of service where, like pre-approved payments for our taxes and stuff that, you know, it's automatically on your bill, it's added to your tax bill, and, you know, you don't have to worry about re-registering every year, unless it's up to you to cancel if you so choose.
How would they get their tag though?
Eh?
Yeah, they need a tag.
Well, the tag could just be automatically sent
In the mail?
with the tax bill.
Well-
Monsieur Leduc?
My suggestion to staff on that was this, once a dog is registered, we have the address. So in the next year, we automatically send an invoice to that address, and upon payment, the tag would be mailed out. Because if you send out the tag without payments, then that tag could be resold, it could be given to somebody else, but by having that not on the tax bill, but only on a separate invoice, but automatically generated every year from our database, then at least you ensure the minimum number of dog tags are issued. And if the person responds back, say my dog X has passed away or whatever happened to it, or we've moved, then this dog is deleted from the list. And then we just add more from the officer going around and just adding to addresses which we don't have on the database.
Councillor Saucier?
I'm just trying to figure out cost-wise, which is more effective, because, and you've got to pay the person to go door to door, but then mailing twice is pretty expensive too. The only advantage I see of going door to door is you also get a count of dogs, like how many, because a person could register a dog and then in the meantime get 2 more, and you wouldn't have that, information. So, you know, with this way, you know, if they say, well, I've got 2 or 3 dogs in there, I need to have them licensed, you know, I don't know. I'm just not sure of the cost,
Well,
effectiveness.
we found in the past that a lot of people will register 1 dog and have 2, or have 3.
Mhm.
But again, it comes back to what is the core reason of the dog tags, right? It's if somebody loses their dog, then we have a way of tracking that dog. Now, if somebody's buying 1 tag, he's going to have it on 1 dog. He's not going to have it on both dogs, and that becomes an issue for the owner. You know, I've always stated that I think there should our costs for when we have a dog in the pound, for example, well, those costs there should be some kind of fee associated with that, especially if they don't have any tags, because now we find ourselves, you know, everybody's paying for the few bad apples that decide not to get tags. But I mean, that's I know we have a bylaw review coming in the future, so that will be a discussion at that point in time.
Well, that tag permits us to return the dog home,
Yeah.
and that way they prevent the owner from having pound fees.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councilor Tarnowski?
Juste pour clarification, s'il vous plaît. Fait que vous dites que vous allez engager un nouveau temps partiel. Si je vois ça dans les FTE, il y a une petite augmentation. Est-ce que c'est ça la justification pour le 3 il n'y a pas d'autre place qu'il y a une augmentation au niveau du salaire comme tel. Sur la ligne 6100, je pense que c'est 23 040. C'est ça? Il manque-tu de quoi? Est-ce que je vois pas un part-time salary?
Il n'est pas dedans.
Il y en a peut-être ajouté à chaque.
Il n'est pas dedans.
Monsieur.
Dans la présentation, on vous indique a consideration for the second draft in addition of a part-time junior position. So it's not there now. We wanted to have the exchange with you, see how you see this position being created for that purpose. If it's a positive reaction to this proposal, then in our second draft, this cost will be added to the budget, and also the revenues that we think we generate from that also. Now, we will have to find some funds for this if we go ahead, but that's why it's written for consideration only, and that's why you don't see it yet. That's why you don't see it yet.
Conseiller Brisson, conseiller associé.
Le challenge, justement, ça va être de le faire accepter comme au monde, que tu ne fais pas juste une police, d'aller de la porte à porte. Justement, je ne sais pas comment que ça va être de traîner pour avoir comme justement de ne pas juste dire on twatch puis on est vraiment là, de dire ben c'est vraiment pour transmettre l'information en même temps, tout ça là. Et dans le training, c'est ça, ça va être spécial un peu à faire là. De pas arriver en bullies.
Well, I mean, it's at the end of the day, you know, if people start getting used to us going door to door to get the tags, then at one point in time, people are going to say, "Oh well, I'll just wait till they come to my door and then I'll pay." You know, I won't go out of my way. We could be increasing the level of service that people are expecting from us. So you know how that's adjusted, but in this case, it's. They've done it in the past, and you know they learn from every experience, and we'll see how it is going forward.
Je pense pas qu'on va de porte à porte et on est des gourmis. Il faut faire attention aussi. C'est comme quand les gens se font arrêter par la police ou quand ils se font prendre parce qu'ils ont bâti une chaîne sans permis. Les gens sont pas contents de se faire prendre. Mais il y a beaucoup de gens. Pas tous les gens, mais il y a des gens qu'on va vendre des licences de chiens. La preuve est là. On a vendu 2000, puis 2 ans après, on en vend moins, puis notre population augmente. Mais c'est certain qu'il y a du monde qui essaye de s'en sauver.
Oui.
Quand on fait du porte-à-porte, puis qu'on le charge, puis on lui dit, ben, Il faut que tu renouvelles ta licence, mais il y en a qui ne sont pas contents. Puis c'est probablement d'eux autres que vous avez entendu parler. Ça, c'est...
So j'ai mentionné, you know, automatic renewal of your dog tags on your bill of some sort, you know, take away that step, and you don't see those numbers going down anymore. Most of the time, that's one of the big businesses. You know, a lot of companies deal, like for Netflix and Spotify and all these companies. People sign up, it's auto renewal, and then they realize 6 months later they're still paying for something they weren't paying for anymore. So.
Puis là, avec la suggestion de cette personne-là, c'est la même personne qui ferait les parcs, pour superviser les parcs, puis qui passerait porte-à-porte.
Oui, c'est ça. Comme
Ouais,
l'intention, ce
c'est
serait d'avoir quelqu'un d'extra pour justement faire un peu plus de patrouille à vélo, puis des choses comme ça, parce que cette année, on a eu, à la fin de l'année, on va finir avec à peu près 400 calls de plus que l'année passée. Donc, les officiers ont de moins en moins de temps à faire de la patrouille à vélo, puis de la surveillance d'un parc. On essaye d'en faire autant que possible, mais le montant de call augmente. Fait que les officiers, ça lui donne moins de temps pour faire ça. Fait qu'en ayant quelqu'un à temps partiel, on pourrait faire les deux.
Ça fait que ce serait-tu plus une job d'été partiel avec étudiants l'été, ou si ça serait que, parce que même passer de porte-à-porte, il faut quasiment que ça soit les fins de semaine, parce que souvent, autrement...
C'est en soirée majoritairement, parce que même les fins de semaine, il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont partis. Puis,
c'est l'hiver, tu peux pas faire de patrouille.
Bon, à ce point-ci, on est rendu plus dans l'opérationnel que dans le budget. Là. Ça, c'est au département de faire ces travaux-là. Councillor Tarnowski?
So just getting back to the budget, just a question on line item 6435, SNR Dog Park Services. Has gone up, like we seem to always over budget. The amount spent in 18, certainly, if I look at it in 18 compared to what we're proposing for this year.
What page, Councillor Tarnowski?
Page 2, yeah. Animal control, SNR Dog Park Services, 6435.
Total budgeted amount of $3,041.
Yeah. Just a question pertaining to that. And also a point of clarification as well, but that's.
$6,435. SNR is on page 2 of the animal control.
la question, hein?
C'est la question, c'est juste que si je regarde à 2018, parce qu'on avait juste dépensé 900 $ dessus, 5 000 à l'année d'avant, puis là on est au budget pour 3 000, qui est quand même moins de ce qu'on avait budgété, mais je me demande si le montant est justifiable pareil.
Si je me trompe pas, il y a une ligne qui a été mal rentrée, puis on n'a pas les bons chiffres.
OK. Pas sûr, je comprends.
Il y a un ajustement quelque part qui va se faire
Ouais.
faire, c'est ça? Monsieur Leduc?
I'll try at this, okay? 6435 is for staff and staff time, working in parks, whatever, when the department requests that. I think what she's referring to would be maybe line 6335, equipment and maintenance, okay? You see there's an extra 400 right now over the budget amount. Current's 1967, I think, for, well, I don't know what your number is, but my number here on the computer is 1967.
For what line? 6335. 6335, that's dog park and material and supplies.
So it may have been quoted wrongly, and so those two lines could be offsetting each other, so that it can justify some additional expense. Did it reach 3,000? Probably not at this point.
So That's one question. I have one other clarification. When we, I seem to recall that we received money from the government when we did the cannabis. Like some of it was in relation to enforcing bylaws and stuff like that.
Anything cannabis related though.
Okay, but when we talk about hiring someone going through the park trails and stuff like that,
Could some of those funds be used? Monsieur Leduc, Madame, could some of those funds be attributed to that aspect? I think right now we've been concentrating more on when, if ever there's legal, like a storefront or something like that, that those are what the funds were being put aside for, but,
it was my understanding that that was also like the whole smoking, what's the
Smoke.
what's the smoke?
Free Ontario.
Smoke-free Ontario, and I thought that was part of it, so if there were any requirements while you're on the trail.
I don't know that I would put a junior officer at doing that, but
If you're gonna have someone patrolling by bicycle and stuff like that on the trail, that's where the smoking and so on, so I'm just wondering if that.
that we might be able to, put some of that
some of that
on,
fund into
but
line item. Okay.
probably not a lot.
Just be easier to accept that money.
$18,000 of salary is up to many hours, so this is definitely a part-time position.
Yeah.
If we're doing door-to-door canvassing, to my estimate, and we'll have further discussion, I don't believe there'll be that much time for parks and trail supervision. That's my perception of the position.
Okay, I understand, but if you're just saying that this position is gonna be going around just selling dog tags, door to door going dog tags, we're also not gonna generate $18,000 in revenues from that. So it sounds like you're not convinced on it either.
Well, that's why it's part of the discussions, and it's not included in the first draft budget.
And that's why we're discussing it. Is that accurate, or I'm just
That's
trying?
not great.
Okay.
So it counts, so let's have the discussion. So is this something we wanna include in the next draft of the budget? Having somebody, we're talking about $18,000 worth of additional salaries, potential offset. What are we anticipating as far as offset of that $18,000? 2,000, 5,000, 10,000? On sait Brisson?
Just to know, comme je sais que justement, il disait au Canadien qu'il y avait eu un étudiant qui avait passé de porte-à-porte.
Oui.
Puis là, c'est que c'était après que la deadline pour les dog tags était, donc on chargeait plus cher. Est-ce que à ce temps-là, il avait vu que l'augmentation de qu'est-ce que lui avait ramassé, ça payait pour son salaire et plus, ou si on avait arrivé avec un déficit?
Ben, vite fait, c'est combien la tag encore? 25$?
Ouais, mais quand c'est hors.
C'est 20$ avec le surcharge, c'est 30.
Okay, so, but we'll say, for argument's sake, put at the low end, put 20. The year we did door to door, we got an extra 1,000 licenses, that's $20,000. Do we anticipate another 1,000 at this point? I'm not sure if I'd go as far as saying it's another 1,000. It might be another 300-400 on top. So, say even if you say $500 or 500 new licenses, that represents roughly 10,000, maybe 15 tops. So that's where we're going to have that discussion. It's chances are it's not cost recovery. So it's how much are we willing to add in municipal contribution for this? Understanding it's not just dog licenses, there is hopefully some extra patrolling and stuff. But I think that's where you're going with the cannabis. We might be able to make up that shortfall from some funds from the cannabis.
So let's do quick math. So let's say there's 6,500 houses. Would you agree that maybe half the houses have a dog?
More.
Okay, so then you're about 3,000. You're at 18 right now.
Yeah.
So you're 12,000 short, and maybe
1,200.
1,200, maybe 13, 1400 more that are out there.
Yeah.
Times 20, that's $28,000.
Yeah.
That's the potential of it.
Yeah, and this is, we're looking at this year's charge, but that's another $20,000 revenue next year and the year after
That's
that.
it, that
Right.
continues on.
So even if we're short a few $1,000s this year, the added revenue will make up for it in the next few years.
So the
So,
person is only gonna be hired for this year?
this year, yes. So,
Some
you know,
of it.
even if they get an extra $10,000 of revenue, we're short 10,000, well, it's made up by the extra 10,000
The next year.
next year, and then there's an extra 10,000. Just looking at the, you know, originally 2013, there was 932, an extra 1,000 licenses the year after that. So are we good
So
for?
are we saying that that person is only gonna be doing dog tags? So if they're on their bicycle, riding around, then why wouldn't you decide to people smoking on the trail and stuff like that, like that's part of bylaw, that's just my opinion. It makes it a lot easier for me to justify that
So,
expense.
Monsieur Leduc, would you be comfortable in putting this additional cost with an additional revenue attached to it in equal amount?
Well, for sure that if we put the additional cost, there'll be some revenues to offset it,
Yeah.
for sure. There's
Right.
gotta be those, because that's the purpose of doing this position. If not, it's not worth it.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we include it in the budget, the additional cost. As far as revenues go, how you determine, like I say, it could be $10,000 in revenues, 15,000, take a few $1,000s out of the cannabis pot, if you will. I'll leave that up to administration, play on words, come on. So we'll leave it up to the administration but make it in the budget that there's a cost and there's the matching revenue for it. We're good with that?
Do they get to wear your jacket and suit
Yeah.
when they're driving around?
Yeah.
Is that what's being funded by?
I knew that was coming at one point. Counselor Associate.
And so then the following year, we do just like a mail out or an automatic?
Well, we're doing the bylaw review in the next, is the bylaw review scheduled for next year, Mr. Little? Hopefully, so that'll be part of the discussions, how we wanna go with that new system in the future, so.
I just had a question, what is membership fees, which is $64.42?
That's a membership to the, in the 245? In the animal,
Yes, under animal control.
it's
page two.
Association of Animal Shelters of Ontario.
Oh, okay. And the one other question I had was, what is fence viewers committee?
Fence Viewers Committee is when you have,
Complaints,
dispute,
disputes,
for,
residents with their
for land.
fences.
Oh, okay.
but that's
So
for,
you actually have a committee?
Yep.
we have a fence viewing committee and it's for, outside the, Bill Chapel areas.
Okay. Merci.
Okay. We're good for that,
Yep.
Okay. Madame Bordeaux, y avait-tu quelque chose d'autre? Je pense que ça, c'était le dernier slide, numéro 85.
Ouais, mais on n'a pas fait, 83, 84.
83-84. Okay. Reserve for emergency shelters, cooling centers.
So that's a proposed reserve, when we create shelters or, cooling centers in the summer, we need them to be staffed, so we have staff often from other departments and we'd have to transfer the salaries and if it's an emergency at other times, same thing applies, so we can,
Good. So that's just building up a reserve, and if we have serious problems down the road, well, we'll have
We
some
have
funds,
some
funds
funds.
aside for that. So that's currently in the budget this year?
yes.
Okay. I think that's good.
There's also the,
Because I'm sorry to interrupt, it's at 0 this year, it was at 5,000 last year. The cooling centers emergency
What line item?
in the budget, unless it's, or you put 2,500 as a reserve for it. Je comprends bien.
on transfère le 5,000 de 2019.
So it wasn't used in 2019, now we're transferring it to create a reserve, Mr. Godet?
Oui, donc, essentiellement en 2019, le 5 000 a été mis là. On venait de passer au travers de la situation d'électricité, puis on s'est dit que ça serait bon d'avoir un montant au cas où quelque chose arrive. On ne l'a pas dépensé en 2019, donc oui, ce montant-là va être mis en réserve. Mais au lieu de continuer à mettre 5 000 dans chaque budget, on s'est dit qu'on va mettre 2 500, on va bâtir la réserve jusqu'à 10 000, puis après ça, on arrête, on la renfloue si on s'en sert. Donc, tu vois un 2 500 en 2020, puis vous allez probablement, si on reste avec ce plan-là en 2021, il va y avoir un autre 2 500 pour rendre la réserve à 10 000, qui est un montant qu'on a jugé approprié pour un événement qui pourrait arriver pour tout ça. Donc, au lieu d'avoir 5 000 à chaque année, c'est vraiment qu'on a un 5 000 puis on le garde. La raison qu'on a descendu en bas, c'est pour vraiment refléter cette stratégie-là. C'est pas une dépense qu'on anticipe, mais c'est un transfert en réserve pour se bâtir une réserve de 10 000.
Merci.
Okay.
The next item is the province requires municipalities to create a community safety and well-being plan. So this will be done at the county level. The proposal estimated cost is $25,000 and our portion is $5,400.
Actually, just to clarify that, the 25,000 is being split equally between all municipalities. It's not as a per percentage base. So it'll be less. It'll be roughly 3,000 something. That was the point I made at the county. Is it didn't matter what size municipality you were, everybody had to have a plan. So we decided to break it up exactly what it should be. Ouais, ça va baisser d'une couple de mille piastres.
And the next slide is the security access, which Shaw mentioned earlier in the capital budget, I believe. On the ballot conference, Shaw? Only, and we also have the Village of Russell sign project. So I will bring a report to council. I was missing some information from the Fin Club. So I met with them and the approximate cost of their request to the township are for the legal cost and the lighting cost. I anticipate it will be less. I was able to recover from planning the lights and the sign from the VARS Industrial Park. We will use them for this purpose. And there's also legal costs that we might get some donations. So.
Councilor Associate?
Is it solar lighting?
Those lights are solar lighting, yes.
Okay. Again, this is a project that's a portion of the project itself. This is a community-led project with the funds being mostly raised by the community.
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, depending on the timing, if they're slower to raise the funds, it might be the year after, but we're putting in the budget just in case everything moves ahead this year, or 2020, I should say. Okay, parfait. Conseiller Brisson?
Juste pour clarifier que le système de sécurité, c'est le système d'alarme pour ici
Pour
ou
tous les édifices.
pour tous les édifices?
Le système d'alarme et le système d'accès.
Que ça serait tout à renouveler?
Oui.
Okay. C'est-tu pour upgrader ou c'est quoi qui est un problème comme c'est là avec le système?
Monsieur Leduc?
Je pense qu'on est rendu avec une nouvelle ère dans la sécurité. Je pense qu'on date des systèmes de sécurité qui datent de combien de temps maintenant, Bordeaux?
Ben, il y en a qui est pas mal vieux, là, et ça a une vingtaine d'années.
Donc, il y a une question de faciliter les accès avec des caméras ou avec des téléphones portables. C'est aussi des exemples, lorsqu'on a eu l'incident au Dôme, on avait des équipements pas fonctionnels, il a causé certains problèmes. Donc, on veut revoir complètement la sécurité complète de nos édifices pour vraiment mettre ça à jour aux années 2020, plutôt que des systèmes qui datent de longtemps. Donc, on est dû faire ce changement-là. On n'a pas mis beaucoup d'investissement là-dedans les dernières années. Ça fait que cette année, on va faire changement là tantôt.
Il devrait-tu avoir une portion d'asset management?
Il y a une
Oui, ça vient de réservation.
Ça vient des réserves d'assets?
Oui.
Any other questions?
Ça fait que ça va pas être beaucoup dans le budget, si c'est déjà des réserves.
Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin?
Mais lorsqu'on arrive au budget capital, on va voir ces projets-là pareil.
Ok.
Donc le financement, c'est les réserves. Donc c'est quand même beaucoup, mais je veux dire,
C'est un projet pareil.
C'est pas du fonds d'infrastructure ou TACAR. C'est bon. Parfait. D'autres questions, commentaires? Je pense que c'est tout, Madame Bourdeau? Pour,
Monsieur Godin va faire la portion de police provinciale, puis de surveillance communautaire. À moins qu'il y ait des questions pour la surveillance communautaire.
Non. Councillor Laurent?
We're given the same amounts year over year, and that there's been that they've been following through with their documents, so we're making sure they get their money up front, throughout the years, so that they're not behind. Okay.
That's correct.
There was some issues with Russell because I think they might be short this year in funding, and they said next year they might be asking for a bit more
At that point in time.
because they said they're getting it better. People are coming out more and giving up more gas rates.
So have they asked for more for this, for
They were
2020?
too late. I asked them if they wanted to do some
Changes.
requests, and they were fine, and then at the end, they said, oh, we should have made a request, but it was last week. So,
Did they say how much?
no.
Parfait. D'autres questions, commentaires pour Madame Bourdeau? No? Thank you very much, Madame Bourdeau.
Yes.
Resta.
Thank you.
Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin, are we moving to the library budget?
Mais je sais pas si vous gérez qu'on recule juste entre le département de feu puis là, il y a deux petits départements. Il y a police qu'on a parlé, mais je voulais élaborer sur certains slides. Puis South Nation à l'acquisition.
OK.
Donc, si vous prenez vos cartables à la section 2J,
2J.
c'est le département 230. Puis, dans la présentation, c'est la page 76.
65 on the slide deck?
76.
76, South Nation Conservation.
Bon, d'abord, c'est juste pour vous aviser que l'acquisition a augmenté à 139 000 en 2020. Quand on a fait la première ébauche, on n'avait pas le détail, fait qu'on avait estimé 137 696. Il va y avoir un petit ajustement à faire là, pour la deuxième ébauche. Je crois qu'on ajoute environ 1300, 1400. C'est la seule chose pour le South Nation.
Any questions on the South Nation at all? No? OK. Continue.
Pour les services d'OPP, on voulait vous faire part, on propose une nouvelle stratégie par rapport à la facture de la police provinciale. Je pense qu'on sait tout pour. Ben, vous savez, on a une réserve pour la police provinciale, à un solde de 212 000 à la fin 2019. Dans le passé, ce qu'on a fait, c'est on s'est dit l'année passée qu'on irait chercher 40 000 par année jusqu'à temps que, dans le fond, la réserve soit vidée, parce que l'argent est là, puis il n'y a pas vraiment une stratégie alentour de cet argent-là, c'était les montants qui avaient décliné au bout des années. On s'est dit on voulait approcher cette situation avec l'approche qu'on fait avec d'autres frais qui sont un petit peu hors de notre contrôle, puis imprévisibles, comme Great West Life, par exemple. Great West Life, on augmente la facture au budget de 7,5% à chaque année. Peu importe si la facture finale qui nous annonce est moins ou plus, on se dit une moyenne de 7,5%, puis la différence se joue dans la réserve. If we have a surplus, we put it in reserve, and if we have a deficit, we go and get it. So we're proposing to use the OPP reserve in the same fashion. We want to stabilize the increase in municipal contribution for the department. So what we're proposing to do is essentially, moving forward, apply a 2% increase per year. If we receive the invoice or the notice of the invoice and it's higher, we'll go get it from that reserve that we have. If it's lower, the surplus that's gonna cause will be put into that reserve, kind of just to keep the impact on taxation really stable. Je vais juste pour vous expliquer c'est quoi qu'on a fait comme calcul. On a regardé, on a évalué c'est quoi la contribution municipale depuis 2013 jusqu'à 2020 pour les services de département de OPP. Puis on regarde, on voit que ça fluctue beaucoup. C'est la raison pour laquelle qu'on tente d'implémenter une stratégie pour vraiment stabiliser ça. Mais en moyenne, si on regarde de 2016 à 2020, l'augmentation est en moyenne 1,5%, donc environ 30 000 par année. Ce qu'on propose comme augmentation de contribution municipale annuelle, c'est 2%, donc 40 000 par année environ. La raison qu'on voit un petit peu plus élevée que la moyenne des dernières années, c'est parce qu'on a vu une grosse augmentation par rapport à la croissance dans les dernières années. Puis la facture d'OPP est vraiment basée sur un calcul qui est le number of households fois un coût unitaire. Donc, tout ça pour dire qu'on propose à ce budget-ci une augmentation de 40 000 pour 2020. Puis, pour la réserve, basée sur les écarts, les variances qu'on voit à chaque année, on s'est dit qu'on n'a pas vraiment besoin de garder plus que 100 000 dans la réserve, comme coussin. Parce que, en regardant les variances, par exemple, en 2016, c'est la plus grande variance des dernières années, c'est 81 000. Donc, si on prévoit déjà une augmentation de 40 000, mais c'est juste, 212 000, c'est un petit peu plus que qu'est-ce qu'on a besoin pour satisfaire la stratégie. Donc, ce qu'on propose de faire avec l'excédentaire, le 112 000 qu'il y a de plus, c'est de diviser entre le contribuer au fonds infrastructure, donc aux réserves d'asset management, la moitié, puis l'autre moitié de l'appliquer envers la réserve du rec complexe. C'est deux projets, deux initiatives où le conseil a déjà identifié des besoins de fonds. Donc c'est ça, pour résumer, je veux dire, c'est ça. Un petit peu le plan pour ce département-là, c'est de stabiliser à une augmentation de 40 000 par année, puis de distribuer les surplus avec cette réserve-là. Oui. Parce que j'avais un autre diapo que pour l'impact de 2020, dans le fond, ce que c'est qu'on a une réserve de 212 000. On a réduit à 100 000 en distribuant 56 000 à la réserve du fonds infrastructure puis à la réserve du complexe.
I'm open to methodology of this, but my only, not concern, but is that by keeping a $100 buffer, if you will, the OPP cost is not something we have control over. So, it's essentially softening the blow on our residents so that the OPP looks good, right? Because, if for example, if the OPP costs go up $100,000, well, we're taking it from reserves, and it really doesn't impact the residents, but we lost that money, right? Whereas if we bring the, for example, say we take the 100,000 and we split that in half, and we don't actually create a reserve, and we, if taxes have to go up 1.5% in a year because of OPP, well, I'm comfortable saying to residents, look, the increase of 1.5 is because OPP increased their cost, and we don't have any control over that. So by creating a buffer zone, we're just softening the blow, if you will, to make the OPP look good, but it's not necessarily helping our budget. It's not giving a realistic view of what costs are year over year. Councilor Donosky.
Are we talking about having a line item on so that residents see that what the OPP cost is, and any increases there is like a direct increase, like so in my tax bill it just says policing?
Well, that's one scenario. I look at the like for this slide that says, in 2019 the number of properties was 6654 and the cost per property was 329. Do you put that as a line item at 329 for per property, if you will, or figure out exactly how you wanna do the breakdown, and then the next year, if it goes up a percent, then it becomes 333 or whatever the case is. If that's an option as well, but I feel that by having a buffer zone, it's not a realistic picture of what council as a whole has control on the municipal budget, because there could be a huge increase that is softened. It still hits us indirectly, but we're softening the blow on something that we have no control over. Councillor Tomasco.
I think it's the right way to do it financially to have a reserve, but I think I understand your point, is that it's out of our control, so, and residents typically won't complain of an increase in that, because it's policing, and so if it's, to me, if it was a separate line item, then I don't think we would need that reserve, and it would just fluctuate with the price that we're given, almost like a school.
Yeah, it could be, you know, from one year to the next, if the price drops, well, you'd see the 329 go down to 325. It would just be basing it on the previous year's, I guess, suggestion, but that's just, Monsieur Leduc.
Mr. Mayor, will differ on your opinion on this one. I think it looks good from the optics perspective, but I think from our end, let's say there's a 2% increase from the police services. Who will get the pressure of reducing its services to have a decent or palatable invoices to the residents? I think municipal operations will be forced to dig deep, look for cuts, look for service cuts to appease the pressure on taxpayers. I'm just scared this is going to create the opposite on our operations. Say, well, we want to maneuver also so to make it digestible for the residents to add the full 1.5 or 2% increase or 2.5% increase. We'll be forced to cut somewhere. So that's my one thing. And a second thing would be is how do we invoice every property? And that's the issue for us. How do you charge the same price for same detached for three stories buildings or business owners, smaller, bigger? If council wants us to go in that direction, I would suggest a council maybe consideration for a two-phase approach. Would be the first year we do this, and the next year's business plan we come up with the council say, how could we invoice? Do we invoice a flat fee for everybody, or do we invoice a different fee? Because it was the same issue raised for water. Well, it's only an apartment. It's only how do you charge these people $350 for one unit, or do you charge everybody? So for me and for Mr. Godin, the invoicing part of it is not as simplistic as it is from the onset. So for me and for us, I think that's our issue right now.
Well,
I understand the principle.
Yeah. For me, it's whether you're a triplex, whether you're, a single dwelling, a business, well, police service is police service. You pick up the phone 911, somebody's coming. So that service is, for me, is equal across the board. So I'm not looking at a percentage rate, if you will. I see it as a straight fee divided by every property, regardless of what the property is. And that's it. That's all. That's it, in my opinion, because that's essentially what the police service is it's like somebody, and we have services. It's like the fire charge, the fire fee that we have. We're charging. I believe we're charging most. I don't think there's much of a difference between properties. But that's where I see that comparable being, when you call 911 fire, well.
Right. So the fire protection fee, to answer that question, is based on the valuation. So the higher your property value is,
Okay,
so
you're
essentially it's the same as OPP, because OPP being in the taxation umbrella is also based on that evaluation.
I think it's a big enough file. Impact that we should show it as a separate item, just so people are aware. But I'm open to different approaches. Conseiller Buisson?
Personnellement, moi j'aime mieux le voir comme englobé dedans, parce que c'est une dépense qui peut varier beaucoup, parce qu'on l'a vu que la chose de police, ça a varié avec les années, ils changent la méthode de calcul. Puis, c'est pas nécessairement la police juste pour les résidents, parce qu'ils sont là pour ceux de l'extérieur aussi, de qu'est-ce qui se passe. Ça fait personnellement, j'aime mieux garder un coussin aussi, parce que le taxpayeur, tu sais, souvent, il y a rien que temps qu'il peut prendre. Puis là, arrivé, puis pour une raison ou une autre, que de l'année, il remonte, on l'a vu, là, il y a certaines années qui avaient remonté beaucoup. Si on a un coussin de 100 ou même 200 000, c'est le coussin qui l'absorbe au lieu d'être le contribuable qui l'absorbe tout d'un coup. C'est pour ça, moi, personnellement, j'aime mieux le garder.
Mais tu viens juste de dire, oui. Puis un coussin, ça peut juste durer si longtemps. La première année où que ça se fait manger par 100 000 $, t'es correct cette année-là, mais l'année d'après, votre prix à l'augmenter d'un montant significatif. S'il monte 100 000 $ d'un an, puis l'autre année, il monte un autre 100 000, ça veut dire que d'un shot, tu vas payer 200 000.
Non, mais là, tu vas avoir 200 000. Là, comme c'est là, je n'aille pas qu'il y ait 200 000 parce que ça m'étonnerait qu'il y ait un nombre de 100 000. Il y a tout le temps avoir un 50 000. À ce temps-là, tu peux le faire, tu as 4 ans pour l'augmenter graduellement, ta réserve, puis t'en remettre dedans. Moi, c'est le même, je le vois, que tu peux te rebâtir ta réserve plus graduelle parce que tu ne vas pas prendre ton 200 000 d'un shot.
Oui, mais le point, c'est que il y a un impact financier que nous autres, on ne contrôle pas. Ça donne, it gives a false sense of, you know, like Monsieur Leduc said, depending how you set it up, we're adjusting our budget to cover what the OPP is doing, but it has an impact on what we want to do as an organization.
Mais de l'autre bord, tu as la même chose qu'on n'a pas de contrôle pour l'OPP, mais on n'a pas plus de contrôle des grants qu'on reçoit, les coupures de grants.
C'est pour ça qu'on démonte. Mais tu peux pas, on démonte pas un separate line item pour les grants. We're showing here, what are our expenses? This is a $2 million expense where we have no control over. So I think having it as a separate line item shows it, as Monsieur Leduc, it can be a two-pronged approach where, you know, we go with this method this year, put it in the business plan, where for next year we'd like to see it as a separate line item. That way, when municipal council says we're increasing our taxes 2%, it's 2% to what we're able to control. If the services we control, if OPP has to go up 1%, well, that's 1% for the OPP. Councillor Tomasky?
I think we're kind of talking about somewhat two separate things, if I understand this correctly, because the buffer or no buffer is going to apply regardless. And I like that strategy that as soon as we get to 100,000, anything extra the following year gets dispersed. Or whether it's a separate line item or not, it doesn't matter. So, c'est pour répondre à ta question, il va toujours avoir une protection, but once it climbs to a certain amount, then it gets redistributed. That's my understanding.
Conseil Lorrain?
Yeah, I think that you're not understanding what Pierre's saying. Because I think what the mayor is saying, because I think what the mayor is saying is that we wouldn't have the $100,000 there. We're gonna take that $100,000 and split it up between the two, so the 212 will be split evenly between infrastructure reserve and recreation complex reserve. Is that accurate to what you're?
If we go in a one-year approach, that's what my suggestion.
So then from there, if I'm understanding what you're trying to say correctly, is that every year after, we budget whatever the amount is for that year, 2.1, 2.2, that is what's in our budget, that 2% increase budget is for the budgeted amount of 2.1, whatever the number is for policing. If the number comes in higher, it's that additional amount that we're talking about that would then be over and above that 2% increase for taxes. And that would be billed at a per household rate, or would it be billed at a taxation rate?
Well, that's up for discussion, right?
Because that's what, because right now, if it's in, like you said, if it's a building, if it's a commercial, if it's a residential, if it's a 3-story, it's the same for everybody. However, if it's in taxation, it's not, right? So if you're saying in year one it's $329 or $316, whatever the number is, $316 a household, and then we do the math and there's a $50,000 shortfall, and that $50,000 over the 6,800 people equals $10 a household. I'm just throwing out a number. So now that's $326. So does everyone get billed an extra $10? So it's 2% increase plus the $10 for policing surcharge because we were short? Or do we say there's a $50,000 shortfall, that's a 0.5%, so it's a 0.5% increase from everybody over and above your 2%. There's a big difference between those two numbers because every household is different, every business is different, the way they're taxed.
Yeah.
So somebody, instead of paying $10 under the everyone is equal, may be paying $5, and others may be paying $15 based on your assessed value or what type of business you are.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe so.
As I'm stating it, and if I'm saying anything wrong, let me know. But that's how I see it right now.
And that'll be that's the discussion that could come from a report at one point is how do we wanna see those costs divided?
Okay.
Like I said,
So what are we doing right now? Because I thought we were deciding on how we were gonna proceed.
So, Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin, I understand I'm fine if this is the way we go with this year. A report comes back to council with the options and eventually we eliminate that buffer completely. But that could be a separate report down the road. Monsieur Godin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I think like Councilor Tarowski said, I think we're having two different discussions. I think, like you said, it's probably good for the question regarding how we're invoicing it. Are we invoicing as part of the taxes or a separate line based on assessment or a specific number per property? I think that's not really a budget question here, but it's more a question of something we can look into as part of the 2020 business plan. Really for the budget discussion, it kind of revolves around, okay, well, what do we want to do with this reserve? Do we want to bring it down to 100,000 or eliminate it and split it between those reserves? Or yeah, so I guess the direction we're looking for regarding the budget itself is how do we move forward with that reserve? And if it's moving forward for 1 year with that approach and then bringing a report to council with different options.
I think at this point in time, if we go with this methodology and then we make a change in 2021, well, the 100,000, we can just split it up next year.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll stick with this at one point in time, come back with options on how a possible elimination of this fund and how we would show how we show the true cost of OPP services to our residents. Because having it part of taxation is really hidden within the budget, and if there's significant increases in the OPP budget, well, it could just force us to increase taxes and people really don't understand what the impact is because it's not a separate line item. So, everybody okay with that? Okay. Good. So now we are moving on. Bibliothèque publique, c'est fait. Là, on va aller à la section de la bibliothèque, Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin.
Oui, donc pour la bibliothèque, dans votre cartable, ça va être la section 6V. So library for section 6V of your binder and page 142 in the PowerPoint.
And sorry, what page on the slide deck?
Je vais allumer.
It starts at 142.
142.
Je vais allumer.
Ah, excuse.
OK. Parfait. Hein? 6V. Madame Céline.
Merci, Monsieur le maire, membre du conseil. Donc, pour la bibliothèque publique, j'ai 7 diapositives à vous présenter. Et puis, comme vous le savez, j'ai un conseil d'administration. On s'est rencontrés le 12 septembre, puis on a approuvé un budget. Donc, j'ai essayé d'illustrer de façon le plus visuelle possible, avec le chiffre en bleu pour la rencontre du 12 septembre. Et ensuite, avec les nouveaux taux qu'on a discuté tantôt du WSIB, je les ai mis en rouge avec la rencontre du 17 octobre, parce qu'on a eu un changement d'information entre les deux réunions.
Ça, juste clarifier, bleu, c'était qu'est-ce qui était original, puis avec le changement le WSIB, c'est 2.4 à 3.98.
C'est ça. C'est exactement ça. Donc, initialement, on avait autorisé un 2,40 et puis là, avec les nouveaux taux, à 3,98 Donc, si on regarde juste les salaires et les avantages sociaux, on peut voir en bleu à 2,52 et puis en rouge à 4,45 qui est le nouveau taux du WSIB. Ce qu'ils ont fait, c'est qu'ils ont pris, auparavant, la bibliothèque était à 0,36. Là, ils ont pris une moyenne des classes dominantes, qui est le Average on Predominant Class, le D2 Public Administration à 2,57, qui affecte beaucoup la bibliothèque. Puis, c'est la nouvelle façon de calculer de WSIB. Puis, ça va nous affecter aussi pour le futur. Donc, ce que je vous présente, c'est aussi basé sur le coût de la vie de 2 et sur un projet pilote, à cause de la suite du sondage qu'on avait fait avec nos usagers, ils aimeraient ça qu'on soit ouvert le dimanche pour un 4 heures. Fait que de 1 à 5, on ouvrirait la bibliothèque. Et puis là, je vous présente aussi les chiffres que si on ne serait pas ouvert le dimanche, avant l'augmentation du WSIB, on avait 1,38 et avec l'augmentation, on est à 3,29 Et ça, il faut compter aussi qu'il y a 3 employés qui changent d'étape au courant de l'année et que c'est basé sur un full-time employee de 7,7.
Alors, si je comprends bien, tu as 2 options, là. Ouvert les dimanches, tu regardes un total de 571. Si tu n'ouvres pas les dimanches, c'est 564, c'est ça?
Oui,
c'est un
c'est
7 000 piastres de différence.
C'est ça, pour engager un étudiant.
Juste pour que le conseil comprenne. We're talking about increasing the level of service at the library, and that's the impact of increasing the level of service.
Is that both libraries?
That is the Russell branch.
The Russell branch only.
Is that stated somewhere in here?
No. That would be a pilot project for next year.
As long as we understand that it's a pilot project. That way it could be a discussion further along, because I'm okay for a pilot project, but as we spoke earlier, whenever we change the level of service, well, we have a long-term impact on our budgets. So if being a pilot project, council has the option down the road to see, and the library will be able to furnish some numbers to justify whether it should be open or not.
If council does give the approval for the additional funds for the pilot project, we make sure that it's stated that it's the Russell branch, just so that people are aware that it's not both, because the assumption will be, we're open on Sundays and it's both. So I just wanna make sure that we make that distinction when we do it. So pilot project, opening on Sundays in Russell branch only.
Yeah.
Okay, because if somebody pulls it out, they're gonna say this one slide and not have the whole discussion. They're just gonna go, fantastic, both branches are open Sundays.
Councilor Associate?
Yeah, and the issue is that it's in a school, so they'd have to have a custodian on the Sunday, and that wasn't feasible.
Understandable.
Yeah, so that's
Well,
why it was just.
it's not the reasoning I'm worried about, it's more just, it's more the awareness.
The optics
Just a
of the
clarification.
residents. Yeah, and it's good that we state that, because a lot of instances we've heard, well, the Russell has this, Emblem should have this and stuff, so it's to be able to explain to residents that there's a significant cost, because we'd be required to pay for the custodian to be there on top of stuff. So, okay. Continue, Madame.
Merci, Monsieur Maire. Donc, overall, as we've discussed, the WSIB premium goes down for the township, so it's probably an advantage for other departments, but unfortunately, it is not for the library. We'll go to the next slide. So if we look at operational expenses, we're asking 0.88%, which is a little rise in the collection development as usual. And we've made an adjustment for our public services to reflect more the reality. I'm asking $100 more for publicity and public relations. And to better control our finances, I'm just creating a new budget entry to reflect the IT expenditure.
Okay, now just out of curiosity, if I remember well from my time on the board, IT services were actually separate than the IT services of the municipality. Has it been looked at, or perhaps discussion at the board, is it worthwhile looking to work through our IT system? Or is it, I don't even know if it's feasible, but I mean, having two different ITs servicing municipal, the library and the municipality, I see it as there might be an opportunity there for some savings.
It's a good question. When I got in the position, I was surprised that there was no really IT help, as we are our own IT. So we've been encountered some safety on the website, so I was requesting from the CUPA, the Comté de Presse. CUPA. So I requested from their help for IT, and then that's how I decided to create that new budget line.
Okay.
To be able to
transition
over, perhaps if there's a plan to come on the same boat as you are. But at the moment, we buy our own license, we buy our own computers, and there's no really IT help that we have.
Okay.
So perhaps future discussion with Mr. Adetzik.
Can see what the possibilities are down the road. Mr. Adetzik?
I'm happy to hear this opening on that issue, because that was raised a few years back and there was no way they were to consider joining our network. So I'm happy to hear that there's an opening for that.
Thank you.
So for the next slide, operational revenue. So hopefully the provincial grants continues, and we still have our fundraising user fee and donation that continues. We're going to get again this year 90% of the allowed amount from the development fee. So for the budget for 2020, we're going to 62,250. It's a 65%. 0.65% increase.
Question, conseil, président?
Excuse, c'est à l'autre diapo que je viendrais dire. L'autre diapo, avant, ça disait diminution dans les services publics pour refléter la réalité. Ça voudrait dire qu'ils rapetissent les heures d'ouverture, c'est ça? Auquel autre service que c'est?
Non, c'est par rapport à l'hydro, l'Enbridge. Donc, avec la moyenne de consommation par année, j'ai enlevé un $500 ici, un $1,000 là, dans les fonds qui sont demandés, pour refléter un peu plus ce qu'on paye annuellement.
OK, c'est vrai que le budget était plus haut que qu'est-ce qu'il y avait vraiment besoin. OK, dans le service public, c'était ça, là, c'est Enbridge. OK.
C'est ça. Fait qu'est-ce qu'il y avait des questions pour les revenus?
Conseiller Tonaski?
Juste m'assurer que... moi, j'ai juste allé de reculons un petit peu. J'avais une question sur le IT. Si je regarde dans les gauches qu'on a ici, c'est pas correct, ça montre comme quoi qu'on a dépensé, on avait zéro de budgété dans les dernières années là-dessus, mais je sais que c'est pas le cas. Là, on demande 1500 pour le budget de 2020. Je voulais juste m'assurer qu'il n'y a pas une erreur dans les bons.
Madame Séguin?
Oui, c'est ça un peu le fonds qu'on veut créer. On n'avait rien qui était vraiment au budget.
Okay.
Puis c'est un peu ça qu'on est en train d'essayer d'évaluer pour faire des demandes dans le futur. Donc, cette année, je pense qu'on a déjà $900 au budget.
Okay.
Donc, c'est ça, on demande les
Merci.
Councillor Laurent?
But the budget that you're presenting here is what was approved by your board, correct?
Correct.
So for us, it's mainly just realizing whether or not we're going to fund the total amount, and if not, then you have to get back to your board and figure out where to save or where to cut, right?
Actually, it's it can be one option, but the reality is council can fix the line items and approve the budget, and that's it. That's all. As,
To fix
as,
their budget?
yeah, as per the training we had with Fred Deans a few years ago, that it's council who approves the budget. So if we make budget changes at this table, it's automatically carried to the library board. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Leduc, but that's,
That's not what I've ever understood.
yeah, it's through the training we had with Fred Deans. We control the budget. They present the budget, but for example, we can say, no, we're not funding this line item, we're not funding this line item, we're not funding this line item, this is the budget that council approves.
So my understanding is we approve the dollar amount,
Yeah.
they approve the budget. So if they're requesting a 5%, a 3% increase or whatever the increase is, from 500,000 to 550,000 as an example, that if we say, no, we're only funding 500,000, they're to take it back to their board and find the savings of the 50,000. It's not on council to find the 50,000.
Well, I'm not sure if we had a slideshow from Mr. Deans back then. If so, we could try and track it down, send it back to council to bring us back up to speed. When we talk about training sessions, might be time to have another training session on that subject at one point. Councilor Gardowski.
Like regardless of that one way or the other, it's still important to get this full presentation of details so we can make a decision either on the total or on the line items, right? I just want to be sure we're on the right page.
Quelle continuer, Madame Séguin?
OK, merci. Ça fait qu'on va passer aux immobilisations. Dans le fond, c'est juste un sommaire pour vous présenter les 3 dernières années. Donc, on est toujours en dessous de la moyenne du 2% à 1,26 et 1,87. Et puis, on va toucher au fonds d'infrastructure dans la deuxième portion. Je peux vous présenter les IMO en détail à la prochaine diapositive.
Ben, juste. Comme je regarde le 2020 Capital Projects, ça dit, c'est ça, 1,26%. Mais si on va de 60 000 à 75 000, on ne parle pas de 1,26%. Am I missing something? I think my math.
That's 25%.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting here going, there's something off. So.
Compared to 18, maybe.
Ben non.
You have to compare it to 19.
Je sais.
Oui. So, juste clarifier que, tu sais, peut-être faire des ajustements à slide là. Parce que même si tu regardes, tu sais, 2019 à 24 000, monté à 28 000, c'est pas 1,87% non plus.
Fait que là, je regarde ça.
Ouais, c'est 25%.
So, peut-être juste nous donner un sommaire, c'est quoi les projets capitaux pour la bibliothèque à ce point-là.
OK.
Ça, c'est-tu, ben, on va le discuter avec la section Capital Projects à la fin, j'assume aussi, M. Godin?
Projet capitaux.
Mais ça va faire partie des projets capitaux.
Oui.
Puis l'infrastructure, la même chose, ça va faire partie de ces discussions-là. Okay. So it's just realizing that it's not 1.26 and 1.87, that those two percentages will have to be redone in the slide deck. Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
C'est juste quand que je vois l'immobilisation et la contribution, je me demandais comment se fait que, comme en 18, puis là, on va en 19, ça va bien baisser, puis là, en 20, ça remonte. Parce que là, comme tu parles de 71, 60, 75, puis même la contribution municipale, 42, 24, puis là, ça remonte à 28. Pourquoi que ça va baisser l'année passée, puis que ça va tant baissé l'année passée, la moitié, puis 18, puis que là, ça remonte.
Give me force to use reserves.
Monsieur Godin?
Oui, je pense que l'explication peut être, ça peut être expliqué dans le sens que la bibliothèque est inclue dans la stratégie du fonds d'infrastructure. Donc, une portion du 2 millions qu'on a identifié plus tôt dans la présentation de l'asset management, une portion pour la bibliothèque. Ce qui avait changé, c'est en 2019 qu'on a implémenté cette stratégie-là pour stabiliser les contributions de taxes. Donc, le 42 000 qu'on voit là, c'était probablement en 2018 le montant qui avait été transféré au capital de la taxation. À partir de 2019, on a calculé le montant qui était le annual requirement de la bibliothèque, puis c'est un montant qui est transféré en réserve. Donc en 2020, ça ne veut pas dire qu'il y a pas qu'il y a beaucoup moins de projets qu'en 2018, sauf qu'on va chercher de cette réserve du fonds d'infrastructure. C'est ça on va le voir pas un petit peu plus quand on voit la liste des capitaux, mais c'est un petit peu ça, je pense, qui peut expliquer les variances de 2018 à 2019.
Fait que l'immobilisation, on va le voir comme que pourquoi ça passe de 60 à 75 000. On va le voir plus, mais qu'on repasse avec les capitales.
Oui, les projets de la bibliothèque sont inclus dans la liste des projets capitaux.
Ça, c'est là que ça va expliquer l'immobilisation.
Okay.
So, just to be clear, regardless of what the slide says at 1.26 or whatever, all of the capital projects that the library board are requesting are in the capital budget, which is included in the 2% increase that is being that was in the first draft. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because obviously that could have a difference of numbers, right? But just wanted to make sure.
Parfait. On peut continuer, Madame la Présidente.
OK. Désolée pour... on va revoir les diapos. Donc, pour les capital projects, cette année, on demande plus parce que là, il y a la caméra, les projets de sécurité pour la caméra, la phase 2. Fait qu'il y a 19 $ qui sont là, avec du rayonnage pour emprunt, pour remplacer le vieux rayonnage qu'on a dans la section des AR et dans la section des adultes. Ensuite, on aimerait ça mettre notre équipement informatique à jour. Donc, on demande de l'argent pour avoir 2 tours d'ordinateur puis 2 écrans pour emprunt et Russell. Et puis, on a de l'argent pour nos logiciels informatiques qu'on s'occupe nous-mêmes. Et puis aussi pour notre site web parce qu'on a un Canva qui nécessite une mise à jour et des updates avec une compagnie privée qui peut nous aider pour ça. Donc ça, c'est les projets capitaux. Puis dans les années passées, je sais qu'en 2018, c'était à 71 parce qu'il y avait eu un gros projet pour le système de bibliothèque qui avait changé. Et puis l'année passée, j'ai demandé un moins gros budget, mais cette année, à cause de toutes les choses que je demande au capital, ça revient dans le fond à 75 000. Et puis la dernière diapositive, c'est pour démontrer un sommaire de toutes les années. Et puis en rouge encore, c'est avec le nouveau taux de WSIB qui affecte la bibliothèque. Mais je voulais juste vous mentionner aussi que j'ai contacté WSIB, puis ce matin, à 10h25, j'ai reçu un courriel qu'on va recevoir les nouveaux taux en janvier 2020 avec une lettre. Puis ça se peut qu'ils remettent les taux, ils vont les recalculer. Fait que je ne sais pas comment que la bibliothèque va être affectée vraiment. Donc, on a encore une discussion là, de ce côté.
OK, parfait. Conseil de ça.
Juste pour revenir à l'immobilisation, c'est juste m'expliquer c'est quoi là, le premier thème, rayon en brun, replacement AR.
C'est les étagères pour les livres de la section des jeunes.
Les tablettes.
Les étagères.
OK. Pour en brun. Puis
oui.
Les rayons en brun adultes aussi, c'est juste des tablettes?
Oui, c'est ça. Ils sont pas mal plus désuets. À Russell, c'est pas mal mieux. Puis, ça serait le temps là, de faire un revamp.
Okay. Ma question, je sais qu'on est en discussion de choses que si on déménage la bibliothèque prochainement, c'est pour ça que je questionne pourquoi changer des étagères.
Ben, je penserais que vous achetez en conséquence si jamais la bibliothèque elle déménage, les étagères vont venir avec.
Oui, oui, c'est sûr. C'est pas du luxe, vraiment, c'est juste pour changer, pour avoir des meilleures étagères.
Les étagères ils vont être capables d'être déménagés à nouvelle location si jamais on va.
Ok,
C'est juste que le timing serait bon, c'est sûr, si on a une idée de quand on déménage ou si on déménage, sinon il s'en irait en brun à l'endroit actuel.
Non, c'est pour ça que je faisais juste faire sûr que si ça déménage, pour pas qu'on investit pour pouvoir accommoder dans le local qui est là, puis t'arrives dans, ça peut être 6 mois, comme ça peut être 2 ans, mais que là, que ça ne fait pas, puis qu'on est obligé d'avoir toutes des nouvelles tablettes pour accommoder pour les hauteurs et accessibilité et tout le kit, là, puis les grandeurs.
C'est certain.
Je regarde the computer software for your website Canvas, theme needs updates, on va venir au point d'IT, que, tu sais, comme c'est là, la bibliothèque a leur propre site, nous autres, on a notre propre site. Y aurait-tu, tu sais, possibilité d'avoir des discussions pour voir ça vaut-tu la peine d'avoir un site municipal que les résidents y aillent sur le site, puis c'est juste, tu sais, tous les services de la municipalité sont à faire à la même place. C'est juste une suggestion s'il y a des discussions possibles à ce niveau-là aussi. Okay. Y a-tu des questions? Council, administration, anything else on the library budget? As we see that, you know, WSIB definitely had an impact on the library services in this case, but Monsieur Leduc?
If we are to prepare, no, not if, we are to prepare a report to council regarding how to show the invoicing on the cost of the EOPP. Should this be a separate line also on the invoice, since it's being operated as a separate entity from the corporation?
Library services, you're asking?
Yeah.
I think if we're going to continuously operate as two separate entities, I would say so. If I see that there's a willingness from the library board to look at bringing it into the more collaboration within the administration of the municipality, then I'd say I'm okay to leave it as it is, but if it's always going to be that, no, it's separate, and the board decides that they want to keep everything separate, then we should show it as a separate line item. That way residents can know that, you know, as we had discussion, you know, do we have control over the amount? We do have control over the amount, so that's why it's a little more flexible in that sense. But
visually, right?
Visually.
You're not, it's not a user fee, it's just basically a visual line item that says, you know, instead of the policing that says $316 a household, as an example, or as a building, this is $150 per person.
yeah.
Pretty good.
Councilor Janowski?
We're gonna go that way, let's do all our services, arenas and swimming pools and everything else. You have 100% control over the budget, as you stated yourself, so that's the difference between the OPP and the library. So I think I would probably stand against that unless we do it for every single service and including garbage, including, you know, we'll let residents decide everything where they want to.
Well, I think realistically, that's why I say if there's a willingness of the library board to become more integrated within the municipality, then I'm fine with that. But if the library board strictly wants to stick to this is we control everything and there's, you know, we just want the approval of the budget and that's all they're looking for from council, well then, or I should say, if I look at it how it's historically been, then I think that I'm fine with having a separate line item. But if, like I say, if the library board is looking at, you know, finding efficiencies and working with the township, then I'm fine leaving it the way it is. Councilor Janowski.
So on that point, you have two council members that sit on the library board, and I can assure you that we are more than happy to make sure that if there are any economies that could be done working together, I think that only stands to reason. I don't think that currently that there is any reason why that shouldn't be happening already. And I think that, you know, Madame Seguin has already been working with Monsieur Godin regularly to make sure that we do that. So any economies that can be found, I'm sure that, I know the library board, I don't speak on behalf of all of them, but as a member of the library board, I can assure you that we would certainly push for that.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure from an administrative point of view, Monsieur Leduc, you'd probably have some ideas on how this can be better integrated as a corporation, and how you would see improvements done at the in the relationships between our administration and the library board administration.
It's a long debate, long discussion.
Not necessarily for budget.
No. But yes, I do see things that are duplicated, I see things that could be done differently, but the way it's conducted right now, it's done under 2 umbrellas. So that's why I was asking the question, if it's 2 umbrellas, should we show 2 umbrellas?
Well, I see there's openness from the board members here at this table that they would be open to seeing things come under 1 umbrella. Now we'll see if the board is, that's a discussion for the board, and we'll see if they're willing to go in that direction. And then at that point in time, if ever the direction from the board is no, they have no interest in coming under 1 umbrella, then council will have another discussion at this table as to how we show those costs. Councillor Janoski?
I just want to clarify, but there is a library act that requires us to have a separate board, separate entity, and so on. We're discussing here about working together to minimize costs, and I think that openness is there. And correct me if I'm wrong, and certainly in the last year, that's been demonstrated. I know Madame Seguin from our board level is always coming to you guys for either advice or ways. So if there is anything that maybe is not being done, I would encourage us to get on with it and see if we can get those economies done.
So perhaps down the road, it could be a report from our administration on what you see, Monsieur Leduc, as duplications and where improvements can be made. And that's a report council can look at, approve, and send it to the library board for their review. Councillor Associate?
Yeah, and the one thing that was raised was about the computers and the IT, like having 2 separate. I mean, that could be a savings right there, of just having one overseeing the computer equipment.
Perfect. C'est tout, Madame Seguin?
Oui, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Any other questions, members of council, on this one? No? Okay. We'll get back on track. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, M. Maire. Donc, je crois que si on veut se mettre en ordre pour le Charles.
Page 86, aménagement du territoire, bâtiment, développement économique.
C'est ça. Donc, c'est la section. On va commencer à la section 2L de votre comptable.
Dans ses verres.
Ellen Bond.
Ça commence à 10 à 12.
Madame Tremblay, do we need a coffee first? Or? No? Okay. Members council, do you want 5 minutes?
I would appreciate that.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back. Planning, the building, the economic development, and we're going to go straight to page 106, infrastructure. And it's under section 3M, starting off at 3M. C'est ça, Monsieur Godin?
Oui, c'est ça.
106 dans le slide deck. So, Monsieur Bourgon, you're presenting this one? Et voilà.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, en commençant, on peut voir l'organigramme du département. Council will notice that there's a change in the full-time employee from the years. Really, it's just a readjustment. That's the full-time position of our project manager. He wasn't always been included in our capital project, but it was not really reflected under the org chart. Donc, c'est pour cette raison qu'il y a un ajustement qui est fait au niveau des employés à temps plein du département. Donc, si j'avance pour les sections de travaux publics, qui est de 301 à 340, c'est les ajustements, c'est surtout des ajustements opérationnels là, des dépenses pour refléter les dépenses historiques des dernières années. Toujours dans le but de maintenir le même niveau de service. One of our major change in the operational, it's the lease of a new grader. So that piece of equipment is due to be replaced, but we've looked at that option, and we feel that's a feasible alternative. And there's also a big adjustment, part of our, just for winter control. There's a big, we did increase a lot our salt line budget. So that's one of the biggest adjustments that we've done in our public works.
I'm assuming you guys are gonna be looking at potential solutions, salt, sand combinations, certain roads, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, right now we're reviewing our salt management, so to use more sand in our, in certain levels, so we're reducing in a way the level of service of certain road, low volume roads. Obviously keeping the salt in village, not to put sand in our catch basins. But yeah, we are looking at different options. Our new snowplow that we purchased this year is equipped with a salt reader, if I can say. Donc on peut contrôler encore de façon plus efficace. On peut savoir exactement le tonnage de sel qui est appliqué par mètre. Donc, c'est une option qui va nous aider pour contrôler la quantité de sel qui est utilisée.
And the lease of the new grader, that will be, is that discussed later on?
Well, if you look at the next slide, that's where we did the analysis. Useful life of a grader of that type of equipment is 15 years. Approximately. Ours already reached the 20-year mark. We did lots of investment in that piece of equipment in the last few years. We did a little assessment, and we know that transmission, engine, the big plate, so basically the main blade, will be due to put major investment. So knowing all those things, we feel that it's add to the value of replacing that piece of equipment. Donc, un achat d'un équipement neuf, c'est environ 465 000 $. Donc, c'est pour cette raison qu'on a regardé à combien serait un investissement là, d'une location sur un terme de 5 ans. Donc, ça nous revient à un tel investissement, c'est environ 5 000 $ par mois pour un terme de 5 ans. Donc, ça crée aussi une économie dans l'opérationnel, parce qu'on n'a plus d'équipement, on n'a pas de service ou de pièces, dans le fond, de remplacement pour cette pièce d'équipement-là. Those lease came with, there's a servicing agreement, so at least, like all those type of repairs are covered under that monthly lease. So that reduced the impact, the annual impact on our operational budget.
Mr. Tarnowski?
When we move to lease away from the capital investment, are we taking that into account for our asset replacement policy?
Mr. Godin?
Yeah, so when we do our year-end exercises for the year 2019, essentially we're going to dispose of the existing vehicle, which will, in our asset database, reduce the annual requirement for that project.
And if I can just add that we're currently doing that practice with our front-end loader right now. Cette pièce d'équipement-là est basée sur des termes de 3 ans. Donc, au bout de 3 ans, on a toujours l'option de faire le rachat du résiduel ou si on veut, de le vendre. Puis là, que cette vente-là du résiduel est appliquée sur la location des prochaines années. Donc, c'est la stratégie qu'on a déjà présentement en place pour une pièce d'équipement. So that's why we're really we feel like it would be a good approach for this type of equipment. And to have a bit also there's some fine grading of our road when it's due to paving. It's a part of we do contract it out, and we saw lots of issues with the contractor to do that part. Donc en ayant une nouvelle niveleuse équipée de sensors puis des GPS intégrés, c'est une partie qu'on est confiant de pouvoir faire. Donc, c'est une dépense de moins à faire au moment des capitales.
Questions on that, Aaron? Councillor Janoski?
Just confirm, so where does that lease payment come from? And like what account is that?
Donc, cette dépense-là serait sous le volet du 300, du 303.
Road machinery?
Oui. Donc, et ce serait la ligne 64-51.
Maintenance, repairs of vehicles, rentals?
Donc, vous pouvez voir que le budget est augmenté de cette ligne-là de 30%, et c'est dû à l'allocation là, de cette nouvelle pièce d'équipement-là.
Ok. Si je pourrais juste avoir une explication sur la ligne 6480 Professional Fees Other.
Là, vous êtes dans le 301.
301, oui. Ça serait Professional Fees Other.
Oui, donc notre Transportation Master Plan is due to be updated already, and that's where that study is coming out of that specific line. So it's a one-time expense, and there's also an offset coming from the DC, like a share coming from DC for that study.
Yeah, that's it.
So if there's no more question for Public Works, we can move on to the Water and Sewer. So that's section 4P and 4Q in your binder.
4P?
4P and 4Q. So there's no major changes with the Water and Sewer Department. Again, both of them are due to update the master plan, so which it's coming out of our operational expense, which is a one-time, again, that you'll see in our professional fees. Nous avons aussi le maintien des frais d'usagers pour ces départements-là. Comme mentionné plus tôt par M. Godin, en 2020, nous allons réviser notre modèle financier and to see if all our user fee with the growth, the increasing growth that we've seen in those things, to see and what's the impact on our user fee and if they can be adjusted or not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Leduc, just note perhaps for the next meeting of council that we have a closed session for an update in regards to legal for water rates as to with how we're dealing with the city of Ottawa and that kind of stuff. Just an update for council where we are on that part. Conseiller Brisson?
C'est un peu ça, parce que je voyais que le taux variable d'eau, ça c'est le taux qu'on a de la ville d'Ottawa.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Oui, essentiellement, exactement. C'est le taux de la ville d'Ottawa plus ce que nous, on doit faire là, pour rendre ce coût d'opération qui est lié au traitement de cette eau.
Mais là, c'était-tu l'année passée que le taux d'eau avait monté d'Ottawa ou c'était cette année que ça a
C'est toutes les années. Ça fait
Non, mais,
depuis le contrat est signé, je pense qu'ils ont augmenté de 6-7% tous les ans sur le taux variable.
mais là, ça dit que le taux, ça maintient le taux. Ça fait que c'est-tu parce qu'il n'a pas augmenté ou c'est...
Monsieur Bourgon?
Présentement, c'est ça. C'est qu'on suggère de maintenir les taux de cette façon-là pour être capable de faire toute notre réévaluation là, en début 2020. Également aussi là, le projet de remplacement des meters maintenant complété. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on veut faire toute cette analyse-là là, en début d'année.
Oui, ça donne rien nécessairement. Changer le taux comme c'est là quand on sait qu'il va y avoir toute une réévaluation qui va être faite dans le début de l'année 2020. Questions, Councillor Janoski?
Question sur l'allocation à la réserve, le surplus de 411 724. Juste.
Quelle ligne?
Excusez, c'est ligne 3205 67, sewer allocation to reserve surplus deficit. C'est ce qui reste là après. So it's really high. I just wanted to confirm my understanding. So c'est ici qu'on va aller piger pour le fire que vous avez parlé, monsieur Gallin. C'est comme, il y a un surplus de 411 724. Ouais, merci. Fait que ça, normalement, une fois qu'on adopte, si on adopte le principe du fire protection, ça baisserait ce surplus-là pour cette année-là, pour le jet, c'est ça?
Je tente juste de trouver le 411 000.
Excuse-moi, c'est la page numéro 3, Sanitary Sewer System. C'est comme à bottom line.
Donc, non, c'est ça. Donc, non, le fire protection, c'est vraiment le département d'eau. Le 411, c'est sanitaire. C'est les égouts, donc c'est pas relié.
C'est pas relié partout. OK. Est-ce que je pourrais juste avoir une explication? Pourquoi, how come it's such a big surplus this year? Like, what's the biggest reasoning behind it? Other than, the individual line items?
In regards to why reallocating to the reserve?
Well, we're reallocating because it's surplus. I just want to make sure I understand. I just don't get it.
Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Bourbon?
Like it's a standard amount.
Yeah, like we have the asset, it's clear that it's asset replacement, that's why there's 166, but the line item be ahead of that, above that. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, M. Maire. Donc, pour répondre à ta question, je pense que c'est une des grosses ajustements qu'on a fait cette année. Un exercice qu'on ne faisait pas nécessairement chaque année, étant donné qu'on avait préparé un modèle financier avec des estimés et tout ça. On a pas mal suivi le modèle dans les dernières années. Cette année, réalisant qu'il y avait des fois des grands écarts, on a fait un petit peu plus de ligne par ligne. Puis par rapport aux revenus des frais fixes, il y a eu un gros ajustement qui a été fait à ce moment à cette ligne-là. On voit qu'il y a une augmentation du revenu. Au budget 2019, pour la ligne 411 5400, qui est les frais qu'on charge pour les égouts. Un calcul a été refait par rapport au nombre d'unités qu'on a présentement sur le réseau, qui est beaucoup plus élevé que ce qui avait été anticipé initialement à cause du taux de croissance qui est plus rapide. Donc, ça fait en sorte qu'on a un revenu pas mal plus élevé en 2020 qui est proposé, sans avoir nécessairement plus de coûts qui suivent ça. Donc, ça fait en sorte que cette année particulièrement, on présente un gros surplus. Et ça, c'est une des raisons pour qu'on veut réouvrir le modèle financier pour voir qu'il y a un ajustement à faire, pour vraiment regarder toutes les lignes pour voir c'est quoi voir un petit peu les estimer puis faire sûr que le modèle financier qui avait été adopté avant est encore applicable, ou s'il y a des ajustements à faire, qu'on puisse les faire en considérant tous les autres impacts aussi sur le budget.
Merci.
Autres questions? Non? Continuez, M. Bourbon.
Looking at all the GLs, there's one that was not included in my presentation, but we can briefly touch it. It's the section 380.
Onto the sanitary sewers?
That would be for the street lights.
That's section 4.
I just want to tell council quickly, there's no major change except that we did increase one of the account to reflect the increased amount of locate requests that we've received. Every locate that's done in the urban boundaries, the township, we are responsible to do the underground wiring for those street lights. And that would be one line item that we did increase. Dans le 380, ce serait la ligne 6480.
Dans la section 3O,
Section
3O.
3O.
Juste avant le
Okay.
So I apologize for that detail that I forgot in my PowerPoint, but I just want to take that little moment to mention to council that that's the only change regarding our streetlights account.
Okay. Parfait. On peut continuer.
And again, here it's just a little quick table to show how the history of behind our user fees, and again will be reevaluated throughout next year.
Yeah, this is what this table shows. Shows what was planned with the model that was approved a few years ago.
That's correct. But now where it's been 5 years, so
We're going to reevaluate.
Reevaluate and relooked at all those items. That same graph represents the same that we've been maintaining our fixed rate for the last few years. We can now change to section 4R, which is our storm sewer. That's a section that was created already a few years ago to really identify all our expense regarding the storm sewers. So in the event that eventually, if there's possibility to creating a user fee system, at least we'll know how much, at least the operational cost. Donc, l'an prochain, on va pouvoir débuter à travailler sur notre certaines recommandations qui sont sorties de notre étude de climate change ou notre master plan qui a été présenté au conseil quelques semaines passées. Donc, c'est un maintien de certains comptes. Il y a certaines choses qu'on n'a pas fait cette année, étant donné que nous avons complété l'étude plus tard. But we feel like maintaining those accounts for and starting next year to work on that operational. Next one will be section 4S, so our waste management section. What's in the budget right now reflects the current contract, but our collection contract is up for renewal in March. So last week our collection tender closes, as well as our organic waste depot. So for my next slide, I'll refer to those new contract and new option that's available. Pour débuter, les points qui ne changent pas, on maintient une collecte de gros items, un item par résidence. On a toujours une collecte de produits dangereux qui est recommandée. On maintient les subventions de couches jetables. Puis présentement, au moment où on a créé la présentation, on avait trois des subventions qui ont été attribuées. And also we're maintaining the third leaf and yard collection. Again, and that could change depending on the option that council select. The important changes to highlight and to keep in mind when thinking about all the possibilities in the next years. One, well, our contract for collection is up in March. We just complete our tender. Organic waste is an item that was highly requested by residents throughout the last surveys throughout the last few years. And right now, the province, the policy from the province talk about imposing that organic waste collection by 2025, and at the same time imposing a ban on organic waste going to landfill. Donc avec ces et aussi par 2023 la transition du programme de recyclage. Donc présentement on reçoit une subvention qui équivaut à environ 50% de nos coûts d'opération. Par 2023, ces coûts-là seraient couverts à 100%. So the first tender that was that we did in September, and it's the organic waste depot, and to see how much per ton it would cost us for to deliver that waste. There's only, as I mentioned to council back in August, there's only two facilities close by, one in Ottawa and one in Moose Creek. The one in Moose Creek, their numbers, it's 110 per ton. We're estimating about 1,000 tons per year. Et du côté de Réunion, qui est dans la ville d'Ottawa, c'est 124 $ de la tonne rapportée là, des déchets organiques.
And that's in regards to the province is estimating to make it mandatory by 2025.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, that was highlighted in my report in August that we believe if we're ahead of the curve, it may be cheaper than waiting until everybody is imposed to do so, and then to enter into those type or to offer that services.
But again, that's the province making that change will be another way of downloading an additional cost onto the townships at that point in time.
And just a side note on the GFL price at 110, that's considering that we keep on doing the leaf and yard collection separately. If we remove those collection, but we allow residents to dispose of their leaf and yard with the compost, that cost could be reduced. So we'll see later on that there could be that benefit of lowering the user fee. Et maintenant, pour parler du contrat de collecte, on a demandé aux entrepreneurs de soumettre un prix pour 3 scénarios. Un, c'est le statu quo, de maintenir le collecte de déchets et de recyclage comme il est présentement offert. We asked them also to bid on a scenario that the waste collection would be bi-weekly and organic waste weekly. And the third one, that the waste is collected weekly and as also the organic waste weekly. Just again on those tender, it's for a 7-year contract. It's based on a price per stop, and they also factored in our growth rate at the time, with the knowing that eventually throughout that 7 years they may require to add trucks in their routes in order to offer the service within a week. So we saw an increase in that price per stop. And also the other increase is right now the leaf and yard collection, it's $4,000 per collection. And after the tender, it's now $14,500 per collection.
We're seeing how many bags people are putting in.
Well, we did circulate the tonnage that we had that we've seen in the last few years as well. So they had access to all that information in order to do their bids. Again, as I just mentioned, if council decide to proceed with the organic waste collection, well, there's that opportunity to maybe just eliminate those leaf and yard collection entirely.
Conseiller Brisson, conseiller Lorraine.
C'était juste à la page avant, quand il y avait les 3 scénarios, juste une mention que si elle va avec le scénario B, avec les déchets aux 2 semaines, puis l'organique à chaque semaine, je pense juste à des petites entreprises que souvent ils n'ont pas grand organique, mais ils ont le même montant de déchets, et que les remettre à 2 semaines, s'ils regardent avec juste un sac, que c'est remis pour 2 semaines, comparé, il faudrait qu'au moins que ça soit comme mis 2 sacs. Je ne sais pas si tu comprends ce que tu veux dire. Que si on baisse la quantité qu'on met, parce que le but de mettre les organiques, souvent on dit ben c'est pour baisser la quantité de déchets, mais qu'il y a beaucoup des petites entreprises tout ça, qui n'ont pas grand déchets organiques, ça fait que ça de prendre ça tout en considération.
Ben, on voit sur le prochain slide, tu vois les tableaux, puis les différents scénarios, puis les coûts. So, current user fee, 185, scenario A, status quo, that's seeing that there's going to be an increase with the new contracts, c'est ça, M. Bourgon?
Exactement. Donc, le scénario A, and again, that table here, it's based on if we're doing a transition January 1 and it runs for a full year. So to start off, I want just to show council that would be the impact on a full year under the new contract that was tendered recently. So again, scenario A, it's to keep the service as is. There's an increase of $10. So that's the minimum that would be facing our resident with a full year under those year contract.
And then scenario B and C is what you mentioned in your previous slide, which is, scenario B is waste bi-weekly, so garbage pickup every 2 weeks, and every week we do weekly pickup.
Mhm.
And option C, which is every week we do garbage and organic pickup.
And the note, I want to put attention on the note, basically that if we do remove the leaf and yard collection, that's a cost saving of $6 per unit per year on those years with the organic collection.
And Mr. Godin, correct me if I'm wrong, at the beginning of the slides, 2% increase was roughly $32 per household. So realistically, if we go with a scenario B or C, we're creating a 6% increase on our residents.
That's right.
That's right. Councilor Godin?
6% on top of the two?
Well,
Or 6% total?
it's 6%, the scenario B and C represents roughly 6% increase.
On its own?
Just on its own, yeah, it's roughly,
That's what I'm asking, so
Yeah.
6 plus the 2?
Yeah.
So you're saying, okay. Can I ask a question?
yeah.
So, scenario A is status quo, which is a weekly collection. I guess the collection up top is garbage, correct?
That's it. The collection, so it's, the collection, so just basically the truck driving around to collect the bag per resident.
Okay? So, if my garbage collection under scenario A is weekly and it's $88, and I have no other collection, like organics or anything like that, it's the status quo, how come my collection is at 108 when I'm only collecting every other week? And then on the flip side, on scenario C, where we're back to collecting once a week, why is it up to 122 from 88 when you're adding in the organic collection on the bottom every week?
Mr. Bourgon?
I asked myself the same question. I should tell council that we did receive only one bid for that tender. And as I mentioned, they were bidding on the price per stop. So basically, the price per stop bi-weekly of garbage was more than double the cost they're charging us to do it weekly. So it was that. So it's we believe it's they're buying basically the truck to do that collection, and it's parked every couple of weeks.
Okay, so then under scenario C, they're collecting every week,
Mm-hmm.
organics every week, they're paying $100 for organics. Why am I paying 122 instead of 88?
That's the way they submitted.
That's the price they gave us in the tender.
Like, what more are they doing? Do we not know?
But they did it, drop the price of the waste depot. They should pick up the same amount, but they dropped the.
Mr. Bourgon?
Again, that's the bid we received from Waste Management. So that's another company entirely. We've been having the same rates for the last 7 years. Now they're looking at rates for the next 7.
When did it close?
Last Thursday,
Okay.
or last Wednesday, sorry.
Okay.
And it was publicized for over a month and a half. We sent lots of invites. 7 companies did pick up the tender document, and we received only one bid. One of our assumption, maybe we scared people by asking different scenarios.
Was it the 7 years maybe?
Maybe. We don't have any
Did
explanation
you
as to
follow up
why.
with any of them to find out why they didn't submit?
We haven't. We can do that. Basically, we still need to be careful the way we ask our question. But we can try to follow up with some of them to see how come we only received one bid.
Well, right off the bat, one bid concerns me. And if only one person bid and six of them decided not to bid, was there a problem with the actual RFP? The understanding, the different options, the term? I don't know what the answer is, but I think we need to find out. Secondly, I question the validity of the numbers in there because they don't make sense, right? Take out scenario B. Just take it out because it's a bi-weekly and we've never done it. Scenario A and scenario C are exactly the same, except you're adding organics. So why are the prices different for everything else? That, to me, is a red flag. And if we don't have the answer to it, then I can't pick one of these if you're asking me to pick one. In terms for the budget purposes, I can't pick any of those scenarios, and to be honest, I would say we go back to the drawing board on that.
Conseiller Brisson?
C'est juste, est-ce que, avec le scénario A et C, collection, ça c'est pour ramasser, c'est parce que là, tu as un autre camion pour l'organique qui les ramasse, que là, ça passera de 88 à 122?
Exactement. Puis encore là, les contracteurs, c'était à eux de déterminer un peu la façon qu'ils vont s'y prendre, combien de camions qu'ils vont mettre sur la route.
Non, ben c'est pour ça, probablement que le 88 à 122, qu'est-ce qu'il peut expliquer, c'est que là, on a une collecte d'organique, qu'il faut qu'il fasse une collecte séparée.
But there's an extra 100 already for organic.
Yes.
Oui, mais,
It's its own line item.
oui, mais là, c'est-tu pour disposer de l'organique? Comme que ça l'est, waste depot puis recycling, là, c'est pour pouvoir disposer de ça, c'est pas pour pouvoir le ramasser, je pense. C'est ça? Collection, c'est pour le truck. Le waste depot, c'est qu'est-ce que ça leur coûte pour l'envoyer à la place. C'est que je comprends pas, par exemple, pourquoi que le recyclage, ça coûte plus cher que les garbage. Parce que les garbage, d'habitude, il faut qu'ils payent. Ben, je pensais que c'était plus cher.
Ben, recyclage, on sait que le coût de recyclage, il va dépasser le
Puis même, ça, c'est un item que le coût de dépôt de recyclage est moins cher que notre contrat actuel.
Ouais. Mais c'est pour ça, je pense que qu'est-ce qui arrive, la collection, ça, c'est le nombre de trucks, puis l'autre, c'est pour disposer des trois différents matériaux.
I think that makes sense. It makes more sense if you look at it that way.
Parce que l'organique, c'est plus cher, parce que là, il faut qu'il le compost puis le trimballer plus que l'autre à d'autres, puis il faut rien que le frauder puis la titre, l'autre, il faut qu'il le retourne.
C'est moi, je trouve que c'est drôle que le coût de recyclage il baisse. Parce qu'on sait qu'ils ont plus de misère à s'en débarrasser du recyclage.
Ouais, mais il faut aussi penser la location de la compagnie. Cette compagnie-là, si leur garage est à Ottawa, puis leurs 2 sites de recyclage est à Ottawa. Donc, eux, ça fait du sens. Donc, c'est un impact positif de leur part d'avoir le recyclage, puis ils ont le contrôle, ils peuvent savoir exactement où envoyer le recyclage.
So, est-ce que dans ce cas ici, comme c'est là, notre recyclage, il va à Rare à North Glengarry. So, il y a potentiel que ça va plus, là, c'est ça?
Exactement.
Puis là, ça pourrait changer.
So, donc, juste pour clarifier, les déchets de notre collecte de déchets, c'est vraiment le Collection and Waste Depot. Organique à 100 $, ça inclut vraiment la collection et le dépôt à la location.
So then it's not making sense again.
C'est pour ça que j'ai dit, tout de même, que si c'était 3 items différents, que ça expliquerait pourquoi que l'autre a monté de...
Mais essentiellement, on a eu un appel d'offres qu'on a reçu, on n'a pas de comparatif, je suis pas en mesure de pouvoir vous dire le pourquoi que le prix de l'arrêt varie beaucoup.
So what's council's option? Can we re-tender?
Basically, that was one of my intention, to do a post-tender addendum, maybe on a clarification on a specific scenario. That could be one option. Again, we need to be careful when we retender,
Councilor Saucier, Councilor Lorraine, Conseiller Brisson.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, so that has to be 3 different pickups, right? So So you have your green bin being picked up separately, and then you've got your garbage, and then you've got your recycling. Because right now, like my recycling gets picked up, then the truck comes back, gets my garbage, then there'll be another swoop for the organic waste.
Mr. Legault?
No, we didn't clarify with the, like in our tender, how they would proceed. They can use split bodies, like split trucks, if they feel like it would be more productive. But essentially, yes, it's tree services, it's tree collection. Like in the tender, like they actually put an amount per stop for those tree collection. So I could have simplified for council that basically to resume in the three services: your waste, your recycling, and organic, to include collection and deposit. So essentially, like it could be resumed that way. That we could be offering three service or versus two.
So roughly, we're looking at about $100 a service.
Exactly. If we do go with the organic collection, it would be roughly, and I did just a quick exercise to see how much, like the phase-in, and like the phase-in in between the contracts by March. So there would be a small reduction in the total user fee by doing it that way. So like it would be a big increase for 2020, then a smaller increase for 2021.
And it makes sense to include the leaf pickup in that too, because then you'd have a savings there.
And
with the organics, because that's organics.
And the only thing I haven't done with my scenarios, it's the organic won't start in March. We need more time for communication to our resident. So there's also that fee that would change for next year.
You don't mind? So, can I assume that in our RFP we're protected or under our purchasing policy from only receiving one bid, and then under the RFP we reserve the right to not accept any of the bids that were there? So this really does concern me. And I think we need to find out why people didn't tender. And I don't think it's the whole thing of one company scratching the other's back. That this is 7 companies that do this for a living. Considering ABC has done it for the last 10 years, why would they not consider continuing with it? You know what I mean? Like I don't understand that. And even GFL, who own the facility over here, I know they were very when they got the contract to bring it there, they wanted to pick up as well. So to have none of them tender, that concerns me. So I would really want to know why they didn't tender, and I'm sure that they would tell us. It's either contract length, it's one of the things, and I don't know if there's a way that you could put in 3, 5, and 7 year terms in the RFP as an example with scenarios A, B, and C. Maybe that was something that was an issue, but I don't know. If we don't ask, we're never going to know, right? I don't like this. I really don't. Unfortunately, I'm not saying anything against it. I don't like what I'm seeing. The costs to me are extremely high if we were to start an organic program right away. I mean, that's a significant increase. So,
Conseiller Buisson?
C'est un peu justement pour résumer qu'est-ce que le conseiller Lorrain vient de dire, que avant de retourner back à des soumissions, vu qu'on a eu rien qu'un, d'aller contacter les autres pourquoi qui n'ont pas soumissionné. Est-ce qu'il y a un manque de temps qu'il y a eu? Est-ce que, comme justement qu'il disait, c'était trop compliqué d'avoir 3 scénarios? Allez le voir, justement, dedans, c'est juste pour renforcer ce point-là, moi aussi, parce qu'à un scénario, c'est dur à comparer, puis il y a toutes sorti des points que je voulais dire, justement, que ABC, ça fait longtemps, l'autre, il est direct ici. Fait que, Mais qu'après ça, d'aller à la soumission, parce que, comme surtout quand il y en a 7,
This would be my suggestion for, in regards to budget process. I'm not ready to jump up $100, 6% just for this one item. I would suggest that we budget for scenario A, where next year, for 2020, we don't have an organic. But when you go back to tender and when we figure out what's going to be the next steps, because organics aren't required from the province until 2025, so we do have some time. And the way, it could be that when we tender the document, it's that, option is for the year 2020, it's status quo. In 2021, 2022, 2023, there's options there for council to include the organic program at said point in time. But, I've heard lots of people tell me they need their roads fixed as opposed to, compared to organic. And I could see people accepting that we're putting that much more money into a roads program as opposed to an organic program. So, Councillor Associate?
Well, again, I'm hearing the opposite, especially as people move here from Ottawa. Most of them have already been doing this, and they're going, why don't we have this program here? And for a municipality of this size, most of them do have an organic program. So I think it's something we do have to look at, and if they want that service, we have to pay for it. But I agree with Councillor Moran about the tendering process and why, they didn't go with it. And I think we need to look at that and give different options to the companies and see if we can get a better deal.
Councillor Lai?
What did we budget into the budget? Was it scenario A, B, or C?
I budget scenario, what's in front of you right now, it's based on scenario A with the current contract. So the user fee didn't change.
It's at 185.
Exactly. Because
So,
at the time.
Because it's a user fee, it doesn't affect the budget itself, so we'd be going up from 185 to 191. But again, we won't know until that's done. So I guess for the budgetary reasons, you're showing this, but we're not actually, doesn't have an impact to the 2%.
That's it. So
Correct.
basically, I want to take the opportunity today to brief council on the two tenders that closes within the last week and a half, and to get a feel of how do we proceed and how I can adjust that budget for the second draft.
So really, as you point out, the line item itself won't change the budget. It's just end of the day, how much money is coming out of the resident's pocket. If we
Right.
decide to go with scenario B or C, well, we're charging the residents an extra $100. So, but again, it's budgeted as scenario A. We have some time to make sure that we get this right, because this is going to be a long-term contract, most likely 7 years. We want to make sure we get the best bang for our bucks. So, if that's what's budgeted right now, scenario A, I'm fine with it. Councillor Besson?
juste une question par curiosité, c'est pourquoi le 7 ans? Souvent, tu parles de 2 ans, de 5 ans, pourquoi 7?
On a vraiment c'est ce qui avait été recommandé en 2012 lors de ce contrat-là, donc on a juste utilisé la même tendance.
C'est plus facile pour une compagnie d'acheter un camion sachant qu'il y a un contrat de 7 ans pour le payer.
C'est pour l'amortissement de ce véhicule-là, essentiellement.
Non, c'est ça, je demandais ça, pourquoi que c'est pas bon? Pourquoi le 7?
C'est ça, that's the reason behind it. It's easier, when you're bidding on a longer term contract, you can sharpen your pencil a little bit more. Monsieur Leduc?
Mr. Conseil, the first invoicing of this fee is only in March next year. So even though you were to pass the budget right now, not addressing this issue, we can still proceed with the review as you suggest, probably in hoping we can retender and come back to council with the responses from the second tender or whatever we can come up with, and how it impacts the user fee. Well, we can always change that user fee anytime we wish once we do sign a contract. So in relation to the budget, I mean, it's not now that needs to be decided.
Councillor Sosi?
Did we look at other municipalities and what they're paying for a similar service, like of our size?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Right now, all municipalities are doing things so differently. Out of the 8 municipalities in Prescott Russell, everybody's doing it completely different. Some have landfills, some have not. Some allow 5 bags, like us, only 1. So our programs that's being offered to residents vary so much that it's hard to compare. And right now, most of those municipalities are looking at us, and are asking us how we do it, how did you proceed last year to implement some of those services.
So
The organics will reduce the garbage by 1/3.
Well, my estimates are based on 1/3. A good program could see easily half or even some municipality up to 60% diversion from what goes to the landfill. So, and for like here, the township, we do have an urban setting. Most of our residents are in villages, so that helps such program. Compared to if you look at other municipalities in Prescott Russell, which is the opposite for rural, for them it would be harder to implement an organic program.
The only concern I have is for years and years and years, since I've been a kid, I've heard about recycle, and a report comes out from the government this year saying that only 9% of recycling is actually being recycled, and everything else is going in the landfill. So, when we talk about it's going to save 1/3, well, I'm sure that's what they said 20 years ago, that recycling was going to be a big savings, and we haven't seen that as, it hasn't had that much of an impact.
Composting is what I said. Composting reduces your garbage by 1/3. You have 1/3 less garbage when you compost, because 1/3 of it is organic waste.
I understand that, but that's what they said. They said recycling had a big impact, and we find out today it's 9%. So that's where I'm hesitant. But again, I think we have time in regards to the budget. We can move on. This item, we'll see where it comes back. If there's any other questions, go see that.
Yeah, to me, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to cost, right? And we gotta figure out where our costs need to go.
Yeah.
And it's, we are doing a recycling program, we are doing a collection program. If people are doing that, some people are composting, which is reducing for them. But at the end of the day, if $16 is 1% of taxes, then we're looking at a significant increase if we're equating it to taxes for a service that maybe not everybody does want to use, or can use, or will use. It's tough. I mean, I wouldn't want to, and I've had to do this in the past, where we lay an 8% tax increase operationally, which this is an operational increase, an 8%. That can't be touched. It's 8%. That is what it is. I know it's user fee, but it's still the equivalent of an 8% or 6% increase, or whatever that number is. So it's difficult when we've got other shortfalls on the other side. We've got other projects that we need to do, whether it be roads or infrastructure or whatnot. So that's a tough one for me right now. So right now I'm in scenario A until we can get more clarification. If we can get the number down in a competitive process, then so be it. Take a look at it, but at that number right now, I can't.
Right. I think for me anyways, I can't see us going down to a bi-weekly garbage pickup. I think when you're looking at those items, I don't think, if members of council are saying they're open to picking up garbages every 2 weeks, I'd be very surprised, but hey, we'll look at the scenarios when they come. Okay.
See, I would go with scenario B. I only put my garbage out every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, with a family of 5, I can tell you, it's usually more than 1 bag a week.
But I compost.
So I'd rather give everybody a compost bin for their house. Conseil, that in?
I can tell you from the amount of times I've campaigned in this municipality, the one thing that they talked about was when we talked about garbage, and especially when we moved it to a user fee, was what I used to get 52 tags. I put as many bags out as I wanted per week, as long as I can use all my tags. and I'll buy other tags at that point in time. And, you know, and then we switched it, and they're like, well, now you've done that, do not go to bi-weekly pickup. Do not. So that's what I've heard on the flip side. Whether individually we would do it or not is one thing, but in terms of what the general public want, they want their garbage picked up every week.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, Monsieur Bourgon.
Dans le fond, les autres items, là, c'est encore une fois, juste pour monter graphiquement là, ce que l'impact sur nos frais d'usagers aurait l'air, ça dépend du scénario. On va continuer à faire nos recherches pour revenir au conseil le plus rapidement possible, parce qu'on va être en mesure de pouvoir donner un contrat le plus vite, car si la nouvelle compagnie a besoin d'achat de camions, ben, ça leur prend quand même un certain temps en fait d'être en mesure de prendre charge au mois de mars puis qu'on n'a pas payé de service ou quoi que ce soit.
Ok, parfait. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Leduc, Madame Guitard, going to Parks and Rec?
What?
Madame Tremblay is not back yet, so we'll proceed to Parks and Rec.
Okay, so first, page 122, I believe, 121.
T.
T.
Oh, sorry, T, yeah,
In our
section
budget.
T. So the first diapo is for the organigram of the department. So nothing has changed too much by repositioning some hours, and so we've decreased some hours. So because of that, we see the FTE went down a little bit. But other than that, there's no major change for the organigram. So the first slide is the administration slide, where we inform council of the upcoming grant application that we usually make every year, and also some that we're awaiting some answers, like the one from New Horizon. We've made a request for an exercise part, which is more accessibility exercise. So usually this answer comes in January, so this would be January 2020. And of course, we have the big grant application that is coming up for the rec complex that will be sent early November for the $36,655,000. So there is a mistake on the total on that page. We should be reading $36,699,396.
Conseiller Lorrain, Conseiller Brisson.
So am I to assume the 36,655,000, that's for the 75% portion of the $50 million project?
Yeah, that's right.
Is
That's
that
correct.
why it's?
Yes, yeah, I just put their portion.
Okay. Just making sure we're all on the same page, because
Okay, so if there's no more questions for this one. So for the next two slides, we've talked briefly about programs and some of the new ones we'd like to bring. So I'm not sure if there's any questions on this. It's information for council, and we've added also some numbers for the adult programs, children programs, summer camps, swimming lessons, and the drop-ins.
Councillor Sosa?
And I was just wondering, have we looked into French language training in the township?
Madame Guitard?
Yes, we are looking for teachers for French, and also we had a request for Spanish. And there is presently a little survey monkey on the website asking for instructors. We've had some difficulty in retaining some instructors, so we're hoping that we will have some people that will come forward.
This might be, have you had this discussion at the library board, if the library board wanted to report, offer that kind of service?
Well, they had kind of an informal French workshop where people would drop in, and it was just sort of conversation and stuff, but I was thinking more of a reading and
A
writing.
more formal
and, yeah.
course, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're looking for, one for the Spanish one. And, yeah, some more specific instructors are more difficult to find.
Monsieur Leduc?
That hits a point regarding the library strategic plan. I had a discussion with Mrs. Seguin about programming, and I understand, Mr. Mayor, that French language from their mandate should be given by them. Same thing as a Lego group should be a recreation program. So those are the kind of issues that are there right now that need to be addressed. But I think that the French language should be an educational, which is a library responsibility as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think we need to, like, I see more library on the educational side of things and recreational side on the, but it's discussions to have. Councillor Tarnowski, Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, again, I would be very careful in starting to categorize specific things. I think an open dialogue to make sure that we're not duplicating is really where it's at, because I know a few years ago, we had wine pairing and all of a sudden that was educational, but it was not for the library. So, I'm just all for collaboration. It's just whatever works as long as we're not duplicating.
Conseil Lorrain?
My question is for the programs, if we can actually go to the next slide on that, because that's where I'm, yeah, no. Did you miss this? Did we pass it?
There's two slides.
This
Is
one.
this one?
Yeah, this one here.
Okay.
So these the programs that you've listed here, are these programs there because there's a lack of programming in the township for those programs? I get concerned when we've got, when we're doing something that either the Maison des Arts are doing or private business are doing, and, you know, cause I get on the side of the private business calling me going, well, why are you offering this type of class? That's what I do. So why is the township taking away that type of class when people should technically be filtering to the private sector, and we should be focusing on things that aren't offered, like where there's a lack of programming, unless they're all full and you're saying that there's a need for additional programming. That's where I get a little bit concerned, and I want to make sure we're not competing against the Maison des Arts as an example for certain French language programming, because that's what their mandate is, or private business, and I'll use ballet as an example, where we have ballet schools in the township. Why would we offer a ballet class as part of our programming?
What I can answer to this is most of these programs, when they were started about, I would say 12 years ago, none of these programs in our township. What I can say from this also is we lost some instructors that decided to go by their own and start their own program. So we saw that also. And then we saw some newcomers, new karate schools and exercise, new personal trainers, but these people were not there 12 years ago. So I'm just questioning myself, should we stop now doing our programs because these people are there as of today, but they were not there 12 years ago when we started the program? The other thing also that we like to emphasize on is that our programs are sometimes more accessible than the private businesses. And also we try to differentiate ourselves. Let's say, like you mentioned, Maison des Arts. Maison des Arts is exclusively French, so we are offering only English dance lessons so that we don't impede in their program. Ballet, we were offering that about 10 years ago, then we stopped for a couple of years and we started again. So now we know that there's a ballet school now in Russell. So this is where we are caught a bit in this. It's because when we started 12 years ago, there was nothing. This is why we brought programming, municipal programming, because people were complaining there was nothing in our township.
Right.
Now that all those programs are there, and a lot of them are working good, we get this, so.
Well, that's the thing, I mean, we were there to take up the shortfall. Now is it up to us to maintain that, knowing that there's no longer a shortfall, and actually there's probably a shortfall of people that are registering, we're taking away from, other places, like, if we were offering, and maybe we are, I don't know for 100%, maybe if it's French ballet classes, well, great. Well, that's not being offered today by private, let's offer the French classes.
Yeah.
But if we're offering same service, well, to me, I think we defer to the private sector, let them do it, and let us focus on something else that is not being offered in the township. I'm just making that suggestion.
So like I said, like those exercise classes, we started that years ago, like when we started programming, like it's about 12 years ago. There was no exercise classes in the township. Then Zumba came in, and then all kinds of different names for those exercising classes. So we still kept most of our instructors. Some of them, like I said, we lost because they went privately. So they're offering classes, and some of them are renting our rooms, so we still have, something coming out of this.
I think there's different scenarios, right? And it's option choice. Perhaps, the private industry has a Zumba class on Monday and Wednesday nights. I'd love to go, but I can't Monday and Wednesday nights. But the township has one on Tuesday and Thursday nights, which I can make. Or maybe I'm somebody who likes to do Zumba every night, and I go, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I think some of the programs as well that we offer, it's actually the private industry that's partnered with the municipality and is offering our municipal programs. I'm not sure if that's still the case, Madame Vital, but I know in the past we've had some private businesses offering courses through us.
Yes.
As far as instructors go.
Yeah.
So they
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
fine. I just wanna make sure we're working in conjunction and we're complementing, like the example of the Zumba, that's great. If they're only open those days and we're open the different days, then so be it. As long as it's a complement to what we're doing and not a competition.
Right, but again, in regards to competition, if we start saying we're not, I see most of the line items there, it's probably somebody in the private sector doing it somewhere in the municipality.
Like when we started the paint nights, there was nothing like this in the township. But then everybody's doing it now. In a lot of restaurants, for them it's an extra revenue because people are walking in to do the paint nights, and it's generating customers for their place. So we never said anything. We kept on having our paint nights, but it's a different program by itself.
And I think it's giving the residents of choice. That was one of the big reasons why we allowed a gym to be open in the township, in the Dome, right? We gave choice. It's up to, I was in private business for many, many years. It was up to me to keep my clients happy coming back to me. Now, a client decides to leave us or leave the private sector to go vice versa, it's their choice. So it's a catch-22. It's not a matter of competing. If we were offering our programs and we were cutting everybody's throat and we were a lot cheaper than everybody else, then I'd say, yeah, that's an issue. But if we're offering a service that's comparable to the private sector and people are choosing, we don't know why they're choosing to come to us or why they're choosing not to go to the private sector. But I think that's the resident's choice. When I grew up in Ottawa, I did martial arts through the city. And then with time, I went up to the private sector and I joined the private sector. So, choice is never a bad thing, in my opinion. Conseiller Brisson?
Moi, j'ai juste une couple de questions line by line.
C'est quel numéro tu parles?
Page 1.
C'est quoi le...
C'est dans les 635 Daycare.
Daycare 635.
Quand il arrive à 55-55, on voit que les revenus, comme c'est à 5 000, 7 000, puis même comme c'est là, on est rendu à 6 000, puis l'année n'est pas finie, puis il remet un budget de 5 000.
OK,
C'est,
so 55?
Daycare
55,
before and after.
55.
Dans les revenus.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
it's the
maybe.
canteen food commission, it's,
Le food sale.
um,
OK, food
Yeah.
sale.
yeah, those are the meals that we offer in the summertime. So it's basically an in and out. So what we charge, we pay back the caterer, because it's catering services. So we offer, yeah, that's the
Ouais, c'est
revenue,
ça.
that's the money we collect from the parents, okay? So we put it back to 5,000, because this year was like a bigger year, but if you see $5,000 there, you'll see 5,000 in the expense, because it's an in and out. So whatever we charge the parent, we basically pay
We do it
back
for
to the
cost.
catering.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the food cost that we have to pay.
OK.
And we're offering that just for the summer, so parents have a little break for lunches.
C'est juste qu'il est un peu en deux, mais comme tu dis, ça revient.
But it's
ça
reflected
revient
it's
en jeu.
reflected in the expense.
Mhm. Puis je voyais aussi quand il arrive à la ligne 61,80, les salaires overtime, je vois que c'est beaucoup plus haut tout le temps de ce qui est estimé. Que même l'année passée, c'était juste pour 1 500 $. Puis que comme c'est là, on est déjà rendu à 3 000, puis il a remis encore juste 1 500 $. Comment se fait qu'il y a tant d'overtime de ce qui est estimé? Tu parles de beaucoup, là, de 1 500 à 5 000.
Well, that's over a year, so
Ouais.
Si
c'est
beaucoup
pas,
d'overtime que ça.
that's not very much, but you have to remember that a daycare runs on ratios, so if we are under ratios, we need to have a staff present, an extra staff present, so sometimes we need to have the daycare manager to step up and go on the floor, because lately we've been having a lot of issues to secure staff.
Je pense que le point de conseiller Brisson, c'est est-ce que ce montant-là, dans le budget, devrait être un petit peu plus haut?
Ouais, c'est ça, au lieu de 1 500, on
oui.
voit que les autres années, c'était presque 5 000, puis d'autres 5 400. Chez nous, ça, comme ça va augmenter, fait que ça peut bien un 6 000 $ à la place de 1 500, de 1 600.
We could ask finance to raise that if you.
Parce que c'était juste que, logiquement, s'il en a besoin, que c'est pas un problème de gestion d'employés.
I don't think it's a management issue with the staff, it's just a shortage of staff, and because we have a daycare license, we need to respect the ratios.
But again, in the daycare before and after program, that's a
That's a
section that we're, it's self-sufficient, we're actually making money with that.
It's very self-sufficient.
So if it's, even though we change it in the budget,
It
at
won't,
the end.
it doesn't affect, because it's a user fee, it doesn't affect the budget.
Ben,
No.
Councilor Associate?
Yeah, in League Deux, I was just had a question, why in before and after, like, it seemed like it was really consistent, and then in 2019, the actual was so much lower.
It's up to
Because it's
August
only
31st.
until August, the year is not
Right.
done.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go back
I'm
to,
Tired.
we go back to the PowerPoint.
juste une question.
So here, we
Excuse,
just,
Madame Victor,
oui.
question, conseiller Brisson.
C'était juste l'autre PowerPoint avant. Justement, c'est un peu comme avec le point de conseiller Lorrain. Quand ils disent le new to follow à 2020, le preschool group, puis que comme la maison de la famille, c'est-tu déjà de quoi qu'il offre, juste faire sûr qu'il n'y a pas de duplication.
we do have the family, la Maison de la Famille. We also have counties that do programs during the weekend. But we've been asked a lot from the community to have preschool programs, so they don't find that we have enough programs during the week. So we're looking into having more of those programs for
So-
preschool.
When somebody approaches the municipality and says, I'd like, do you have this type of program? We're looking for a preschool program. Are they being referred to the existing? And they're still
Yes.
asking for?
They're asking for more. It's either because it doesn't agree with their schedule, or that's not the kind of programming they want to see. So there's a lot of reasons.
Okay.
And the cost,
Hmm?
and the cost.
But again, that comes back to the discussion. We don't wanna start undercutting everybody, because that's not our role either.
No, because counties and the Maison de Famille don't charge. It's all free. So, there you go. So,
You can't be
honestly, we've
prostitute.
lost a little bit to them, but it's okay because we understand that families will go where it's cheaper for them. So on page 125, we just wanted to show council the Emblem Community Center for the bar revenues, because you will probably notice that the bar revenues are lower again this year. And something that we wanted to make a point is when we allow those special occasion permit nights for the local community groups, what happens is we lose the bar revenues. Even though we do ask for a higher rental fee, we still lose about $18,000. Like this year, if you count about 6 events, we lose approximately 18. And this is factoring that we're only making $3,000 at the bar. So it is important revenue, and we do understand that there was a reason behind allowing the special occasion permit nights to community groups, but still we wanted council to be aware of this.
Conseiller Brisson.
Mais tu disais community group, mais je crois qu'il y en a rien comme 2 vraiment, que c'est community group, le carnaval puis souper de mort. Les autres, c'est toutes des choses.
No, the Kin Club. The Kin Club is one.
Okay.
And Surveillance en Brun is a non-profit, so
Okay.
for us it's the same deal.
C'est tout les
Yeah.
groupes.
Yeah.
Ouais, il y a raisonné pour ça.
Yeah.
Conseiller Laurent.
In the loss of revenue that you show for $18,000, is there also the offset of staffing that's included, or
No,
that's strictly cash to cash?
That's just strictly the cash.
So I think we need
But
to
the
also
s-
account for the fact
Yeah,
that
the
we're not.
staffing is very low because
Yeah.
it's one staff for maybe 4 or 5 hours, so that's not, maybe at the most it would be like not even $1,000. So it's still substantial revenue. And like I said, we were conservative in putting $3,000 because some of those events generate more than $3,000.
Right, but I think there is an offset in that these organizations, if they didn't do this fundraiser, might be knocking at our door asking for funds.
They already do though,
Well,
That was-
some
So then
of
it'd be
them.
even more.
So, yeah, so that's like a double
I think it's
feature.
just-
Conseiller Ternowski.
Sorry. I think it's just also part of the community events, and so there is a cost associated with that, or a missed revenue opportunity.
It's an item that council is accepting, and that's it. Okay, je vais continuer, Madame Mouton.
So the next slide is for the summer camps. So what we're asking council here is to allow administration to increase the early bird pricing, just to leave it like that, but increase the after early bird, because out of 1,362 registrations received this year for the camps, 567 registrations were done on the Monday morning. So you can just imagine the chaos it creates in our camps. So this means we have all these kids walking in on the Monday morning that were not registered prior to that morning. We have a trip scheduled for every week, and we have 2 trips to the Russell Municipal Pool in Russell. So this creates a lot of administration, a lot of turning around, and sometimes we need to change even the trip because where we were going, they're not allowing that number of kids. So we would like to, we still want to offer our early bird pricing because we think it's important. But we also think that it's important that parents do get organized. And also we have to make sure that we have the proper number of staff. So that's another thing. So we're asking that the early bird used to be 160. We'd like to increase it to 185. So by increasing for $25, we're hoping that parents will organize and register at the right time. And the rest, the other prices, we'd like to keep the same prices.
I think it's an incentive for
Yeah.
people to
Yeah.
plan ahead of time.
That's right.
Conseil Brisson?
On peut essayer, mais lequel j'ai peur, c'est que ça va continuer pareil. Parce qu'il y en a qui attendent la dernière minute. Puis
Ah.
pour organiser, je sais que. Puis on le voit dans d'autres organisations. L'organisation, après ça, quand ça arrive, là, c'est pour ça qu'il y en a qui disent après telle date, comme au moins une semaine avant, la titre, on n'en prend plus. Parce que c'est trop compliqué, comme une semaine, parce que là, je sais pas c'est quoi Early Bird et tout ça, là, combien de temps avant. Là.
Well, usually it was like, I think, the first week of June.
Parce que comme une semaine, mais au moins quand c'est comme la dernière semaine, pour pas qu'il arrive le lundi matin du camp, puis il y a tout ce monde-là de plus, dire OK, excuse, on ne prend pas une semaine avant. Peut-être c'est la solution aussi.
Councillor Kanowski?
Moi, j'ai pas de problème à monter les prix pour les dernières minutes. Je voudrais certainement pas fermer la porte pour le monde qui
C'est ça.
planifie pas. C'est à savoir à la contrainte de notre plan stratégique.
We do not want to close the door, but like I said, we want to be organized and have a proper managed camp.
Okay.
So the next slide is basically general information for the daycare service, the before and after school. This year we did 290 registrations in September 2019 compared to 302 last year, but we did see an increase in the full-time registration, so which is better for us. And it's also easier to coordinate for the staff. In the preschool daycare, the licensing there, sorry, that's the different. In the preschool, we have a license for 36 children, including 10 infants, 10 toddlers, and 16 preschoolers on a full-time basis. However, we have to mention that presently we have a waiting list of 150 names. And like last week, I can tell you, we probably received 8 emails requesting space for daycare, and they're all preschools. Unfortunately, we all have to turn them around. And the unfortunate part is that there's nowhere else in the township that they can go. So that's the sad part.
And just to,
They're probably on a waiting list everywhere.
so just to be clear, in regards to daycare services before and after school and preschool, before and after school, we're effective, we're making money. On the preschool side of things, we have a considerable, no, I don't wanna say deficit,
No.
but it's, we're not making any money.
We're not
There's
making
a
money.
municipal contribution.
We're
to
not
it.
self-recovery for preschool. For the biggest reason is the number. We have 36 children compared to 300 on the other side.
Yeah.
Because it's full-time. So all our staff is full-time employees, and also when these employees take a day of a holiday, we need to replace them. So this means we're paying 2 staff the same day, because the one that is on holiday is getting paid, and the one that we're getting replaced is getting paid.
So
So that's-
realistically, if we were to somehow increase the capacity to take more kids, we're just increasing the municipal contribution going at.
Right now, there's no municipal contribution. We're
For
taking,
preschool?
no, we're taking the money from the before and after. So it's being subsidized with the
Right, but I'm just looking at it where we didn't do preschool before.
yeah.
We were making so much
Yeah.
money, we started doing preschool, while now we're limiting the profit that we were making beforehand.
That's right, but the main mandate of the daycare is not to make profits, it's to offer service.
Right,
And
but-
right now, we're offering a very limited service to our community because it's 36 children. And you're seeing the number of houses that are gonna be built. I
So-
have no idea where those children will be going.
So how is our pricing structure on the preschool?
I think the pricing structure is comparable to the counties. Yeah, we're still lower. But again, I don't think the pricing is an issue here. It's really the number of spaces available that we have. And because we're in a school, we're limited to the school plans if they want to expand or not. If they don't want to expand, We're limited to 36 children.
Conseil Lorrain?
How far is the daycare at that place and the library in similar location?
No, not exactly, because the daycare is at Saint-Jean, and the library is at La Croisette.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's what I was.
There was a library at Saint-Jean, but they've converted it into classrooms. Yeah, so, and the school board is, that we know, have no intention of expanding. So we would have really to go by our own.
Yeah. And I understand that we're deciding to offer a service, but again, it comes down to wants and needs. If ever we decide we want to offer more of the service, well, there's just more costs associated with that, more revenues that we're making that are going to subsidizing this.
Definitely.
At the end of the day, you know, we're not in the business to make money, but, you know, in the section we are making money, that's helping offset other things.
Then should we be looking at readjusting the costs of the preschool to a slightly higher rate?
Yeah, there's a lot of options that we can look at.
And then the before and after reducing so that it's not a huge, you know what I mean? Like I think if we're making a lot of money on one side and we're not making money on the other side, then I think we need to readjust the numbers so that it balances itself out.
Yeah.
We're not there to make money. We're there to provide the service, right?
Yeah. And the money that we generate from the daycare has to be used for the daycare, or something that the daycare uses a lot. Let's say like if I add a component to the splash pad, because the daycare is there every day during the summertime. So that is acceptable, but we have to be careful on what we spend the money on. I think we need to have a bigger look at the whole picture to see where council wishes to go with the daycare services. And if there's an intention of expanding the services, then we can look at different options.
Do we have it in the budget to do such a study, or is that just internally?
It's in my business plan.
It's in the business plan, but is that something we're doing internally, or we're hiring a consultant to do?
We'll be asking some help from the United County Social Services, because they have all the stats and numbers. So with this, we can have a clearer picture of the need, first of all, and the number of families that will be needing some services. And also I can ask the help of the planning department, because they know the growth that is coming.
Okay, any other questions on that item? Councilor Sosi?
I was just gonna say, like, when we get a rec center, that might be the place that we could have a daycare space.
I think that we have to realize that we didn't offer, this wasn't a municipal service 8 years ago. You know,
Yes.
Well, not
The
to the
daycares-
extent that it is today.
No, but the daycare started about 10 years ago.
Okay, so 10 years ago, past 10 years ago, the municipality wasn't in the daycare business.
No.
It's also very different in this time.
It's
Yeah.
a different municipality, yes, I totally agree, but there was private industry that was doing it back then.
They're not doing it anymore because the ministry has become a lot more diligent on policing, if you want.
Yes, but my issue is that this is another example. There's changes made at the provincial level. Right now, we're making money, if you will, but if we get to a point where we grow our service and we're no longer making money, this was essentially a download to us, and now we're responsible. Because a lot of municipalities have this service, and they're making significant losses. So I just want to make sure that long-term planning is great, but I don't want us to get into the point where it starts becoming a hindrance on the municipality as a corporation. I understand it's a great service we're offering, but again, it comes back to wants and needs.
Well, there's only two municipalities that have daycares in the counties, and I think we just have a different service altogether.
Conseil Lorrain, Conseil Brisson.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the school boards across the province are the ones who want the daycares in their schools. However, with the increase in residents that are coming into certain municipalities like ours, we're in full growth mode, the schools aren't getting any bigger. But the need for the kids are growing. So how do we provide that service over and above what the demand is, and right now the answer is we can't, right? I understand that there's supposed to be another school opening in Russell at some point, being built and open, and whether or not there's going to be a component of that school that's gonna have a before and after school or even a preschool program, I don't know, and who's gonna run that, right?
No, and the school boards, like all the public section of the school boards have their own daycare. It's their own employees. So it's not a private or municipal entity that,
There are private,
Yeah,
there's one in
Unicare's
Russell.
private.
Yeah.
but as of now, I think they're all school board staff for the daycares. The new schools that have opened, that's what I was told. So let's say for municipality, we wouldn't have a chance to go and put the daycare at that new public school.
My only worry is that, you know, it seems that automatically when there's a need for something, the municipality keeps having the one to take over the service, you know, and if we keep offering more services and more services and more services long-term, well, there's a huge financial impact on the municipality itself, so. You know, at one point in time, when we have the level of service discussions coming with asset management in a few years, we're going to have to look really hard at ourselves and determine what's a core service and what's a added service that a municipality or council decides they want to offer. So let's just be aware of what's coming down the road. Conseil puissant.
Ben, il y a deux volets, deux questions. Quand il a dit, par exemple, que c'est des nouveaux services, oui, mais si on fait de l'argent avec, peut-être qu'il faudrait remonter le prix un peu pour l'autre, puis comme réajuster, comme le conseiller Laurent a dit, baisser les cœurs, tout ça. Mais notre capacité de remboursement, quand tu as d'autres services, augmente aussi. Fait que c'est pas mauvais qu'on ait ces nouveaux services-là aussi, parce que dans le calcul, ça fait qu'on peut emprunter un peu plus parce qu'on a d'autres services.
Oui,
Parce
mais
qu'il y a fait de l'argent.
si on emprunte plus, ça veut dire qu'il y a plus de dépenses. C'est un cercle vicieux, là.
Oui, mais ils font de l'argent avec les garderies et tout ça.
Comme c'est là.
Oui, comme c'est là, mais il va remonter les prix s'il y a bien qu'à coûter plus cher. Fait que
Mais
ça vient.
c'est ça la partie de la discussion. Est-ce qu'on veut regarder à faire des changements de prix à un point?
Puis,
Ça va faire partie de l'étude pour le service de garde, où ça s'en va dans le futur.
mon autre question, c'était, comme pour les services parascolaires, l'as-tu en brun et Russell?
Non.
C'est juste en brun.
Il y a des services dans les écoles à Russell, mais c'est pas la municipalité. Nous autres, on a juste un service, l'école Saint-Jean-la-Croisée, le parascolaire, puis on a aussi acquiert le service de préscolaire.
Et le préscolaire, il l'a juste en brun aussi. Fait que pour les deux services, c'est seulement aux écoles catholiques en brun.
C'est ça. Parce que dans toutes les autres écoles, il y a déjà des services de garde installés.
Puis l'autre chose, comme les services de garde, est-ce qu'eux autres aussi sont avec des listes d'attente? Est-ce que c'est de quoi?
Oui, on vit tous les mêmes choses.
Donc, il y a une demande dedans.
Oui.
Puis savoir aussi comme nos prix comparés à l'école, est-ce que c'est semblable? Est-ce que
L'année dernière, quand je vous avais présenté le user fee, parce que j'avais demandé une augmentation, là, on est encore les plus bas dans les comptes issus.
Parce qu'il a dit que ça pourrait être de quoi à discuter que.
C'est une partie du user fee, mais encore là, ça va devenir une partie de l'étude où on s'en va avec le service de garde dans le futur.
Mais comme c'est là, c'est un service payant. Fait que moi, j'ai pas de compte. Si on parle de l'argent, puis que c'est un nouveau service, oui, mais là, c'est un service payant. Why not?
Ben, on parle d'argent dans le sens qu'on faisait tant d'argent avant, puis on a décidé d'offrir ce service-là qui a un coût associé. Alors, l'argent, le revenu qu'on faisait a été diminué en offrant ce service ici. Mais ça, c'était une décision du conseil qu'on a prise.
Mais là, c'est comme qu'on disait, pouvoir rajouter, parce que si je me rappelle bien à certaines discussions, il y avait eu un concern qui avait été amené, comme quoi que notre réserve pour le parascolaire, notre réserve était trop haute. Idéalement, il y en a qui le trouvaient trop haute. Donc, est-ce que justement, c'est qu'on charge trop cher pour le parascolaire, mais qu'on devra remonter un peu le préscolaire.
Je pense pas qu'on charge trop
Je
cher
ne
le
pas non plus, mais
parascolaire.
je suis sûr que le monde, pour avoir leur place, ça paraît pareil à payer. Les
Ouais,
choses sont pour...
General rule is supply and demand.
oui.
Puis au niveau du parascolaire, on n'a pas atteint la limite du permis. Donc,
Non.
on a refusé personne.
Non, c'est ça. C'est plus préscolaire.
Conseiller Ternowski?
Juste pour confirmer, de toute façon, les réserves qu'on a à ce sujet-là peuvent juste être utilisées pour ces services-là. Fait que quand on dit on perd de l'argent, on préfère plus d'argent, what's the point? If it's already, like that money, we're already making extra above the nearest profit, it has to go back into that.
Well,
And we're offering
that's,
an added value service.
I think that item, whether it has to go back into the services, like you said, there's suggestion, that it's debatable. There's options for council to make choices that would allow us to use those funds. It is a source of funding to council if, we wanted to use those funds for other than strictly daycare. Comme je dis, c'est pas qu'on perd de l'argent, c'est que le conseil a pris une décision de réduire le montant d'argent qu'on faisait pour offrir ce service-là.
On ne peut pas utiliser nulle part d'autre que
Oui,
pour ce
on
service-là.
pourrait l'utiliser ailleurs.
Mais comme c'est là.
So, okay, let's move on.
OK. Donc, la prochaine slide, c'est le don sportif. Donc, ici, c'est pas mal de l'information générale au niveau du nombre d'heures, qu'est-ce qu'on accueille comme groupe, au niveau plus du pourcentage des revenus. C'est pour une deuxième année, le don est encore, va encore être cost recovery. Puis aussi, au niveau des passes, ça a sensiblement pas changé. Le taux de passes vendues se maintient.
Councillor Lang?
I'll let you finish your.
OK. Aussi, on a remarqué, la prochaine slide, OK. On remarque aussi qu'il y a eu une augmentation au niveau de la location du terrain synthétique, qui est très populaire. On est loué jusqu'à l'année prochaine, là, au mois de mai. Nos locations de nos ligues, si vous voulez, commencent là, vers la mi-octobre, fin octobre.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
So, and I understand this is just the field rental one, and there's a couple of other components to it.
Yeah.
My question to you is simply this: when it was presented to us to vote on way back when to implement this sports dome, there was a slide in there that said we would be putting, I want to say $155,000 annually into asset management reserves based on the excess revenue or surplus revenue from the dome.
Mm-hmm.
Is that happening? Are we there yet? Are we not there yet? Where are we to that plan? I understand revenues have
Yep.
gone up there, which is great. I want to know where we are to that plan.
I can ask this to my Minister of
Monsieur
Finance. Monsieur Godin.
Leduc, Monsieur Godin?
Because ironically, I was at a store yesterday, and that person actually asked the question about the sports dome.
Okay.
Because I told him I was going to the budget,
Yeah.
and he said, "Are we where we said we were going to be?"
Through Mr. Mayor, so Councilor Warren, so our allocation to the asset replacement reserve is 60,000. That's the same number that was in the original 2018 budget, so that transfer has.
But it's still lower than what the amount that was presented to council
Yeah,
when it was.
Okay, I don't recall that
No.
particular
I
number.
recall
that
the
time, but,
60.
It could be that it is, and I can check those files if you wish.
Yeah.
But,
Because 150, I think that's the financial strategy that we're doing for the rec. The $60,000 is for the dome.
No, I'm talking back in, what year would that be now?
Présentation du don.
2017.
2016, 2017, when we went to the costing of the dome,
Yeah.
it was the go, no go, or the 90% date when we were talking about all the revenues and all that stuff that we're going to make this project viable, thank you for the word.
Okay.
And one of the things in there was, not only was it gonna be self-sufficient, it was gonna bring in revenue that we were gonna put into asset management reserves. And I have a number in my head of $155,000 that was presented back then?
I think, and this was a few years ago, if I remember well, I think it was roughly $60,000
That's good.
a year for the dome part, because in 20 years that gave you roughly 1.2 million, which is the bubble. And the building itself might have been a little bit more, but I don't remember the exact.
I don't know.
For me, I remember the 60, but I don't remember the 150. We'd have to go back and see
I
this
remember
presentation.
specifically there was, I know it was over 100,000
Okay,
going back into asset management.
okay.
As
Mr. Godin, you got
as a
some
surplus.
answers?
Answer is yes. So it is, we tracked down the financial plans in the report CEO 04/2017. In the financial plan that was presented at that point in time, so we were presenting a $60,000 transfer to asset management, but we were also presenting a surplus of $85,000.
Okay, so 140,000
Right.
surplus.
So right now we aren't hitting that.
We are not
extra
hitting
85.
that.
We are hitting the 60 where we've maintained that
Okay.
transfer to asset management, but not the additional 85.
Okay.
So what page is, which one? 6U? It's more than halfway.
Still says page one.
Okay, I appreciate that, because that's, I get asked that a lot from people, and when they ask me, is it self-sufficient? Well, right now, it's more than self-sufficient, because we're putting 60,000 into asset management, right?
Yeah.
But it's not to the level of where it was projected to be, not to say it's a failure.
No.
Right, I think it's a great success.
Yeah.
But it's not to the level of where it was suggested,
It's like
and we're short about $80,000
Okay.
So,
annually.
so roughly we're looking at 453,000 in revenues, and then a cost of salaries and benefit 186 plus 204, so 390, so 60 grand. Mr. Lizard?
The majority of the $85,000 was funded from the $50,000 a year revenues from naming rights. As we know, that naming right revenue is not there, has not been collected, or have we not received any proposals significant that approaches that number. So therefore, that 85 minus 850, you're down to
About 35.
35, so you're in that range right now. That we could either increase our revenues by increasing user fees, if that's the case, to reach that point, but basically that's the reason why it's not being attained.
I just wanna make sure we didn't lose sight of what that original plan was, right? That's all, because I get asked it a lot.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to make sure, I wanna know where we were.
but I
So-
think the good news that we could spread around is that it is self-recovery.
100%, and
So
actually
that's-
more than
that's-
self-sufficient.
yeah, that's
We're
really
putting,
good.
we're enabling ourselves to put money to asset
Yeah.
management for Dome.
Because even
for
for the first
recreation.
year, we were, so that's, that's hard work.
So in regards to slide 131 you have there, we see that the turf and the tennis court are very well used, and the turf is generating a significant amount of revenue and the tennis court very little. So I know we've had numerous discussions on this, and I've had residents complain that the way it's structured currently, people are monopolizing the tennis court. So I think there has to be some kind of how that's going to be addressed. I'll leave that up to you, Madame Tal. But I think just looking at these numbers as well, it's, we're making almost no money with the turf, with the tennis courts. So,
Oh, you're right. That's, I knew you'd be asking that question.
yeah.
We're looking into implementing something maybe for January 1st, because a lot of them have passes, so we don't want to get everybody upset.
Yeah, but I think realistically, if we were, if we change the system that we have from instead of a pass to a per use system, even if you went to $5 a use, tell me anywhere that you can actually rent any kind of facility for $5 per person per hour. I think that's reasonable, but we'll have that discussion. I'm assuming that will come in a report at one point for user fees.
Yes.
Okay.
Even pool tables are $8 an hour per person.
Well,
Just say it.
It's a different,
Yeah.
it's a different sport.
Different sport, but it's just to give a reality that, you know,
Yeah.
the way we have it set up right
Yeah.
now.
And like I said, you know, when we started the Dome, we started all those passes, we came back to council 5, 6 different times for the user fees,
Yeah,
and we'll probably be coming back a 7th or
Looking
8th
at
time, you
just-
know.
yeah, it was a learning curve at the
It's a
beginning, it was
learning
brand
curve.
new.
That's right.
Okay. Conseil puissant?
Ça fait que là, c'est ça, avec les passes, tout ça, on fait de l'argent. De la prévision qu'elle a faite, c'est vraiment le naming qu'on n'a pas eu autant que
C'est ça.
son avant.
C'est ça.
J'ai vu qu'à l'intérieur, il y avait des sponsors.
Oui, mais c'est sur ça qu'on veut travailler cette année, augmenter le nombre de sponsorship à l'intérieur. Aussi à l'extérieur, on a eu des problèmes au niveau structurel, là, si vous voulez, des enseignes à l'extérieur. On était prêt à régler ça. Il va y avoir de l'argent dépensé, mais on veut que les pancartes soient plus solides qu'ils l'étaient avant. Donc là, on était rendu à 4 là, de vendus à l'extérieur aussi.
Ok. Parfait, évidemment, il n'y a pas de revenu avant que.
Ben, avant qu'ils soient réinstallés, c'est ça.
Moi,
C'est ça.
c'est à ça que je voulais venir pour savoir si à l'extérieur, je sais qu'il avait été installé
Mhm.
les structures, mais il n'y avait rien dessus. Là.
Non, ils ont tombé, c'est pour ça. Fait qu'on ne voulait plus les réinstaller tant aussi longtemps qu'on ne trouvait pas un système plus efficace.
Ok. Vous pouvez continuer, Madame Victor?
La prochaine slide, c'est vraiment, encore là, c'est de l'information générale de nos heures d'ouverture pour les différentes saisons. La suivante, c'est au niveau des passes. We've seen a decrease on the annual passes, but an increase, a substantial increase in the monthly passes. So for us, it's
It's more
beneficial because we're making more money. And like I've mentioned before, my semi-annual report, I think it's a more financial issue with people that they can afford a 6-month or a monthly, but usually it's harder to, you know, get $500 at one time.
In regards to the opening hours, I see like from May to October, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the weekend.
Mhm.
But we are, if somebody is interested in booking hours beyond those times, we do let them know that.
Definitely. And we've also made some bookings past those times for the one-time deal. We've done that before also. It's just that in the summertime, we notice a very quiet time during the weekend, so that's why we decided to close early.
Have you had requests for, especially I think on the weekends, for overnight softball?
No? No, when we've lost the softball team that was there from Ottawa, they had some kind of a legal issue, and the whole team folded. So now we have different teams coming into play, but it's not an association like we used to have. So hopefully, we've heard that they're trying to work it out and come back. But nobody came, those guys that were there last year, they never came and, but they were taking a lot of hours.
Because they were telling me that
Yeah.
that in Ottawa, they were doing tournaments overnight, like on a weekend,
Yeah.
and it was like, they were running almost 24 hours
Yeah,
over the weekend.
they never requested that, but like I said, they did rent a lot of hours. So
So-
that's really unfortunate that the league folded.
So, also, so question for you then, on the website,
Mhm.
where the dome rental, or dome, where you can go and reserve the dome.
Yeah, it's there.
Does it state there, for any hours outside of these hours, please call?
Yeah.
So at least they know that there's the ability to rent outside the hours. I think that if it's
Yeah.
not there now, I think we should
Yeah,
put
maybe,
it.
yeah, that's a good idea, we could add that.
Okay, thank you.
I would also suggest, I'm not sure if it's being done right now, but are we being proactive in contacting organizations that are using dome facility elsewhere? To say, you know, here's our name, here's our
Mhm.
rates, if there's anything we can ever work on with you, we'd be more than willing to sit down and see how we can
Well,
accommodate.
We would do that if we would know who is using the domes. They're very protective of that information, so no one will
No, but you just have to, I mean, if you do a quick internet search on teams playing in Ottawa domes and stuff, I'm sure it'll give you different organizations. And, I mean, the domes themselves aren't going to give us that information, that's guaranteed. But I think it's easy enough to find out which leagues are playing where and just letting them know.
I'll be honest with you, right now, we don't have to do this because we're full.
Yeah.
The rentals are full. The only time that we're not full is summer, and that's the time that nobody wants to be in the dome. Everybody wants to be outside, so. Okay, so the next one, that was just, little
Information.
stats about the passes that were sold. So like I said, we're selling a lot more monthly passes now. Okay. Again, that's the membership, but for the track, VSD 2018, so it's very high again. So now we'll pass to where it's nice and cold in the arenas. So even though we had a raise in the price of 11.25%, we're still, our price will still be comparable to prices in the Prescott Russell area like Rockland and Casselman. So it will bring the price to $220, but in Rockland it's $235 and Casselman is $225. I have to specify that this is the adult rate. And also with the surcharge that we are applying to all the hours sold, we will be approximately able to transfer $42,000 towards the rec complex for ice pads only. The next one is for the baseball diamonds, where we are asking for 2020 to be able to raise the price per hour by 20%. We have not raised our prices since 2012. So we've done a little survey around, and we are below everybody's price, and we are also below the actual price, which is $31.19. On the next slide, you'll see what we are planning to be charging. So we would like to be charging $17 with no lights and $21 per hour for the lights. And we've put some comparables, so we're still comparable to the other townships around here.
And what's that compared to what we're paying now?
We are paying 12, now we'd be paying 17.
Oh, you're at 12 to 17,
Yeah,
17,
yeah.
21.
Yeah. So, like I said, we have not increased the prices for the last 7 years. So, I think and the hydro, the maintenance, everything has increased, the labor. So, we need to look at this more closely.
Sounds good.
I just look at it as, for the minor sports, it's a 42% increase year over year. And the adult league is a 24% increase. I understand the justification, and,
Yeah.
For me, maybe we smooth that out over a few years. I see that as a significant increase.
So you'd be okay for the adult, but for the minor, you'd like to have a lower price than 17?
Me personally, I would suggest that we smooth out both of them over a 3-year period or something. You haven't increased them since 2012, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, do we smooth that over and say it's
But we have to remember that the real cost is $31 per hour, which is far from that,
Councilor Kanowski?
I just want to confirm I understand. This is an hourly rate, right?
That's right,
And so it's for a ball team.
yes,
So we're talking about a price of $17 for the entire
hour.
hour for the entire.
So you
field.
have, let's say, 20, I don't know how many
Like
people.
$1 a person.
Yes,
I have
so.
no issue with it.
I'm fine with it as well. Everything seems to be okay with it. Okay.
So yeah, so the next one is really where we'd be for the so you see, for the children, if they have no lights, they would only be paying $14. So a lot of those games are played without lights, so they wouldn't be paying that new fee. And then my last slide is about the recreation complex. So really, it's an historical spreadsheet of what we have been doing in the last months for the recreation complex. So we're down to November 2019, where we'll be sending our the submission for the grant application. And then we're hoping in spring 2020 we do pass the provincial approval, and that we can go towards the federal approval. And if we do so, we should have an answer by December 2020. And so if we if we don't get approved, let's say in February, and go through the federal approval, we will definitely come back to council to have a follow-up on the project. And if we do get the approval from the federal, then we'll be coming back in August and decide from that point where we go in retaining the consultant, and also if we do bring back the rec complex committee.
I'll see you later.
So two things, I'll talk about that first, I wanted to go back one slide. I think your slides went all over, went wonky there for a minute. In terms of the,
Yeah,
so,
okay.
all right, I'll go to this one first.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I look at this, your previous slide suggested that the rates were $12 and you're going to 17. But no,
That's the unlit.
right, so I sat there and said, well, it's $12 and you want $17, but that's not the case, right? Cause that's a 40% increase. When you go to the next, when you go to this slide, what you're telling me is you're going 12 to 14.
No, so
It's
this-
a 20% increase.
It's 12, and then with lighting it's 17. It's not from 12 to 17.
But that's current.
It's gonna be 14 and 20.
So now it's gonna be 14 and 20.
Yes, the 20% increase.
Yes, but when I asked a minute ago, I said you wanna go 12 to 17
No, I
and
think.
17 to 21.
Yeah, sorry, I got confused with the lit and the unlit.
Right, so
Yeah,
that's not the
so-
case, so
Yeah.
my previous argument, my whole previous
Yeah.
argument about
Okay.
deferring and
Yeah.
smoothing,
Yeah, sorry about that.
we're asking for a 12% and
Yeah.
$2 increase.
It's
That I'm
easier to
fine
see,
with.
yeah, it's easier to see on this one,
Well, yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
The slide before that, that's where they say
Okay.
20% for that would cost.
okay.
Okay.
Now, to the next one, when we're talking about the rec complex, so I understand right now, we're applying for a grant, we won't know for some time whether we're getting it.
Mhm.
My concern is, if we don't get it, then we've lost a year. Because we're not doing anything over that year,
Well, we should,
right? According to this timeline.
Mhm.
well, we'll know in springtime if it's moved forward from the provincial level. If right off the bat in the springtime, it's not moved forward at the provincial level, then we know that we have to
We
have
should know
those
by
discussions
January,
right away.
February, winter,
We're still putting money aside.
yeah.
We're still putting money aside, but from a planning perspective and whatnot, we're not doing anything,
Mhm.
right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a study that we did, right? And so right now, like, we've already moved ahead.
Well, our moving ahead is a grant application,
Well,
that's it,
we have the study as well.
Yeah.
right?
The only problem that we have to be very careful is everything that we do prior to the approval, if we do get approved, will not be paid, will not be part of the grant application. So we need to be careful on what we.
Next steps we take.
Yes. So if we do hire a consultant, the consultant starts working on it, all those fees will not be eligible for the grant.
So any soft costs prior to the decision
Yeah, they won't be.
can't be included in that 50 million?
No.
We're
No.
100% sure.
Oh, yeah, we did ask, Richard and I, we were part of a webinar, and everything that is done before won't be eligible. And most grants are like that, unfortunately.
So realistically, what would we be looking at potentially as costs, soft costs, if we wanted to start moving ahead? Mr. Leduc?
I was gonna ask the question, Mr. Mayor, are you talking about visiting different sites? Are you talking about more conceptual or the ground testing or?
Because I think realistically, the grant, the success or the failure of the grant application will determine what the project's going to be. Like, we're not going to start moving ahead as if we're getting the grant and start planning all that stuff, and then we are told that we're not getting the grant. Well, that's a whole different conversation at the council table, because I can tell you right now, I don't think realistically that we're moving ahead with a $50 million project if we don't have that funding from the province and the feds. So, what would you be looking to do? Like, how, like, you know, what are you looking to do in the meantime until we have that grant application approved or not? Like, I understand that you wanted to move forward. You don't want to waste, you know, a 9-month period if we don't have that funding. But what is it that we could be doing in that 9 months, you think?
I have no idea exactly what needs to be done, but I would hate to say all of a sudden we end up delaying a project down the road by a year because we waited a year to find out whether or not, or 9 months, whatever that is, whether or not we had a grant application.
Right.
Or a grant funding.
My only concern
So-
is that we start driving that way for 9 months and then we get a negative answer and then we say, oh, we gotta backtrack halfway and take a different road. Councillor Chernowski?
I think when we were talking about this previously, we were kind of moving in a direction of going to the community and saying what are they willing to go for, what do they want after the report came in. And we put everything on hold, and I remember we said we're going to go for the Cadillac based on the possibility of the grant. But maybe it's not a bad idea to I don't know what the cost is, but to start going to the community to make sure that our community's wants align with what we're kind of going in the direction. Maybe there is some kind of, that could be saved starting on that process now, regardless of the grant.
Yes, something that we could do definitely if we could start public consultation, and we could also start, like Mr. Leduc said, some visits to different complexes, so that when we get the answer, either it's yes or no, at least we visited some complex, some recreation complex. We did that for the Dome. You know, the expense on that one is very, very minimal.
Even if we went to what we had discussed previously, the option, maybe it's a plebiscite that we like an election where we present the public with options. That might be a presentation, part of a presentation saying, you know, we've applied for the grant. If we get the grant, this is what we're looking at doing. If we didn't get the grant, which options would you be comfortable with? And this is the financial impact. That could be a scenario as well. Monsieur Leduc?
I strongly agree with that, members of council. I think to validate, again, if it's declined, which project would we go forward with?
Yeah.
And I think there's numerous options out there right now, there's numerous priorities, and we don't know the exact reaction from the public regarding the use or the want versus the ability to pay or the want to pay. So there could be some validation there ahead of time, so when council guesses to decide on the final project, then has had the chance to consult and obtain people's feedback. I think if that's done right now, or this year in 2020, it would be a good time to do that.
Yeah, so in that same vein, I think that sounds good. It's a great way of saving some time, ensuring that we're moving forward regardless, and that we have a plan. And if nothing else, because the one thing that the grant's going to give us is a ability to finance. You know, right, even at the presentation, we're talking about a gym or present like a salad, whatever. I remember when we did the bicycle study, like what? Cycling plan. When we had the open house and everything else, like something in that vein or something, I think would be a fantastic opportunity. Great idea.
So, if I remember well, an election roughly costs peut-être 15 000 piastres. roughly. I'm just wondering if we should be putting, or do we even need to put that in the budget? That could be, would that be part of DC's? Yes. Mr. Leduc?
Yeah, I think once we consult, we have a plan, any funding could go to the DC study, the DC funding for the rec complex.
Right. So even then, even if we do some soft costs ahead of time, it really doesn't affect the grant because there'll be a portion of DC that'll pay for it. Okay, so that way, so administration has an idea where council wants to go with this. We wanna try and move forward in conjunction with the grant application. Monsieur Leduc?
So, pour être concret, donc il y aura un item dans le plan d'affaires 2020 sur cette question-là. That's why you'll see it next in the business plan 2020.
Okay, parfait.
And the next one, are reserves, but I think, Mr. Godin will be doing that.
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. Basically here we're just bringing back a summary of the different reserves for the financing of that rec complex. So basically nothing really new here, just bringing back the information we shared when preparing the financial plan for the rec complex in the 2019 budget. You have your rec complex reserve basically broken down in 5 categories. There's the surcharges for both arenas and the pool, the $150,000 that we're increasing yearly, first towards the financing of the sports zone, and then as of 2021, it's going to start accumulating a reserve for the rec complex. Basically showing that in 2023, at the end of 2023, we're estimating to have just over $2 million of that reserve, which is in line with that plan that we had showed.
Specifically for that reserve. And do you remember off the top, in 2023, what the amount will be that we have set aside for potential loan repayment?
Yes. That's close by.
It's 1.7 million and 750 annually. Plus whatever additional receipts.
Yeah, so it's $750,000.
As an annual repayment?
As an annual repayment.
In 2023?
Yeah.
Plus an accumulation of what, 1.5 million?
1.5 million.
Not
That's
counting.
that's just counting the strategy with the 150. So on top of that, there's the surcharges.
And the transfer of the water,
Exactly.
or all that, or the whatever other stuff we put in there.
That's right.
D'autres questions? Any questions? Councilor Sosi?
So, are you finished?
Mhm.
Your report? Okay, I just had a question on, for Marionville. Did we include in the budget anything for, the requests they had, like for Christmas lights and?
That'll be part of the public request that we'll
Mhm.
be dealing with after.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Christmas lights is with roads department.
Okay.
Pass the buck.
Right, and the recycling, campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Great. Parfait. Next would be, Monsieur Leduc.
How about
Break?
5 minutes?
Yeah,
Right?
break.
5-minute break for sure. What time is supper getting?
5.
5? Okay.
But we have coffee and snacks now.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, we'll be starting with Madame Tremblay, but we won't finish in a half hour, don't you? Well, you never know, possibly, I'm just not sure.
Just say yes.
No Just say yes.
questions allowed, eh,
C'est quoi qu'on a?
Il est bon?
Oh oui, il est meilleur que
I
le
don't
je pense.
remember. 87?
87?
Je vais le changer.
Peux-tu me mettre à la place?
C'est quoi? 87?
86.
86?
And we're starting with L, under section 2. Monsieur Leduc, Madame Tremblay.
Allô?
Ça va?
Ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas parlé, il me semble.
T'es pas habitué, hein?
Non. Donc, comme vous pouvez voir ici de ce qu'on propose dans le département, je juste clarifier au niveau des carrés rouges, comme on avait identifié, ça c'est des nouveaux postes qu'on propose. Donc le new permit, building permit clerk is the only one that it's actually in the budget. The other one for new planning technician, we're proposing to add the numbers and the impact in the second draft. So we'll talk about it more in the slides, but I just want to see the numbers that you're seeing as part of the budget. The new building permit clerk was added, but not the technician.
Correct.
Donc, au niveau des revenus de permis de construction, vous pouvez voir qu'on a ajouté au niveau des revenus une somme quand même considérable. J'ai pas ajouté les numéros, mais juste pour vous laisser savoir un petit peu, en 2018, nos revenus étaient du mois de janvier au mois d'octobre, pour comparer le même range de revenus, était de 657 968 000. Alors qu'en 2019, pour la même période de temps, on était à 1,3 775 000. Donc, c'est quand même une hausse de revenus assez considérable. Donc, nous avons anticipé cette année une augmentation qui reflète ce qu'on voit en ce moment. Donc, on a anticipé des revenus de 1 75 000. Donc, on est quand même assez conservateur, mais c'est quand même une grosse augmentation d'environ 400 000 comparativement aux années antécédentes.
Question, conseiller Laurent?
Just a quick question, to go back to your last slide when you talked about the new position that's not in the budget today, but it'll be in the second budget.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a self-sufficient position?
So I'll get to that in the slides.
I'm just trying to figure out what the impact will be on the.
Yeah, so there's barely the way that we're presenting it. The one in the bottom, the building clerk permit, there's no impact on taxation. And the new planning technician, it will barely have an impact as well, and I'll go through all the details when we get to the other one.
Can I ask the dumb question?
No.
I wasn't included in the first draft?
Because we talked about it, and the way that we are presenting it today, to have minimal impact on the taxation was kind of decided yesterday.
Monsieur Leduc?
I normally approve what's the position proposed to council. This year I tried something new, which is the position that we were definitely looking for to be included in the first draft, and others for discussion like we have done up to now is discussing. This particular one, I must say that I'm the one who probably missed out here. I was planning to have it in the first draft, and I guess the direction didn't go as I thought, that it was not included in the first draft, so that's why it's the second draft, but with minimal impact on the budget. So we'll let Mrs. Tremblay explain that.
Okay.
Ça, on va en reparler.
Oui.
Donc, juste pour confirmer aussi au niveau des revenus, on ne prévoit pas aucune augmentation au niveau des frais de permis. Donc, les frais de permis vont rester comme ils sont. Il n'y a pas eu d'augmentation depuis 2016 au niveau des frais de permis, donc on n'anticipe pas aucune augmentation. La prochaine diapositive, c'est vraiment pour démontrer encore une fois le nombre de permis total qu'on a émis de la période de 1er janvier au 30 septembre. Donc, comme vous pouvez voir, on a émis 531 permis jusqu'à présent, comparativement à 321 en 2018 et 324 en 2017. Donc, juste de 2018 à 2019, il y a 216 permis de plus qui ont été émis. Ça, c'est toutes catégories confondues, donc à date. Donc, on peut, the total number of building permits issued this year has increased of 65% compared to 2018. Donc, évidemment, dans cette slide-là aussi, ce que je voulais démontrer, c'est que plus on émet de permis, évidemment, plus les réserves au niveau des cash in lieu, donc les frais de parkland. En ce moment, on évalue environ ces frais-là de 52 000 qu'on accumule quand il y a des nouveaux développements. Puis aussi, ça a un impact sur les frais de développement. Donc, dans la slide, ici, vous pouvez voir qu'on avait, dans cette période-là, de 1er janvier au 30 septembre, prévu, ça c'est le montant qu'on a jusqu'à présent de 4,9 millions de frais de développement. J'ai fait aujourd'hui sortir les stats pour de la période du 1er janvier jusqu'en octobre pour que vous voyez la différence. Puis on est rendu à 5 469 frais de développement d'accumuler jusqu'à date, comparativement à l'année passée pour la même période de temps où on avait 2,3 millions de frais de développement. Donc, vous voyez que le département émet beaucoup de permis, puis c'était pas quelque chose qu'on avait anticipé en 2018. Puis, juste pour comparer, encore une fois, juste des chiffres, le fun. À Rockland, par exemple, ils ont émis 442 permis jusqu'à date. Nous, on est à 531. Donc, c'était juste une petite fun fact slide.
Just to slide it in there for Rockland.
Oui, c'est ça. Et c'est là que j'habite, fait que je suis
You say radio?
Donc, la prochaine diapositive, c'est vraiment juste pour démontrer au niveau de... On n'augmente pas juste nécessairement au niveau des frais de permis résidentiels. Donc, les gens investissent dans la municipalité. Ça, c'est le Non-Residential Permit Construction Value. Donc, on est à environ 10 millions dans cette... ça, c'est la valeur de la construction des permis institutionnels, commerciaux et industriels. Ça, c'est encore la période de janvier à septembre, mais de la janvier à octobre, on est à 12 850 000 de valeur de permis de construction non résidentielle.
Just, M. Godin, just remind me if my numbers are right, but essentially, commercial is double what residential is as far as taxes go, and industrial is higher than the commercial.
Commercial, yeah, it's about 1.6, 1.7, and industrial is over over 2 times more.
2.8.
So seeing that nice industrial column nice and high, as much as I like commercial, industrial I like even more.
Donc, la prochaine diapositive, je la trouve ici.
Conseiller Buisson?
Juste une petite question. Agricole, est-ce qu'il y en avait ou s'il n'y en avait pas du tout cette année?
Je peux vous donner la valeur agricole.
C'était juste dans quelle... est-ce que c'est dans une de ces colonnes-là ou ça?
Non. Mais je peux vous donner la valeur, je l'ai ici.
J'ai pas vu beaucoup de construction, mais...
Je peux vous le dire tantôt, là, parce que je ne le vois pas ici, mais je devrais l'avoir. OK, Farm Building New, la valeur c'est 631 000.
Ça, c'est bien.
Nous, niveau agricole, des bâtiments. Donc, la prochaine diapositive, c'est simplement pour démontrer le nombre de permis au niveau résidentiel. Donc, les nouveaux permis résidentiels sont ici. Comme vous pouvez voir, dans les années antécédentes, on avait émis 149 permis en 2018. Ça, c'est seulement les single detached dwelling, les semi-détachés et les multirésidentiels. Donc, ce qu'on démontre ici, c'est que oui, on a beaucoup de nouveaux résidents. On a émis 358 permis. Donc, ça, c'est 3 fois plus que le nombre normal de ce qu'on est habitué d'émettre. Évidemment, c'est de plus en plus de résidents qu'on anticipe déménager dans notre municipalité. This is also showing that obviously we're increasing along the equivalent of 1,900 more site inspections that are required under the building code based on the number of permits that we're issuing. And on average, it equates 952 more hours of work on site, 537 more administration hours just to issue those building permits. So I don't know if you have a question on this slide, but this is basically to show, again, just a fun fact is the first chart is basically what we've approved as part of our official plan. So in our official plan, we have to plan for the growth of the housing units that we're planning for the next 25 years. So it shows that basically we were planning on having number of dwelling that we were anticipating for the next 5 years were 326 personnes per year, and now we're at 409 person per year. And the number of housing, it was initially planned in the official plan at 219 houses per year, and we are at 348 right now, 358. So obviously this will have to be revised because we know that the county official plan is being updated for growth purposes, and will be done in 2022, but this basically will probably help us in justifying that we're gonna increase our boundaries for village core and village of the Township of Russell. So I just wanted to show that the growth that we were anticipating is a lot more than what was approved as part of our official plan. So,
Question, Councilor
Yes,
Tarnowski?
just a quick question while we're still on the building inspection. So on the revenue side, like crazy growth, obviously. I just wanted to ask in terms of salaries, if I look at the salary, it's about a 35% increase. And if I look at the positions that are proposed, which doesn't include this other one that we talked about, we're at about a 2.3 FTE increase or a 22% increase. And so I'm just trying to find the rationale between a 35% cost increase versus a 22% FTE increase.
So as part of the new position, back in May of 2019, we've approved as well a new position full-time. So that position in the 2018 budget was, the 2019 budget was planned as part of the student, and the other half was taken from the reserve. But now in the 2019 budget is included as part of the operational.
The original budget didn't have the exact same, we've increased in
the number of staffing.
this year in this, that's why the 2019 budgeted, we went beyond that this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so that can kind of explain the financial side of it? Okay, I get it. Thanks.
So I'm now touching on the 6100, which is the salaries, pour toutes les raisons numériques qu'on vient de parler, évidemment dû au fait de la croissance qu'on voit en ce moment. On propose d'ajouter un poste qui s'appellerait permit clerk. Techniquement, la personne qui aurait cette fonction-là pourrait recevoir les demandes de permis afin de s'assurer que les demandes de permis sont complètes et ainsi réduire le temps d'attente pour l'émission des permis, entrer les informations dans le système informatique, s'occuper des demandes de remboursement de dépôt. Donc, comme vous le savez, à tous les demandes des permis de construction, on demande un dépôt basé sur la valeur de construction. Si, par exemple, le dépôt, le permis n'est pas fermé 1 an avant que l'échéance de 1 an du permis de construction, l'applicant perd 25% de ce dépôt-là. Donc, en ce moment, c'est l'administration qui s'occupe de ça. Puis, on n'a pas un agent, une administration directement liée au 250, donc au permis de construction. On partage cette ressource-là en ce moment. Donc, cette personne-là, la nouvelle qu'on propose, s'occuperait des demandes de remboursement de dépôt. Elle serait responsable aussi de céduler les inspections pour les 3 inspecteurs. Puis en général, ce poste-là permettrait aux agents de bâtiment techniquement de faire leur travail en limitant les tâches administratives.
C'est une question?
Ça fait que ça, techniquement, ça serait une autre personne qui serait avec Hélène.
Bien, elle ne serait pas nécessairement physiquement à côté d'Hélène, mais elle serait dans le bureau. Puis,
parce que comme c'est là, il y a une partie que c'est Hélène qui fait.
C'est Hélène qui fait une de ces parties-là, oui. Puis Hélène est partagée entre bylaw et building.
Puis elle est déjà à son max qu'elle peut pas...
Définitivement. Fait qu'à ce moment-là, on allouerait des ressources directement au département de construction. Puis peut-être pour répondre à votre question, M. Tarnowski, la prochaine slide explique justement Council also approved a permanent building inspector position back in March 2019, and the salary of this position was partially paid by the reserve. And the 2020 budget, the salary will be paid from the operational budget, which explains the increase that we're seeing in the salary section. We've also included as part of this budget a retention bonus that has been included in the proposed budget. Because as we know, it's really difficult to fill a qualified building inspection position. The municipality has to invest in a great deal of money to hire someone that is qualified to start doing the inspections. So we found that many municipalities in Eastern Ontario are looking to fulfill this position, which is really hard. We had a position at the City of Ottawa that was just posted, and we had the South Dundas, North Dundas, and at one point Casselman was also looking for building inspectors. So we're seeing a lot of movement, and we've included a retention clause bonus for the inspectors to make sure that we're not losing our staff to go to other municipalities that are seeking for building inspector. So that is one of the reasons as well that you're seeing a bit of increase in this section of the salaries.
Because realistically, if we lose a building inspector or two, all the growth we have right now is going to stall real quick when we can't meet the demand of our developers. Monsieur Leduc?
Obviously, this premium right now is not cast in stone as far as the amount, to the fact that following the market review, we'll be adjusting our grids proposed to council, and then from that analysis and proposal to council, we'll see how we fare with the market locally. So if a premium is still required, then we'll still come to council and request for that to be paid out. And again, this is only a temporary premium, so whenever this issue, either of growth goes away, I hope it never goes away for our sake, or the issue of insufficient qualified building inspectors as a result, that premium might stay around for that particular position for a little while. So there'll be a report to council regarding how to apply it. We only set aside some money in the budget to cover for this, and it's based on what money is being paid out to Ottawa mostly, and so that we protect ourselves from losing key individuals to competitors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leduc. Just on adding a few staff, just out of curiosity, where are they going? It's getting pretty full downstairs.
Yep, it is. So we have a plan. So as you know, I don't know if you know, but we've the photocopier room will become an office as this Saturday, and the photocopier is moving beside Hélène, and we're looking at probably splitting my office as well.
Just curious if I was losing part of my office.
No, you're not.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Are you offering?
That's a
Great idea.
Does that mean you're going to move upstairs?
Yeah.
Jamie had second. I think we should have.
Mr. Leduc?
Now, as we know, next year, the old or the existing paramedic station is available for us to review what we do with it. Certainly, we've been discussing with the departments as far as what could happen there. There's no plans yet. But once that comes around, we'll get to present a report to council to see what could be done there. Obviously, if we were to make room for the planning or the building department somewhere, the surplus revenues or the reserves that we have accumulated can be used to retrofit offices elsewhere. So if ever they were to move one person or one department having to move because of an expansion needed to the building department, that could still be eligible for funding from the construction surplus or reserve.
Merci beaucoup. Conseil Larry?
Sorry, I apologize, I probably should have asked this earlier, but because we're on the space issue, can I just ask about the Russell Arena? I know the office was being done because of flooding. Has it been fixed yet? And has she moved out of the other room into her office yet?
Nope, not yet. It's gonna be coming in the next week or so, because we had to redo the whole flooring, and paint the office. Is there a need for the?
I don't know, I just noticed that it's still on, it's still there, and it's been a very lengthy process to.
Yeah, it was a very lengthy process to redo the roof, to correct the roof issue at the Russell Arena, and it's still not completely done, but it's not affecting that section of the arena. It's the back one now. So.
Right, but I'm just saying it's been quite some time that the office roof outside has been complete?
No, it was not fully completed, and also we wanted to wait because we wanted to make sure that it would not be leaking anymore, so
Okay.
before redoing the whole thing. So we did some water tests and it seems to be all right, so, we're waiting for the contractor to come in to redo the flooring.
Okay.
Yeah.
C'est beau. Tu peux continuer, Madame Tremblay?
Donc maintenant, on se déplace dans la section 363M pour le transit. Donc, au niveau du budget, il n'y a pas vraiment de surprise. Donc, au niveau de, comme on a parlé au début de la présentation, on a anticipé une diminution au niveau du montant de la taxe sur l'essence. Donc, on a budgété en fonction des réductions qu'on était pour avoir. Donc, on a mis un montant de 150 000 versus le 175 000. Puis, juste pour confirmer your question, Mr. Lorrain, I went back in the report that was presented and it was the 150 that was used for the contract. That was the 5105, the section 6466. So as you know, we signed a contract, and the contract, we have 6 months at 53,400 and 6 months as at 54,733 plus the tax. That was accounted for when we gave the contract, and the other 6467. So we don't have an amount beside that section because now the gas is included in the contract price. So we don't have that variable every year now.
Question, municipal contribution.
Yeah.
I thought we were forecasting that would go down considerably.
Mm-hmm. Again, when we've done those, we didn't anticipate that much of an increase in the revenues. But I think this could be relooked in the second option because what we're seeing right now and what we'll see in the next slides is a really good news. So just to finish on this one, we've also reduced the professional fees because the feasibility study is completed and we don't need those fees anymore. Donc, au niveau des frais d'utilisation d'usagers, encore une fois, notre contrat est octroyé pour 3 ans. We didn't plan for or anticipate an increase in price and fares. We have forecast an increase in revenues considering the increase in ridership that we've seen since the LRT started. So as you can see in this chart below, we are $20,760 in revenues extra compared to last year. We are seeing receiving a lot of phone calls for new residents that wanted to use our buses, and as well a lot of complaints from the OC Transpo bus from leaving from the 417 Industrial Park. There's a lot of delayed, and there's a lot of people that are moving from OC Transpo into our transit. So this is a really good news. The only problems, not problem, it's a really good problem to have, but we may anticipate of switching a bit of the schedule because what we're seeing right now is some of the buses are full. We have 52 people in some of the buses, so we may switch the hours a bit to make sure that we're balancing in the other buses that are more, that there's more places available.
C'est Brisson?
Ouais, puis même, j'ai entendu samedi qu'il y avait jusqu'à 56 de place capacité.
Yeah.
Une couple de coups il n'y avait plus de place pour tout sur l'autobus.
Fait que c'est un bon problème à avoir. Dans notre contrat aussi, on a des dispositions qu'on a l'option de réévaluer puis de peut-être ajouter des services. Si c'était le cas, dans le contrat, on mentionne que le provider, 417 Busline, doit nous donner une proposition financière pour voir c'est quoi l'impact d'avoir un autobus extra. Mais avant d'arriver là, c'est ça, il y a 2 autobus qui sont pas mal proches, il y en a un qui est plus vite que l'autre, donc on ferait juste modifier les départs pour être capable de s'assurer qu'il y a un petit peu de shift au niveau des passagers qui utilisent l'autre autobus.
Conseiller Lorrain.
And if we did move to that, I'm assuming that there would be extreme communication to the people that are using it,
As always,
so that they can ensure that they don't miss the bus, and
yeah.
we don't get calls saying, why did the bus go by when the next bus is like a minute or two behind? Or
Yeah,
whatever it is.
so for sure, we are in direct communication with all the users of our transit via MailChimp, MailChimp, I gotta pronounce it, yeah. And so the provider as well, we have a direct communication with the bus drivers, so every time that they see an issue, they come and we talk about options. So we, I think it's a service that we did a good decision of extending the contract. The next slide is just to again reinforce what we're seeing right now. So it's the booklets. So right now, the booklets is a 10-ticket purchase, and it's $102. And right now, there's an increase of the selling of the booklets, and there's also an increase in the monthly passes. So as you can see, this is where we're seeing mostly the increase. In 2018, for the same period of time, we were selling for $324. Now we're selling for $345, so it's an increase of $20,000 in revenues for the tickets, for the monthly passes for adult only. So the next slide is just to talk about the sponsorship. So on a présentement des espaces qui sont de commandite, qui sont vacantes en arrière de 3 autobus. Donc, nous prévoyons combler ces espaces de commandite pour prévoir une augmentation au niveau des opportunités de revenus au niveau des commandites. And I just want to point out that we've met, and this is something that we're working on with a firm that is looking at advertising for us all of the option of a sponsorship in the township. So when we have a big client, like let's say Ford or somebody like this that would want to have a big sponsorship program, they would go to them and they would suggest availability that the township would have for them to advertise. So this is something that we'll come back with council with, but that would give us a lot of options for businesses to advertise where we have availability.
Okay.
So that's it for
Transit?
Yeah.
I have some questions.
Yes.
So currently you mentioned booklets are at $102.
Yeah.
A monthly pass for the adult is at
$247.
$247. And you're not proposing any increase in the user fee for that?
The main reason why we're not proposing an increase is that originally the rural pass was $6, and that was something that we're paying to the city of Ottawa. We didn't take that $6 out, so technically there's an increase for us because our passes to produce is a lot cheaper than that $6 per pass. So it's technically an increase, but
right. It's just, you know, we've had discussions on Transit for a few years now, and I mean, when it was budgeted at 2017 at $35,000, I had an issue with the fact that we were paying, you know, that cost was essentially for, you know, 140 people. And now we're in a situation where it's up to $90,000. And, you know, when you do the calculation, $90,000 for roughly 150, put it at 200 people, you know, we're talking residents are getting $450 subsidy from the township. But I find it a little high.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking at, you know, should we be increasing the fare, you know, $3 or even put it to $2.60? I mean, if somebody decides that they're no longer going to take our service for an extra $13, well, they're going to spend that one day parking in the city of Ottawa. So, and then Tommy.
I would caution you doing that for 2 reasons. One is that the service is booming right now, and I don't think it's the right timing to increase the fare. And second of all, based on the comment that we received in the survey that we received, I would say 99% of the people are saying that our service is too expensive for the level of service that we have. So they feel that they're paying too much for that 4-bus route that we have. So this is the general census of what we are receiving as comments. People feel that the service is too expensive.
Well, the people are being subsidized $450 each, and they're complaining that it's not enough. I mean, realistically, this, you know, $90,000 is roughly almost 1% or 0.75% of an increase in our budget, and, you know, we don't seem to be going down at all. And that was my big worry from day one, is that we're going to continue increasing the service. I mean, the city of Ottawa, it's 50% taxation that pays for the transit system. You know, the users pay 50% and taxation pays 50%. At one point, are we going to say, like, you know, is this viable?
I think with what we're seeing right now with the revenues increasing, the municipal contribution will be less this year than.
Yeah, but I've been hearing that for years now.
No, but now we're seeing it. Now you have the numbers to prove you that it's working.
Well, we're down to 90 simply because last year we had a study, and how much was that study last year?
It was 50.
It was 50, so last year was 60,000 contribution,
Yeah, but
now we're up to 90.
We had a grant for that study as well, right?
Right.
So, but now what we are showing is that we're having like a 20,000 more of what we anticipated in revenues. So obviously the contribution will be less.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping, but we're going to hit to a point where we might need another bus. And that's going to be a difficult decision, because we need another bus, but that bus, you know, every time you add another bus, you're also adding the expense. And until that bus is full, you know, it's a negative circle that doesn't see that municipal contribution going down much.
However, we have a contract for 3 years, so if we want to increase the fare and now we're seeing a decrease in the use of it, then the contribution would be a lot more for the next 2 years. Right, so we need to keep the ridership moving, and I think it's moving in the right direction, and I think we just need to push again that service. And before we get to another bus, I think the switch of the timing would be the first option to go to, and then we'll see and reevaluate when.
I just find that keeping it low, keeping it at 247 and not really increasing our rates as we go along. You know, we see that we kept the baseball diamond for an 8-year period. We keep it at this, and then we go up 20%.
But we didn't really keep it the way it is, because we are having a $6 more than what we used to.
Yeah, but it hasn't made that much of a huge difference in the municipal
But we just started,
contribution.
right? It's just started in June of this year.
I'm just saying, I've heard the same arguments for the last 6-7 years. I'll say that.
I will agree on the fact that I think it should go up. However, the timing, I think, is paramount. I think we were seeing a 2.5% increase based on that $6 fee. So we've already increased 2.5% based on that $6 fee. So is the timing 2021 to go to 250 or 255, something to that effect, or another $6, another 2.5%, or another 3% or 5%, whatever that number is. I think I'll agree with Madame Tremblay. The timing right now is probably not the best. Let's get as many riders as we can going. Let's see if this works. I mean, we've had a lot of let's see over the years. We just signed a 3-year contract. Let's push it to next year. Let's have a great 2021 and see where we are at that point in time. But I can tell you that in 2021, I'll be right on board with the mayor on increasing fares if I don't see the contribution, that $90,000 contribution dropping.
I'll say ça.
Puis je supporte aussi comme quoi que ça sera comme c'est là le timing, justement avec tous les changements qu'il y a avec la ville d'Ottawa, de réajuster, comme que tu disais, avec le $6, que là, ils n'ont plus la passe qu'il y avait avant, que là, il faut qu'ils la rajoutent, ou je ne sais pas comment ça marche là exactement. Là. Parce qu'avant ça, avec le transport, ils pouvaient échanger sur un autre autobus, mais ça, ils ne l'ont plus. Mais le prix a resté la même chose pour l'autobus. Fait qu'ils ont trouvé à avoir une autre augmentation indirectement, pas que ça nous rapportait plus, mais qu'eux autres, on trouvait à avoir.
Oh, oui,
je dirais, reste-les, hook-les comme il faut. Ben, c'est ça, c'est hook-les comme il faut, après ça.
I think my point to that is that we say, you know, we talk that $3 increase is too much, but they saw an $80 increase cost with City of Ottawa that now they have to buy a pass, and they're still coming.
They're not buying that pass.
Well, they're not buying the pass, therefore they need the service.
Well, they were forced,
No, but
they were
the
forced.
people that are using our bus are getting out at the station where they work, right? They
C'est
don't
ça.
need to
Right.
go on the
They were
train.
forced to take the $6 increase across
Because
the
if they were
board.
to buy our pass and then buy the pass for the train, they wouldn't use our bus.
Well, I just think, you know, with the LRT is relatively new and you've seen an increase, and then this is quite substantial for 1 year, I think. So, I think we should wait for the fare increase and maybe relook at it in a year.
Ok. Continuez. C'est quoi le,
810 dans la section 7W.
ok, c'est pas arrivé? Non, ok, we'll keep going.
Ouais.
Oui.
Ouais, je l'ai bien dit.
Ah, OK.
So did the council want to keep going, or did we want to eat?
We just had a break.
Là, c'est
Ok.
le temps que ça se réchauffe.
Il y a des réchauds. Ok, on peut continuer. We'll go till 5:30.
Donc, dans la section
7W.
7W, pour le département de planning 810. So based on all the growth that we're seeing in the building department, this is a direct impact on the planning department, obviously. So there's more resident, more questions, more complaints, and it's taking a lot of our time. The second reason why we're proposing this position as well, that you saw in the organization, la charte organisationnelle, c'est qu'il y a une de nos employées qui est ici depuis 30 ans, qui nous a demandé une période de vacances pour 3 mois, de janvier à mars. Donc, ce qu'on propose, c'est que le nouveau poste soit financé par la réserve de building, étant donné que ça a un lien direct avec la demande qu'on voit et la croissance qu'on voit au niveau des permis de construction, puis que l'autre partie aussi soit payée par la réserve des vacances. Donc, c'est des vacances que cette personne-là prend. The other reasoning why as well is as coming from in front of council at this point is that I wanted to put a succession plan at that same person is looking at retiring in the next 2 years. So this position would technically assist that planning technician for that period of time, and when that person would leave in retirement, then we would reassess if we're replacing it or if we're good with, if the growth, let's say, is more stable, then we would need to replace the person that is leaving, but we would have somebody that would be working in the department with us for the last year or 2. So this is the reasoning why we are asking council. As you know, we are really, really busy. In this slide, you could see that the position that we're proposing will have the main function of managing the subdivision agreement, to have daily requests for citizens. So when people are purchasing properties or a real estate agent are buying or selling properties, they always come to us and see what they could do with that property, and it's taking a lot of time for the people at the counter. We are all as well seeing a lot of people complaining. Based on complaints, we have to send letters, follow up. We have at least 7 person that comes per day that is taking a lot of time as well to answer questions and complaints. Therefore, the proposed position will also respond to the provision of the succession plan, like I just mentioned. And the other reason, one of the reasons that we are seeing an increase, even though that position is not in the salary section, is that 2 years ago, Jonathan, we hired an engineering person that was replacing André Desjardins, that was a consultant. That position was redistributed, the percentage. So originally it was 30% au département de Jonathan Infrastructure, 70% planning department, and now it's 100% under planning department. Mainly, their main reason is that that person is doing inspection for subdivision, drainage, and that is all relevant to the planning department. So if this position was not, if council was not in favor of this position, then department will have the other option of seeking a consultant that would come for that 3 months that was approved for the holidays, and the 3 month would basically, I called a couple of places today, and it's an average of $750 a day for a consultant that would come in the township to do that position while the employee is off for 3 months.
So just to come back, in regards to the position that was shared between the two departments.
Yeah.
So he's doing a lot of work under infrastructure right now, 30%, but that's going to be under planning, but isn't it infrastructure related? Like he's reviewing stormwater management, that kind of stuff? So I'm just, Mr. Bourgon?
If I can add to that, basically, right now he's doing about 70% of the time site plan reviews, subdivision reviews, so that means inspection for release or other type of inspection for those project related to growth. He doesn't have time to do them all, so that's why we're recommending to council that his share of the salary be paid 100%, so he can allow himself to work 100% on their subdivision, do all the inspection, throughout the different steps, and same thing for the site plan.
Okay, I guess I'm just, but the requirements he's looking at under site plan or under subdivision agreements is infrastructure, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna put it under planning.
I'm
because
paying for it,
you're
but
paying
it's
for it.
not in my organizational chart.
Sure. Okay.
Technically,
Okay, so
I'm
you-
saying that I'm paying for it, but there's a revenue as well in because the builders are paying for him, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not a big difference, as you can see.
Okay.
Every time that there's a site plan application subdivision, there's a fee charged to the developer, and this is applied to his salary.
Mr. Leduc?
Yeah, that 30% was being charged for taxation, now will be fully recoverable under 100% by construction.
Okay.
So the next slide is just professional fees. Donc, si le conseil se souvient, une couple de mois passés, on avait approuvé d'aller de l'avant de compléter l'étude de district de héritage. Donc, les fonds qui manquaient pour compléter cette étude-là ont été intégrés au niveau du frais professionnel.
Right, council already had that discussion and agreed to it at that point in time.
Yeah. So, la dernière présentation au niveau de l'aménagement du territoire, c'est au niveau du programme de CIP. So, as you know, the CIP is, c'est un programme de revitalisation de nos rues principales. Présentement, j'ai ajouté un tableau démontrant les montants qui ont été donnés en dessous de ce programme-là, variant de les dernières années. Donc, vous pouvez voir que ce n'est pas des gros montants. À tous les années, on alloue un montant de 70 000 par année. La nouvelle personne qu'on propose d'embaucher va avoir comme mandat principal de promouvoir plus le service, d'essayer d'être capable de, même si on a promu beaucoup le service, le programme, d'essayer de trouver des façons de vraiment le vendre parce que je trouve que c'est un beau programme puis les gens n'en prennent pas avantage. Donc, pour voir la différence aussi qu'on donne 24 000, cette année on anticipe de donner 17 000. Les années passées, on avait mis 70 000 au budget. Cette année, je propose de mettre un budget de 60 000. Puis la différence, vous allez le voir, je l'ai transféré dans le nouveau CIP qu'on propose pour le parc industriel puis le parc d'affaires. Donc, c'est la différence que vous verrez dans le budget de 64,95, une diminution de 70 à 60 000. Mais il n'y a pas d'impact au niveau de la taxation parce que c'est un montant qu'on a en réserve depuis le 2016 où on a mis la première fois le 70 000 au budget.
Conseil d'année après ça, conseiller puissant.
Sorry, can you just go back one slide, if you don't mind? So I just want to touch on this now, just so I don't forget, because I know I'll forget about it when we go through the next draft of the budget and then when we go to passing the budget. And it's such a small amount that relatively speaking, it's a small amount. that was already approved by council. I don't believe I voted in favor of that program. I didn't think we needed to spend that on it. So I just wanted to state that, on the record, that my position hasn't changed, even though if everything else is good in the budget and I'm okay with it, probably still vote in favor of the budget, but I wanted to make it clear that I wasn't in favor of that item. So I know I'll forget about it when it comes budget time, or when it comes time to approve the budget. I wanted to make that statement.
Conseiller Brisson.
C'était pour revenir back au PAC. La question là c'est pourquoi que Airbase, comme là, elle parle de remettre quelqu'un pour encore plus le promouvoir. Puis là, on avait 20 000, 24 000, puis là, Airbase à 17 000. Il n'y aura pas une tendance que ça serait la même chose ou même plus haut?
Ça, c'est les montants qui ont été alloués. On met 60 000 au budget.
Ah, OK, en 19, c'est qu'est-ce qui a été fait cette année. OK, c'est pas un budget, là, ça.
Non, ça, c'est les montants qui ont été donnés aux entreprises.
Oui, oui, OK, je comprends. C'est pas le budget de 2020.
Non.
OK.
Une grande journée.
Correct. C'est tout pour le planning.
OK. Parc industriel, c'est-tu une longue discussion?
Non? Ben, je pense pas.
OK, commence.
Donc, au niveau de ces 7W, 821. Donc, la bonne nouvelle, c'est que l'enseigne va être installée d'ici les 2 prochaines semaines au parc industriel. Donc, ça, c'est l'enseigne que vous allez pouvoir voir. Comme approuvé au budget 2018, c'est ça, l'enseigne est au budget 2018. Donc, on a au niveau des programmes de commandite, des espaces, comme on avait parlé à la dernière rencontre de conseil. On a des propriétaires du parc industriel qui ont signé les contrats pour louer les espaces. Donc, on a 2 espaces de 90 par 48 à 200 $ par mois et 8 espaces à 90 par 36 à 150 $ par mois. Donc, on a 6 espaces déjà réservés, 2 gros, 4 petits. Et nous avons prévu louer tous les espaces à partir de juin 2020. Donc, c'est les montants de commandites qui sont reflétés dans le budget. Puis, vous pouvez voir les compagnies, donc Kenworth, Blessel and Services, Deminiati, Swar Signs, Werner Window, and Robert Excavating. So, we only have the 4 space left at the bottom. And it's a double face, and it's going to be up this week or next week. Second slide. So this is just to show where we're going with the 417 Industrial Park for the sale of property. Donc, on a associé un montant au niveau du 5880 qui est associé aux ventes des parcs de terrain dans le parc industriel de 417. Donc, vous pouvez voir en jaune sur la slide, ça c'est les propriétés qui sont vendues. Donc, le timing de construction pour ces propriétés-là sont de 2020 à 2022. Comme le conseil se souvient, on avait appliqué une nouvelle politique de vente de terrain qui avait approuvé que le prix de l'art serait de 40 000 $ si les gens construisaient à l'intérieur d'1 an et 45 000 $ si les gens débutaient à l'intérieur de 2 ans. Donc, la première partie, qui est la partie supérieure en jaune, c'est celle-là où le 45 000 s'applique. Les autres parties de la première phase Eco Street étaient encore sous le 25 000 $.
So with the land that we've purchased recently in the industrial park,
Yeah.
we've got 2 parcels of land.
You just one, so this is the one up of, so this is the one where you have the green, blue,
Yeah.
and the yellow.
So roughly 60 acres.
We've
We've only got 15 left. Of all the land we have to sell, we have 15 acres left. That's it?
Yeah. So, I just want to caution council is that we purchased 60 and there's 40 that are inside the trade and industry, right? So, there's a bit of that property that we can't use yet as part of the trade and industry, but this will be fixed in the next year, so it's going to be included as part of the trade and industry that will be able to sell it as industrial land. So, what we're seeing now is that the new phase is you need to take into account that we always account for 20% for roads and infrastructure as well. So this is why it's taking a bit of that acre left for sale. But yeah, we're anticipating that we have 15 acres for sale this year. But you'll see in the next slide what our plan is for the future. So, right now, this is, the contract that we just awarded is to, get the design build of that new road. So to get the, eco connection to Emma Street. So the contract was awarded because it was part of this year budget for the design of that road. Donc, on a les montants que vous voyez dans le projet, les projets capitaux cette année, c'est pour compléter la construction de cette rue-là, de faire l'extension de la fibre optique, de l'hydro, des lumières de rue et du gaz naturel pour la phase, pour la rue que vous voyez présentement, qui est l'extension de Eco à Emma Street. Donc, les propriétés qui vont être disponibles vont être les propriétés qui vont être des deux côtés de la nouvelle extension. Puis, just to, again, reassure council is that we have a list of people that are waiting for that road to be built so we could start selling the properties because it's, they're waiting for that road to be built.
Conseiller puissant.
C'était juste savoir si ça avait été calculé, comme là, il disait que c'était monté à 40 000 de l'autre, mais quand il calcule le prix, parce que c'est nous autres, il faut qu'ils payent pour la route, pour tous les services, tout ça, de combien qui reste, ou si c'est 40 000, tu
donc,
vois,
le montant qui a été calculé, c'est que ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on sait combien ça nous coûte du mètre pour l'hydro, le fibre puis le bel, puis on l'a pris en considération le montant qu'on avait payé de l'art pour être capable de justifier qu'on montait le prix à 45 000. Donc, l'estimation qu'on a faite, c'est que le 45 000, on couvre nos dépenses, mais on ne fait pas de profit.
À 45 000,
à
donc à
45
40 000, on part.
Le risque qu'on vende à 40 000 est très minime parce que les gens veulent avoir dans leur plan d'affaires souvent 2 ans de buffer pour être capable de commencer à construire. Donc, si on le vend à 40 000, on va avoir un retour de taxes plus rapide aussi. Fait que c'est pour ça qu'on ne perd pas nécessairement. Le retour de taxes qu'on a, c'est le 5 000 qu'on perd sur la vente.
Oui, puis les chances sont qu'ils payent bien plus que 5 000.
Définitivement.
C'est juste, je trouve ça comme. Je comprends qu'ils n'ont pas encore les services, que là, si ça vient, ça peut coûter bien cher. Je trouve que c'est quand même pas extra cher non plus. C'est juste faire comme on ne fait pas d'argent avec qu'est-ce qu'on a acheté. Moi, c'est pour ça que je me demandais, est-ce qu'on devrait leur monter le prix?
Je pense que ça, c'est un cas que le plus vite qu'on le vend, le plus vite qu'on crée des nouveaux revenue streams qui aident à payer pour les complexes, you know. So if we're, increasing at $5,000-$10,000 an acre won't make up that much of a difference long term. It's how quick can we get these moving. I think that's where the new revenue streams are best.
C'est juste que plus tu as de chemin aussi, il y a des coûts à l'infrastructure aussi, puis de l'entretien et tout. Là.
C'est sûr que je pense que le mandat du développement économique, c'est vraiment de créer de l'emploi et de créer des retours de taxes. C'est pas nécessairement de faire un profit sur la vente. En ce moment, les critères pour vendre les terrains, c'est des gens qui vont nous apporter de l'emploi, puis c'est des gens qui vont rester longtemps, puis c'est des gens qui vont payer des taxes le plus vite possible pour avoir ce retour-là en taxes. Donc, mon mandat, c'est pas de faire un profit, puis c'est pour ça qu'on a suggéré d'augmenter les prix des terrains de l'art pour récupérer le coût que ça nous coûtait pour mettre l'investissement. Ça ici, c'est juste un tableau au niveau du plan d'affaires qu'on a préparé pour la vente des terrains dans le parc industriel. C'est juste pour montrer un petit peu où on s'en va, puis comment on planifie la vente des terrains, puis dans quelle année on anticipe de vendre les terrains. Ça, c'est sûr et certain que c'est en collaboration avec le département d'infrastructure et le département de finances qui va être représenté au niveau du plan d'affaires plus généralisé au niveau de l'impact d'apporter l'eau et les égouts dans le parc industriel puis de comment ça va coûter par an. Fait que c'est un petit peu ce tableau-là aussi qu'on va pouvoir se servir pour se donner un plan d'affaires pour voir où on s'en va dans le futur avec l'achat des terrains, comment on finance l'achat des terrains puis comment on dessert l'eau et les égouts de ces propriétés-là.
Je pense que our timeline might be a little faster realistically. At the speed we're going now, we might have to increase that timeline.
what we accounted for is that at one point, if we bring water and services, the property are gonna be smaller in size. So that's why the timing in between was a bit more to get to the next phase, because there would be more properties, more companies and smaller properties. So that's why the timing is a bit longer than when we're selling 5-acre, 10-acre properties, businesses that need more space because there's septic and they are more open storage. When we'll go towards bringing water and services, like we'll see more 1-acre property, 0.6 of an acre, and then we'll have to sell more to more businesses. So that's why if you look at the number of businesses, at one point, it's 16 new businesses and 327 jobs when we get to the 30-year plan. It all depends on when we bring services, and this is something that we'll get back to council to see the options of the timing of bringing water and sewer.
Monsieur Leduc, EA, timeline coming to council?
We're done with the EA. We're finalizing the business plan right now.
The financial business?
Yeah,
Mhm.
financial business plan. That's the last step we're finalizing for our presentation to council. And if ever council was to delay the decision, at least we're looking for some financing to continue with the design structure. So that's coming in front of council shortly, and I would not like to commit to anything right now, but
Okay.
we're finalizing those documents.
Hopefully, please. Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Juste pour clarifier, 6B, je pensais que c'était, il ne sera pas supposé être à côté sur le 7.
Ça, c'est des plans futurs. Le 7 entre le 6 puis entre le 6B puis le 7, c'est déjà parc industriel. C'est le terrain de... C'est ça. Fait que ça,
okay.
les terrains sont pas zonés, c'est juste où on s'en va vers le futur. C'est vers ça qu'on va se pencher, par exemple, quand on va regarder à revoir nos limites du parc industriel. Comme ça, c'est tout en dehors des limites du parc industriel, à part le 4A et le 4B. Quand on regarde la phase 5, 6A, 7, 7, puis 6B, c'est tout des terrains agricoles. On n'est pas rendu là du tout, c'est juste un plan pour le futur.
C'est juste surpris qu'il a parlé de 6B au lieu de continuer d'aller au bout de 5, 6, 7, là, que ce ne soit pas cette région-là qui soit plus développée.
Il ne faut pas oublier que la propriété entre le 6B et le 7 est déjà Trading Industry. Fait qu'on fait un bloc là, puis aussi au niveau de la logistique des services, de comment l'eau, les égouts, les stations de pompage, tout va être calculé. C'est pour ça qu'on essaie de voir un plan futur pour être capable
ça,
de
c'est la
designer.
BD. OK, je ne l'avais pas vu que ça se rendait jusqu'à la...
Non, ça ne se rend pas jusqu'à la route 100.
ED.
Ah, ED, oui, ça se rend jusqu'à ED, mais ça ne descend pas jusqu'à 100.
Oui.
Je pense que M. Leduc veut ajouter quelque chose.
The reason why we're there right now is because this is part of the business financial plan being prepared. Because to bring the services there is quite expensive, and we're looking at the full capture area and how we can distribute that cost to minimize the cost on every property owner. So by having a full picture of what's going to take place over 30, 35 years, that's what we came up with, and this is kind of the formula we'll be using to spread the expenses around when it comes time to a presentation to council. That's why we're there right now.
Okay. Merci.
La dernière diapositive au niveau du développement économique, c'est au niveau des frais professionnels. Donc, on a ajouté des frais professionnels au niveau des projets à venir. Donc, on a le plan d'affaires au niveau d'un nouveau centre de coworking et des incubateurs d'entreprise qui est en travail présentement. Puis, on a aussi, dans le plan d'affaires, ajouté d'introduire des permis d'affaires. Donc, on a mis un montant aussi au niveau des frais professionnels pour ça. Je vais juste ajouter que je sais que ça a été un sujet contingencieux dans les dernières années, mais on va probablement avoir un partenariat avec les comtés unis Prescott Russell pour mettre la façon qu'on va vendre, c'est vraiment qu'on va aider les entreprises en ayant en faisant le BRNE, en faisant le OPRO, on s'est rendu compte que c'est très difficile d'aider les entreprises quand, de un, on n'a pas l'information de savoir c'est qui nos entreprises, c'est qui le nombre d'employés, on n'a pas cette information-là. Fait qu'en ayant la banque d'informations, ça va être beaucoup plus facile d'offrir nos services, ça va être beaucoup plus facile pour eux autres d'avoir accès à l'information pour être capable de les aider. Donc, c'est la façon qu'on va essayer de vendre le projet en partenariat avec les comtés unis Prescott Russell. Je pense que ça va aussi être plus facile de vendre qu'on essaie juste d'aider nos entreprises. Puis si on ne sait pas qu'ils existent, c'est difficile de les aider.
Oui, totalement d'accord, 100%. Mais
Ah.
c'est la façon qu'on présente.
Oui, définitivement.
Puis c'est pas un livre ça d'épais qu'on a besoin pour une licence. C'est 5-6 questions vraiment simples, puis ça va aller bien. Mais the last time we had that discussion was in regards to, it was a Bible that, you know, said the township could go into people's books and this and that, and so have it presented to council first before we move forward on that issue.
Et je pense aussi que la municipalité, on a une responsabilité que si on veut aider nos entreprises, c'est important d'avoir l'information, d'avoir cette banque d'informations-là qu'on n'a pas.
Oui.
Si les gens ne sont pas prêts à la partager, on ne peut pas les aider.
Merci.
Ben, j'ai ça, j'ai d'autres choses à revenir. Ça, comme je suis parfaitement d'accord aussi, que d'avoir l'information de base, de le garder simple, justement, puis sans de gros frais, parce que je sais qu'à l'autre coup aussi, il y a bien des entreprises qui ont dit c'est ça, c'est de l'argent qui va venir nous chercher.
C'était pas des gros frais non plus, mais c'était
Ouais.
juste qu'est-ce qui était.
Qu'est-ce qui est demandé, justement, avec de savoir le nombre d'employés, puis les projections, je pense que c'est très bien. Ma question.
Si je peux juste renchérir ça, c'est qu'on va présenter notre façon de faire au conseil après.
Ouais. Puis l'autre question que j'avais, quand on a parlé du parc de la 417, c'est savoir, je sais que là, on fait bien du force pour le parc de la 417, mais comme à Limoges, je sais qu'il y a du terrain industriel contre la 417, puis c'est du terrain qui est non agricole, qui serait comme...
Monsieur le Duc.
Mais c'est pour ça, savoir le IA, puis savoir est-ce qu'on a du terrain, là, nous autres? Est-ce que c'est tout du privé?
Je demande en tout cas, ça explique pourquoi que notre trésorier cherche à avoir un plan financier à faire valider le coût de chaque lapin qui sort du chapeau. I think we're running after many rabbits at the same time, and I think a treasurer here is looking for a financial plan that says, okay, what are we going after first, and what's the return on our investment? So the question is very valid as far as do we go to Limoges or not. But in which order is that project in comparison to the priority of a library, of a rec complex, of a pool, of ice pads, of servicing areas? So this is why our treasurer is definitely looking for this assistance to say, okay, where do we go for a return on investment and what's the priority? So I had to put in some little fun here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, if I look at all the rabbits that we're running after, my gut tells me that, well, first we invest somewhere that creates new revenue streams that helps pay for all the other rabbits, but that'll be a discussion at council to see where that goes. Councillor Brisson, Councillor Janoski.
Bien, en parlant de Limoges aussi, je sais qu'il y a un IA qui est supposé nous être présenté bientôt, mais savoir aussi, est-ce qu'il y a des discussions, je sais que c'est jamais facile, là, mais en dessous du lien avec la nation, voir s'il pourra avoir des ententes pour l'OPSO, parce que là, ils disent tout le temps, avec le nouveau projet qui s'en vient, on ne va pas avoir de limite. Je sais qu'il y a tout le temps des choses de différence, mais si les discussions sont toujours entamées,
oui.
Dedans, puis,
Monsieur Leduc, je peux le mentionner. Justement, une couple de semaines passées, moi et Monsieur Leduc, on a rencontré la directrice générale puis le maire de la municipalité de la Nation. On le sait qu'ils regardent à avancer leur projet d'eau avec la ville de Clarence Rockland. We've asked, we had some questions. We've asked if Nation Township has put together a financial plan showing that it's better off to go with Clarence Rockland than to go with us, because obviously we want to know the impact, if there was any impact for our side of Limoges. So I'm not sure, Monsieur Leduc, if we've gotten some feedback yet. I think that what we asked for was clearly the financial plan to make their business case, and I'm not sure if they have that yet or not.
What we can say for sure is that they're going ahead without no contribution from the Township of Russell. There's no, they said to us very, very directly, we have made no request to participate. So therefore, we have not included any funding from the Township of Russell in this project. And so that was clear in their response on that aspect. And then the second thing was, well, once we knew our EA numbers of servicing our own area, it may confirm is it cheaper or more expensive through our own servicing options. Then we will know, do we make a request to them to add some sources for us or not? But at this point, until we have the EA, we're not part of their project.
Okay. See, Councillor Tomasco?
I just want to reiterate, we're going to be doing a study for the co-working center, that we also keep in mind the needs of that we're considering having in the library, and there's some potential connections there.
Madame Tremblay?
So this is we've conducted a survey, I would say 2 months ago, and we already have residents that are offering their help as well, that use those co-working spaces in Ottawa and Smith Falls. And so we have a lot of help from the residents that have a lot of information to share with us, which is really, really good. We also met with the co-working in Cornwall, and there's a lot of information that came out of that as well. And just to reassure that the library is a space that we may consider, and it would be a good space for starting a starting point. So yes, it was suggested as well to, as part of the business plan, to meet with the library and to seek options of having a space that we could use from the library.
Councillor?
When we say co-working, are we talking telework? Like telework stations for people who, instead of actually being at their house, they go to
They could share a
sanctioned
space.
office or a special office that.
Yeah, you
that,
could share
you know,
ideas,
you book
you
it.
could share businesses, and you book it, and you could rent that space for having a business meeting or a conference call with other businesses, and you don't have the space at your house, and you're tired of working on your own, and you want to mingle. This is the space that we're talking about.
Ça offrirait-tu aussi comme même le service secrétariat et tout ça, pour avoir...
Il y a différentes options de regarder de comment on peut fonctionner. Il peut y avoir une personne à temps plein qui offre ses services de secrétariat, ou il peut avoir juste la machinerie, par exemple des photocopieuses, de l'équipement qui coûte un peu trop cher, que les entreprises ne pourraient pas nécessairement dépenser, mais qui peuvent louer. Donc, il y a différentes options qu'on est en train de regarder présentement.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. C'est tout de ton côté, Madame Tremblay? Okay, if that's the case, then let's grab some supper.
Just on time.
Well, half hour, we'll be back at 6:15. C'est tout, guys. We're on page 58 of the deck, slide deck, which is in our budget binder, which is section 2H. We stayed in order today, didn't we? Hey? Yeah, I know. It was great you put it in order. 2H, huh? We just didn't need at least in these meetings, we don't need a majority vote to say jump from here to here to here to here. All right, commence, chef Duhamel, c'est toi qui commence?
Sure.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Okay, I guess we start off with our capital.
Non, commence avec slide 9.
Okay, well, well, that's just the same,
org chart?
Yeah, the org chart, and everything is the same except, our auxiliary firefighters. And, yeah, that's it for that. This one here, this is just, it just reflects that, there's no adjustment, we don't have anything to add, like, it's just gonna keep on the same trend as we had last year. And just, bring it up to, actual trends here. Next one. This is, looking to replace, 10 SCBA bottles. These bottles, that's our Scott Air packs that we have. These bottles are carbon fiber and, they have a lifespan of 15 years. Right now we have 6 outdated and 2 that are damaged. Damaged is because the carbon fiber, if you get hits or nicks or whatever, they're it'll make a little dent in them, and then you can repair them so many times, but then at one point in time you can't do anything. We have to have them hydrostatic test every 3 years, and there's a lifespan of 15. So the hydrostatic test is a method of just to validate the structure, integrity of and the safety of the cylinders throughout its service. So what they do is they'll do a pressure test in it and a visual. So they'll open them up, put a camera inside and make sure that there's no mold or the bottles are clean and stuff like that. So that's on that part of it. And that was for a cost of $10,360 for 8 bottles. Well, it wasn't put in that way. Okay. Fleet replacement. Fleet replacement. We're looking to replace our service truck. It's a S95. I don't know if you have the pictures. I sent them in late there.
The ice cream truck? The cube?
No, the bread truck.
The bread truck, yeah. That's
this one here. I don't know if you have this one, but that's our service truck that we want to replace. This is it's a 1995 Crewman, and so what we did here, we looked at we got some quotes here for to replace it for a heavy rescue. We have a couple of quotes here for a custom box for $300,000. A new cab and chassis will sit 8, and then we put the box on, so that comes up to $705,000. Or go with a used, refurbished cab and chassis, like we did with the ladder truck. So that would be the plan. Our recommendations would be to use like the custom box and go with the used cab and chassis for that one. So we'd have a savings right there of $280,000 versus a new cab and chassis.
So essentially a new truck altogether you'd be looking at $825,000 roughly.
No, a new cab and chassis and a new box would be $705. So, and then instead of going with a new truck, we go like with a used, refurbished cab chassis, same like, and so that way they're saving again $208,000.
Question, conseil là?
Well, it's not a question, it's just a comment. I like the way you smooth that into, what's $285,000 savings and go into the one that, the used one versus the new one, so. That was very smooth, I like that. That was nice.
Thank you, I learned, I listened and learned. So the proposal here would be to replace the S95 with a refurbished. And then in this, like the crewman here right now, we're at a point where like the gross weight of this truck is 6,396 pounds. There's only 19,000 miles on it. We're starting to have issues with it. We're maxed out for weight. So when anything new that we bring in, we can't. They're maxed out totally for space, compartment space. We're starting to have issues with the transmission. We needed to get that overhauled. There's a lack of power in the engine. We already done the head gaskets on it. Front suspension, we need new springs. So what we're proposing here is a heavy rescue. Like it will have a 47,000 pound weight capacity. With this rescue, we would eliminate one truck from responding to emergency calls. That being said, will show the next slide here. So that's, this here would be, that would be the new, I guess, heavy rescue that you wanna call it. And then on slide, the next one over would be, sort of the inside, a little bit of the inside. So what we're proposing here, with this new vehicle here, this is gonna have enough space for all our future purchases and needs. The cab, the one we have now is a walk-through, so you can go from the back to the front, and nobody's really, it's everything's in there, and so it's, this one here, the one we're proposing here would be, the cab and the front would be separate. With the design that we designed here, we'd have a door in the back and a door on the passenger side to get into the box. This way here, the thoughts on this was so that firefighters will be never exiting the vehicle, like from the back end, from when they go get dressed up. They will never exit into traffic. They'll be always on the passenger side sort of thing. So there'll be
Safety feature.
safety issues there. Right now, like if you go on 417, you always want to get off on the other side. You never want to get off on the driver's side, I tell you. So this proposed design will have a room for 8 firefighters in the cabin, all with seat belts.
That's new compared to the existing one.
Pardon?
So that's new compared to the existing one.
Yeah, exactly. The existing one here now, well, you stand up and you just have to call back, or turn right, or turn left, or
Yeah,
stop.
lean into the turn and hold on.
Also, this one here, on squad nights, the firefighters will be able to leave with 1 truck instead of 2. This will eliminate 1 truck, I said again, from the emergency calls. So our squad nights, CO alarms, gas detectors, medical calls, they can just take 1 truck instead of 2. Because the other ones where everything was a bit in both trucks, right? They had their uniforms in one and the rest in the other, so they had to leave with both. So what we're proposing with this here, our rescue, the one we have now, the rescue, the little one, the one we use, our little rescue, our little Ford, we would take that vehicle and it would still be in service, but what we want to do here is, this truck also is maxed out to a point where we gotta watch who we put in the truck to drive it. So, like the F-550 is, there's no bunker gears in that truck, there's just ventilation and generators and stuff like that, so it'll be throw that all into the heavy rescue. So what we'd like to do here is we trade our service truck for the work performed on the R104, that would be our rescue, to put this into a flatbed. We cut it up, put a flatbed on the back, and we keep the vehicle in our fleet, and we'll show you why later on down the line here. The estimate value for the refurbish of the service truck, the rescue truck, well, our old rescue, would be around $4,000. They would take that unit, our service truck, trade in for work done on the old rescue. So it would turn into like a flatbed vehicle. This would be used also for cleaning up after fires. It would be used to haul our Argo around our trailer for grass fires and ATV rescues and all that. Down the line, it says here proposed would save $198,229 fleet replacement. So that truck there it will be sort of out of the fleet, and we'll have to do a rescue out in 29 because we'll be doing it now with
The
new one, so it won't have to be do it again in 29. So that'll be like in savings down the line on that. So this is what the other one would be looking like. That's a top view, so we keep half of it sort of here. We keep the front end of it, so when we do, after fires, when we do clean up, right now, we're putting spouter bottles in the trunks, even going down the line, going filling them up, coming back. Or in our personal vehicles, our trucks right now, our own. The next time I'll show you that. So that's what, we're doing right now. After fires, we're just throwing everything in our own vehicles and bringing it to the hall and getting it cleaned up. So we do decontamination on scene, bunker gears. That's what that green thing is there. That's so we spray them down, wash them up, throw them in there, and the hoses are doing the same thing. So right now, what we're doing is we're throwing them into our service truck right now, and it's not feasible anymore.
Question, conseiller?
Again, more of a comment, I just find that there's, in my opinion, and I don't know, I've never been a firefighter and I don't know the process, but to me, we should never have to rely on personal vehicles to transport gear.
Well, that's why we wanna do this, like, we're at a point where if we get rid of, like, we're throwing them into the service truck right now, but right now, we have so much hose out, like the last fire we had everything out, and we had 3 pickup trucks full of gear. And then we had a couple of cars full of SCBA's in their trunks going to get them filled up. But that's why we wanna sort of make 2 out of 1, get rid,
Refurbish the existing, rescue.
right, into that, so that rescue will be like a flatbed, and we can throw everything on there, and that'll be our truck to haul around, but it won't be going to major calls. So it'll be staying in the station, only coming out when needed, sort of. So it'll be, the lifespan of that truck will be that much more, because we won't be using it anymore, and the weight is gonna come up, so it won't be issues for brakes and so on and so forth.
I agree with the concept, this floors me. I don't understand why we would ever want to have to do this.
It's always been like that.
I've been going on my 35 years now, and that's how we do it. So,
Monsieur Leduc?
Can Chief Armstrong confirm if they're doing the same method or not?
Yeah, our 2007 GMC, that's utility trucks on the back end's all open. It's the same idea, so it's utility truck, so it opens all, the back is all open for the hose, bunker gear at fire, so we have a truck that's equipped similar to that. It's a utility truck, and it's the same one we used to pull the trailer and all that.
Before it's a 2007 utility truck.
Yes.
Before that, I guess the question was, were you using
Correct.
your own pickup trucks and that's?
Correct,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I never knew that.
No?
And this is the first I've ever heard of us using our own personal vehicles for this, and it concerns me from an insurance perspective with, if something, all of a sudden you rub up against the car or something scratches the car, who's paying for that scratch? I'm just saying as an example.
over the years, all the years, we've had nicks and dents and bumps and cracks, and nothing has been.
It was a cost of doing business.
Yeah.
I can tell you, my wife wouldn't be happy if I came home with scratches on my car because
You don't
of
tell her
that.
the first night you get home.
You lend her the vehicle, and then when she
Yeah.
comes back, you say, what the heck is that?
But I'm just from a liability perspective, I don't think it's right.
No.
And that's why, I agree with the concept of fixing up the.
So that's why we wanna go this way here, so we thought with our crewmen being like at its last mile sort of thing, and then, going down the line, and we thought this would be the best way to
We're addressing the situation.
kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Sort of.
And that's coming out of, Mr. Badin, that's coming out of asset replacement
That's correct. With that new reserve that we put in place for the.
with the transfer of the funds. Okay. Conseiller Buisson and conseiller Lorrain?
Puis, comme quand elle coupe la boîte, je vois qu'elle fait juste garder un fold-down gate,
Oui.
tout ça. Mais il n'y a pas rien pour vraiment, parce que comme avec le truck, l'autre, tu peux refermer le top pour pas qu'il y ait rien qui parte au
Ah,
vent.
il faut pas fermer le top, là.
Non, c'est pas bon, OK.
Non.
C'était tout le temps...
Ah non, mais non, on va juste faire comme tu tombes dessus, mais comme à un moment donné, il va y avoir la hausse, puis écoute. Ouais, non, ça va être, il va y avoir comme des petits tracts attachés aussi, là.
Oui,
Chaque bord.
Mais c'est pas un fully enclosed.
Non, c'est pas, ça c'est juste pour fonder comme les hausses de 5 pouces à cette heure qu'on a, ils sont présents. Ouais, à mon âge, j'ai chaud. C'est ça qu'on a des jeunes. Et les hausses sont comme là, tu les frondes là-dessus, puis tu fais juste les frondes, tu les amènes à la station, puis là on les lave, puis après ça on les sert.
Ce camion-là, s'il y a des scratchs et des petits dents, c'est pas la fin du monde.
C'est ça.
Ok. Conseiller Larry?
So I kind of, because this is capital request, I kind of went to the capital, I'm assuming that's under 8, section 8.
Yes.
So when I look under Emblem Fire, and then obviously with all the other ones, I just want to make sure I understand. So the first column is previous unfinanced. The second column is what we're spending, and a third column that says total reserves.
Right, so
Am I assuming that the infrastructure fund as we knew it is considered a reserve?
That's correct. So basically, and we have this, so the document you're looking at is a summarized version. There isn't in your binder a line with shorter numbers or smaller numbers, complete version, which the infrastructure fund has its own reserve. So one of the reserves is the asset management reserve. So basically that's what we're considering.
And this will show us more where it's coming from?
Yeah, so this here, what I just circulated is basically a new document that we're presenting to council just to provide you with more information. It's a tool from our budget software that we're able to print out project reports. And there you do see the financing and some of the projects have a brief description as well as to what the projects are. But I'm just not sure where you were going with the question.
Well, the question, because before I used to know this is infrastructure
Yeah.
fund, this is water asset management reserve, this is whatever reserve, this is.
Exactly.
Now I don't see that, it's all bunched together in all different reserves, so I don't know where that money's coming from.
No, I
Other
understand.
than the reserve.
So, I mean, in your budget, in the budget binder, so in section 8, you should have that information.
This?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're looking at this sheet here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a folded one for
There's a folded one underneath it. The reason we printed the summarized one is because the folded one, since there's so much information, it's very small.
The folded one is the one we normally have.
Yeah,
In
that's what
previous years, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Parfait. Un autre slide, Monsieur Chief Leonard?
Yeah, last one here would be, bunker gear. This is the same as, this is our bunker gear replacement, every 10 years. We gotta replace our bunker gears, and this year we're having to get one. Same as, previous years, they have to be replaced every 10 years, and, both departments, we still send them out. And now, Sandy Gear, the place we use them, are moving into Ottawa here, so they'll be able to give us better service on that. So we send them out each year, make sure they're repaired, inspected, and stitched up, and then they're good for the next year, and then come down the line at 10 years, and then you gotta change them because of there's nothing.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, Chief. Yeah, you have questions? Councilor Panowski?
Just, thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. So on the revenue side, fire protection water is what we had talked about, moving some of that money right from water.
That's correct. So if you take the Emeren Fire and the Russell Fire together, if you add those two revenue amounts together, that'll be 130.
Then just a couple of questions. So on vehicle supplies, that's the bunker gear we're referring to. Is that accurate?
What line number?
Sorry, account 6345.
6345 vehicle
Yeah,
supplies.
it's
Okay.
11,705. It's a large increase. So is that the bunker gear? Does that make sense?
Vehicle supplies, no, that would be, what's going on here is we had to switch them around from, because we had everything down on the bottom on our labor. 445. And then everything was coming out of that account sort of thing for our vehicle supplies, like safety checks. Everything was coming out of there, but then we had to split, so we're on the transition of splitting, trying to make it work
So we're just, the line items being redistributed?
Yeah.
So which one is dropped in
Well,
significantly?
6455. No, sorry, 51. 6451. Maintenance and repair of vehicles.
Okay.
So that would be our labor cost to, every time we get something fixed, the labor, we've gotta put it in there, and everything was in there at one time.
Oh, I see.
So now we're
Just realigning.
Breaking them up.
bringing them up to where they should be.
Okay.
It's gonna probably take, we should be able to get this straightened out by next year.
Okay, so the same, so it's vehicle supplies and maintenance supplies are affected because of that. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Thanks very much, Chief Suleiman. Chief Armstrong?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, mine will be a little bit shorter, Mr. Duhammel's done most of that stuff with the truck, so.
It goes in circles. 1 year it's one department, 1 year it's the other department, so.
That's right, next year is our turn, so. Again, same as Chief Duhamel, that's our structure of our people. This one here, I guess, like to.
Sorry, Chief, Councilor Ryan has a question.
Oh, sorry.
And this will go to, for both, is with the increased, with our increased residents and growth and whatnot, is there gonna come a point where we're gonna need additional firefighters?
There'll be a report coming to you, I believe, the 1st of December for our master fire plan, and that'll be all dictated in there.
All right, jumping the gun a bit, so, all right.
Just back to the Orange, I guess I'll always like to remind that we are still in a partnership with Orange, the $3,500 a year, which includes all the maintenance of the property. And we do have a surplus every year, and this year we use some surplus to fix the chain link fence. The posts were crooked and the fence was coming off, so it's all about security. So we've never had to take money from anywhere else. We've always had money from Orange to complete that job. So I just wanted to.
Just out of curiosity, Chief, how many times do Orange use that pad? Maybe, in my mind, I'm thinking 1 or twice, I can remember, but.
Probably since we put it in, at least a dozen times. The last time was a couple months ago. It was actually a patient from Emerald at nighttime. So again, it's nighttime calls it because it's secure and it's lit. During the day, they'll land anywhere.
Right.
So nighttime, we've had them come from 138 highway instead of going to Ottawa because it's the helicopter is there and they've got critical care paramedics on there. So if they're coming in there, it must mean it's a lot better than having to wait to the hospital. So it has been.
So it's not always necessarily picking up. It could be dropping off to a land ambulance.
Yes, a land ambulance dropping off to the air.
Oh, to the air, and the air is.
That's correct. Yeah. And again, it goes with what kind of paramedics are on the land ambulance. If they don't have P2s, they only have P1. They can only administer so many different drugs. So yeah. Not often, but it's been there when we needed it, so, and it's, again, self-sufficient.
Okay, sorry, just curious.
The second one is the Lions Club money that's always donated to us. I like making sure I prick that up because it's a nice touch from the Lions Club. They help run our checklist program in the elementary schools, and it's been successful. Actually, it's been 10 years since they've been donating, so. Same as Chief Duhamel, there's very little change in my operating budget. And the last one is it will change next year because with recommendations coming from the master fire plan at the end of this year, you'll see 2021 will be a few things coming to the table for council. So on the next one, same as Chief Duhamel, the bunker gear. We've got 2 to replace this year. As Chief said, it's a 10-year replacement program as per NFPA 1952, I believe. And the rest is we like to try and keep ahead of all of our needs with our property. So we've got a couple areas that need addressing at the fire hall, one being next to the training room with patio stones put in at one time. The stones are all lifting. The snow removal vehicles are hitting it. So we're going to replace that with asphalt. We've got pricing in. Asphalt's a better way to do it than it's done. And also in front of the 6 bay doors, there's getting to be an awful big dip going in, so we have to go 6 feet out wide and then along the length, and we're gonna dig that up, repack it. I don't think it was done very well when we built the fire hall. It's becoming a bit of a safety hazard when the trucks are coming in, so we're looking at keeping our grounds sufficient by changing that up.
Perfect.
And if I could just one last thing with Chief Joe Melford's vehicle, again, it's a health and safety issue with the truck he's putting in there, that you make sure the bunker gear and that stuff's brought back properly, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin, I believe we're going into capital now?
Oui, merci, M. Maire. Donc, oui, la page 149. So, page 149 of the slide deck, section 8 of your binder, and yeah, time for capital.
$149, yes.
Donc, juste pour commencer, premièrement, on présente au slide 151 la liste de nos véhicules. J'ai une liste qu'on vous inclut à chaque budget pour que vous puissiez voir les changements, les mises à jour. Ce qu'on a souligné en jaune ici, c'est les ajouts, donc c'est les nouveaux véhicules qui ont été ajoutés au fleet cette année, donc basé sur le budget 2019. Il y avait 3 véhicules, plus un 4e suivant un rapport au conseil qui a passé quelques semaines passées.
So again, the yellow are the new ones added this year in 2019. Is that so?
That's correct. So what's in yellow is what's different from last year's list. And also in the right bottom corner is the disposals and transfers. So those 2 vehicles there were on the list previously, but they've been disposed of, replaced by those other ones.
Disposable of the planning truck. That's a nice way of putting it.
Donc ensuite, si on procédait, on peut we can go through the list of capital projects. We circulated kind of a capital project booklet, if you will. Essentially, what we've tried to prepare, and it is a work in progress. It's a new process, and it's a work in progress. So you'll see that not all the descriptions are complete. At a minimum, you're going to see the costs, the budget for the year 2020, as well as the financing in each of those sheets. And when we do finalize the budget and bring you your final approved budget binder, we will have a completed version translated and everything.
So just to make sure.
Oh, ouais. Donc c'est ça. Donc on parle du petit package ici.
Oui.
Donc ça c'est quelque chose qu'on va vous mettre l'année prochaine avec le premier à gauche avec la cartable.
Okay.
Maintenant on vous dépose aujourd'hui pour pouvoir passer à travers les projets et vous partager l'information par rapport à chacun.
Okay, so right now we're following you on the slide deck. Do you want us following you with this as well?
Well, follow me with this, and I'm going to ask Maurice to open up Schedule P, which is essentially the same thing.
Okay, so we're not in the slide deck, we're in this one.
That's right.
Okay.
Puis pour mes collègues, je vous ai circulé le lien ce matin, sinon vous pouvez suivre sur l'écran pour expliquer chacun de vos projets.
Ça, puis qu'est-ce qui était dans la page?
Ouais. Donc la première page,
oui, mais après ça, c'est complètement.
C'est ça. La première page du paquet, c'est essentiellement que c'est déjà dans votre cartable. Ou que je veux qu'on passe à travers. Dans le fond, it's kind of like a one pager for each capital project, so we can really go through it and provide really more details. And some of the directors also include pictures or stuff like that.
Right. So we're better to start off, have it separate, and we can check off as we go.
And if we have questions, we'll go to this, if not, we just keep going. Right?
So we're gonna go through each project, and if you have any questions, we can address them as we go.
Okay, so we're going down project by project.
And then what we're gonna look at this. Okay, parfait.
So je fais ce peu pour dans la mesure, comme à chaque page, c'est une page par projet. On continue jusqu'à page 4, je pense, c'est quoi le projet? C'est ça. Donc, so this first one is for, the two first projects for the town hall. Basically, the lower main roof needs to be redone. So we have, on a un projet ici de 120 000 pour le toit de l'hôtel de ville. Si on va à la deuxième page, on a un petit peu l'image de c'est quelle section de l'hôtel de ville qu'on veut adresser ici. Donc c'est vraiment we're really looking to address the larger portion of the town hall roof. So they're cutting one page. Do you guys have the picture here?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, sections 201, 102, and 101 are the sections that are being addressed this year. In the past 3-4 years, we've already addressed or replaced sections 302 and 301. So basically, by doing these last sections, our roof should be
pretty much complete.
Pretty much good to go for a few years.
Okay, Councilor Leonard?
So under funding, it says DC reserve slash, I'm just saying that's
Deferred revenue.
deferred revenue. Is that what that is?
Yeah, so basically it's DC, comma, reserve slash deferred revenue. It's essentially reserves. It's I think we'll have to have a look at that to see the wording. I can see it's confusing. Essentially, it's the asset replacement reserve that should be appearing here.
Well, DC confuses me there then.
Yeah, I know, it's because it's kind of included in that subcategory. So there's a category which includes DCs and the reserves. But I see what you mean, how that's confusing.
Yeah, that tells me it's being shared amongst DCs and reserves, and then when you go down to the next line, it just says reserve asset replacement, so I should be looking at the bottom line and not the top line, and the top line's confusing.
I got you.
Okay. Good.
And next, we're gonna be doing a study just to explore our options for the parking expansion. So basically, a few different goals here. We're looking to address first of all, some parking space needs based on growth and more employees. We're starting to run out of room. And there's also some drainage issues where a lot of water is getting accumulated. So we put in the 2020 budget $40,000 to have at least to have the study done and to explore what our options are. As much for behind over here as for the front. So certain traffic issues have come up in the past regarding that entrance and the front parking. So we're going to be looking at that as well.
So in this case, it's only the 40,000 for the 2020 we're worrying about.
That's correct. So you'll notice sometimes there's going to be funds for 2021 to 2029. Basically, we are internally planning ahead and starting to work on 5-year or 10-year plans. What we're adopting with this budget is strictly 2020 expenditures.
So the 40,000 in this case. Councilor Leonard?
Can we put in here then, that it's town hall parking expansion study?
Yep.
Because we're not doing the parking expansion is in 2021. Does that make sense?
Just add the word study.
Just add the word study?
Yep, no problem.
Okay, Councilor Janowski?
Let me just clarify that I understand this correctly. So we're gonna pay 20% of the value of the project to figure out what the project is?
The amount of $40,000 really is an estimate at this point in time, just in consulting with my colleague, Mr. Bogon. I'm not sure exactly the exact amount it's going to cost, and the $200,000 as well. I mean, it might be more than that, it might be less, depending on exactly how much work we're planning on moving forward.
Mr. Bogon?
Well, if I can add, that also includes to do all like the site plan, drainage plans, stormwater management, stuff, like all those plans that we would be asking other proponent when they're expanding parking lot. So that amount will take account all those drawings as well.
So it's not just the professional fees for the construction itself, it's all the planification.
Well, to be ready for expansion or construction.
Okay. Next. Historical plaques.
I think council is all aware about this program now, so $10,000 still put in there for next year. If we're lucky, we get partnerships. If not, it's about $2,500 per plaque. So it's going for 4 to 5 plaques in next year's budget, and we have that planned until 2023. So that's our objective on this project.
Okay, next would be computer hardware replacements. 7 desktops, 5 laptops for 2020.
It's similar to a fleet where we have X numbers that we know are scheduled to be replaced. Cheaper doing that every year, so it's the same amount we use every year, so we max every dollar we have on available to replace computers and monitors.
Conseil Laurent?
Have we, and I'm only saying this because we're in this section here, but these, are we looking to
Microphone?
fix these up? And
Monsieur Leduc?
it seems like we're always tapping one and it's not working. And
I think the clerk had verified this, and I think clerk's office has assessed that we're capped a number of microphones. On plus de micros ou on est capé de microphones?
Non, mais je pense qu'il parle des fois, on semble avoir de la misère s'il s'allume. I don't think it's an ongoing problem that often, but occasionally there are issues where we seem to be switching a mic out to somebody else because one's not working.
This is only for the department heads' microphones because you have new ones.
Yeah.
So the old ones are here. So now we've put the base with the microphone numbered so we can see if it's always the same one or not.
Okay.
And we noticed yesterday it was number 1, so we took it out.
So I think
So right now,
Laurent is asking if there is money in the budget to replace some of these as needed.
At this time, no.
or add more, like one for everyone or something to that effect, so we're not passing them over and whatnot. And how much are they?
at one point, they wanted to go fixed, so this was stalled. So that's why we were left with these, and we didn't hear anything else after that.
So is there a
So
way
I
to
guess,
look
yeah,
into
the
it?
right answer is we have not looked at that yet, so we'll inquire about that.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's important.
Okay. Next one, Wi-Fi replacement. Need some new antennas, it seems.
Yeah, that's part of our expenses to upgrade, yeah, minor.
Okay, that should address some of our Wi-Fi issues here, hopefully. Okay, next one, bunker gear, we've already had the discussion. Same thing, Ember Fire, the cylinders, we're good with those. The quotes in regards to the heavy rescue truck, this is how it's broken down. Has somebody who's driven that truck? Yeah, I can understand.
There's your picture.
Yeah, soapbox.
The other one should be there too.
Okay, any questions in regards to the how it's being broken down for the asset replacement in general?
Taxation.
This one, yeah, correct, Mr. Godin? There's no impact on taxation for the fire truck, it's all assets?
It's all asset replacement. So just to come back to your question earlier, Councilor Laurent, so, because we did change our methodology in regards to the infrastructure fund this year. You're not seeing a transfer to capital, and you're not seeing this financing the infrastructure fund levy. What you're seeing is from the operational standpoint, what we saw was transfer to reserves, and here we see transfer from reserves from asset management. essentially we're mimicking what we were already doing in water and sewer. I believe that that method is, it's more simple, easier to follow, and easier to see the actual cost of each department in the operational, and it ensures consistency across the board as well, now that we're following the same method as where you will see sometimes, excuse me, funding from tax levy is if a project has, if it's not being like if it's not an asset management project. For example, later on we see, like, well, most roads will be from asset management, but we have a project that's being funded. So a sign in the industrial park is being funded by revenues from publicity, so that has nothing to do with asset management.
So then, when I see asset management, that's infrastructure fund?
Right. So the $2 million from infrastructure fund is transferred to the asset management reserve, and then we're taking it from that reserve to fund the projects. At the end of the projects, in our financing slides, we're going to show you the kind of summary of what went in, what went out. So what's the net impact on the reserves.
Okay.
Because I think
I was thinking this was all money coming out of different pockets, and we still haven't touched that 1.7 or whatever $2 million fund yet.
Right.
So.
No. So you'll see at the end of the projects where I will elaborate on asset management and what the impact is. So you'll see that $2.13 million went into the reserves, and a certain number came out.
So let's go back to this truck then.
Right.
We're saying 200 and something is coming from asset management.
Right.
That's coming from infrastructure fund.
Right. Exactly.
Which is taxation.
Exactly.
So the comment was.
I just want to be clear on how it's presented. So there's $2 million of taxation going into the.
Because historically, from a council's point of view, when we would look at it, okay, this is asset management, it's not affecting taxation. This is the infrastructure fund.
Right.
This is where council you had a tendency to try and play with the numbers.
Exactly. Well, that's where it got confusing, right? Because there were transfers to those reserves, and then there was money coming from that infrastructure fund levy, and then there was money coming from asset management. But at the end of the day, it's all coming from taxation, right? That reserve is built from the taxation. So now we're kind of structuring the infrastructure fund to have a clearer workflow, right? It's going into that reserve and it's coming out. So in years where you have bigger projects like a new bridge to replace or stuff like that, there might be more coming out of that reserve than going in. Whereas if we don't have any major projects like that, the reverse will be true.
And on that long page, does it show me there?
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Okay, continuing, next one is bunker gear, that's pretty standard. The asphalt patio stones, we've had that discussion. For bylaw enforcement, handheld communication system, that's walkie-talkies, I'm assuming, something in that regards, Mr. Godin? Two-way communication system.
Oui, c'est ça. Donc, sans élaborer plus que ça pour Mme Bordeaux, c'est essentiellement ça. C'est des systèmes de communication pour les...
Communication systems. Okay. Security cameras, we had discussed. Security corporative. Oh, that was the...
So this here is a monitoring system that the meeting mentioned in the slide deck that was being replaced for all establishments. The town hall has the emails as all the community centers.
Okay, this is how the funds are being distributed. Okay. Councillor Karnowski?
Just to quickly understand clause usagers. C'est quoi la différence entre taxation et frais usagers? Usagers, c'est comme directement pour ça. Donc, security cameras, security corporate, Russell signs, c'est frais usagers. Je veux juste confirmer que ça dit exactement comment. Peut-être à l'avance, parce qu'on est couvert les signs.
Est-ce que c'est la ligne de Russell Signs que c'est là?
Ben, juste après, le total. Si je regarde pour total 2040 bylaw enforcement, 20,000 is funded, there's 134,000.
That's the sign, the Russell signs?
That
In the project, which one are you?
Like, it's just a whole, yeah, I guess it is a Russell, my bad, I'm just looking at the.
Le 61 minutes, c'est ça?
Ouais, I'm ahead of the game, sorry.
The funding, we're looking, the Russell signs, yeah, the two extremes. So that's what, the 61,650 is donations from the King Club.
Okay, that's what I.
Or private donation.
Private donations, however, they're just sort of in charge of the project. And the 20,000 provincial grant, is that an actual provincial grant we're going to get for the Russell signs? Okay.
C'est sur le... Ok, oui. Oui, c'est donc le 20 000, le provincial grant, ça vient du Main Street grant qu'on a reçu en 2019. C'est un octroi pour l'embellissement de la rue principale générale. On avait reçu 51 000. Donc, ce montant-là a été redistribué un petit peu. Il y a des montants pour des bagues puis des poubelles sur la rue. Il y a un montant qui est alloué aux travaux de landscaping qui est fait ici à l'Hôtel-Ville. Puis il y a 20 000 qui est gardé ici pour les pancartes.
Okay, so it was 20,000 from a provincial grant.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I see. This is the office retrofit for the library or building asset, but it's not the library.
Oui, on va regarder ce titre-là, le titre de la réserve. Dans le fond, ça, c'est la réserve d'assets de département de construction. C'est pour les bureaux, possiblement à élaborer.
Well, that's in regards to moving the printer and all that kind of stuff and making an office there. Okay, so it's just renaming that reserve because it really has nothing to do with the library. Right, Mr. Godin?
Ah, excuse-moi.
C'est juste the reserve library or building asset, it should be renamed or...
Exactement. C'est ça. C'est une question de GL qu'il faut qu'on règle. Donc, on voit, le compas à travers du document, on voit qu'il y a certaines choses qui peuvent être mélangées.
Okay.
On va pouvoir rectifier à mesure.
Last thing I want to do is snag $10,000 from the library. Yeah.
I appreciate
that. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, some departments might
You're
not.
getting Mike all riled up now.
Yeah, exactly.
Council, fair enough.
All right, so the next one is for roads department, the equipment, the snowplow replacement, 5411. We're looking at asset replacement, 280,000, and 20,000 from user fees.
Just to elaborate on the user fee, that would be from the sale of the truck. And that's a snowplow. Like we're planning, like it was due to be replaced at 2021, but looking at the condition of the vehicle, it's in really bad shape. We did lots of repairs, and it's actually a vehicle that do two purposes. It actually acts in a snowplow, but actually pulls as well our billy dump in summertime for our road construction. So it's a vehicle that's being well used and more than our other snowplows. So that's why it's we're actually a year ahead of schedule for that one.
All right, next one for roads department, the ditch mower replacement.
That's a piece of equipment that just reaches useful life, and for the amount of hours it's being utilized per year, and we cannot really afford any downtime with those pieces of small equipment.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Mais ça, le mower, le ditch, je pensais que ça faisait pas longtemps qu'on l'avait changé.
Ça fait déjà 3 saisons qui est utilisé. Puis on a fait, nous on avait en tête que ça serait utilisé plus longtemps. On a fait le tour avec d'autres, vérifier les comparables de d'autres municipalités ainsi qu'au niveau des comtés. Puis c'est à peu près ce que tout le monde voit là, comme étant donné qu'on l'utilise de la première semaine de mai à aller jusqu'à ce temps-ci de l'année.
Puis des fois il y a des obstacles.
Des obstacles qu'on voit pas, puis on les utilise de façon extrême comparativement à ce qui sont vraiment construits là, pour couper l'herbe dans un...
Des poteaux, des roches.
Okay. Next one, equipment is, the sale of the grader, we're getting $30,000 in revenue.
Exactly.
Okay. Next, road system projects, the Blair Street culvert replacement, $425,000.
Yes, so that's an item that was brought to council earlier this year, and with the price that we received from the tender at the time, staff believe that if we postpone a year and re-tendered with other culverts, we could have a savings. Unfortunately, for that specific culvert, we didn't see any savings, but as a whole, like our 3 culverts together, from what we had estimated and what it's actually the tender price, there's a. Last slide.
So essentially, if I understand properly, this one's maybe a little bit more expensive, but because we tendered it with the other ones are a little bit cheaper.
Exactly, and I prepared a slide which.
Slide deck?
Mm-hmm.
Which page?
Slide 153.
153, okay, culvert replacement.
So that's the amounts that council will see in that first draft. So a total of 1.353, so that was the 3 culverts together. And as well, for Bless Street, we only received, there was only 2 bids at that time, and which now, so with the new tender, at least we received 5 submissions for Bless Street and 7 for the other 2, because bidder had the option of bidding on one part. So for the when we regroup the 3 together, from what we have estimated, there's a saving of 150,000. So those amounts will be, that's a tender amount, and including a contingency plus engineering fee for supervision during construction. So that will be those prices that council will see in the second draft of the budget.
Comme je l'avais déjà envoyé, les 2 prix qu'on avait eus cette année pour les estimés pour la Riblais étaient de combien?
We had one bid at 448 and the other one at 588. So unfortunately, our strategy didn't quite work for regarding the Bless Street culvert replacement, but as a whole with the tree structure, we saw a cost saving.
Mais là, tu disais qu'on savait pour la Riblais, c'était 425 000.
That was our estimate, yes.
Oh, c'était l'estimé.
Yes.
Et l'autre, tu as dit c'était 480 puis 500.
448.
Ah, 448.
588.
Mais puis là, quand tu as eu la chose, c'était à 600.
Ben, le 623, ça inclut la contingence et les frais d'ingénieur durant la construction.
Que là, il n'avait pas dans l'autre.
Ben, que dans la rafflue, les prix que je vous ai mentionnés, le 448 et 5, la rafflue, ajoute la contingence et nos frais d'ingénieur.
Qui représente combien peut-être?
Ça serait en tout un 10%. Les deux, la contingence et les frais d'ingénieur.
63 000.
Non. Ben, on va dire même si tu fais 10% du plus gros montant, ça tombe à 500 000 pour le 448 original.
We're still down.
Overall, the 3 projects.
Overall. So that was, so exactly. So unfortunately for that specific item, there was no cost saving, but by regrouping the 3 tendering in the fall, now we know exactly the contractor. So those are 3 contracts that will come back in front of council for approval. But at least now, like moving forward, we have a real tender price in our budget for next year.
Are these, is it the same company for the 3 culverts?
There's 2, yes. Not the third one is actually another company.
Which one is 623?
Yes.
So, out of curiosity, is the Bless Street at 623? Is it? Did he bid? Was he one of the bidders on the other 2 amounts?
No. Like you didn't submit a price originally.
Okay, so the 2 that submitted at the price originally, did they resubmit?
Only one of them.
And he was higher than 623?
Yeah, the one that already submitted at that time, his revised price was a little bit higher.
Okay.
Would have been extras.
Monsieur Leduc?
Probably would have been faced with extras to cover the actual cost. This probably reflects more the actual
The
cost.
actual price. Okay, Conseiller Brisson?
C'est juste savoir aussi, en fait, de calverette, la 039 puis la 006, c'est les calverettes où qui sont?
Oui, donc ça, c'est la parenthèse que je voulais apporter aux membres du conseil, était les économies et la stratégie qu'on a apportées pour le financement. Fait qu'on peut retourner aux descriptions de projets.
Sont-tu non. OK, dans la feuille, on have the Blade Street culvert replacement, then it jumps to the dump line.
Yeah, it's like it's generated by numbers. Since Bliss Street was a project started.
So it's the two after the snow dump.
That's it, exactly.
So the other one is for Route 300 culverts and.
So yes, so there's one, the 039, that's a culvert on Saint Joseph Street, and it was identified in our 5-year plan, like replacement plan. And the other culvert is on Route 300, near the fire station, just east of the fire station.
Conseiller Laurent?
Just from a review perspective, I'm fine with the way it was done. I like the fact that the prices came down, which is great. When we're looking at this, I know it's the first time we're using this, but on the first one, you have 1 of 12 major culverts, but then on each one it says 1 of 12. So shouldn't they be numbered 2 of 12, 3 of 12, 4, so we know where we are in the list? Again, I'm being picky there, but I'm just saying when you're reading it.
I'm sure you have a list of 1 to 12, which one's which. I guess the one forgot to get changed to number 2 or number 5.
Well, they're all 1 to 12. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said the one maybe.
I understand that.
That's a cut and paste, right? You cut and paste it over.
And our thought was like it's one structure out like from the amount that we have in total, but I understand your comment.
Mr. Leduc?
I have made a request that we show a number because council probably doesn't even know how many culverts we have, how many bridges we have, how many, whatever we have. So I thought that this would be additional information for council to know.
I love it.
But now we'll add this second layer of
Yeah.
information.
Yeah,
it's a work in progress tonight. We realize there's a lot of things here that.
When we get to 12 to 12, we're going to be happy, right? If we keep seeing 1 of 12, it kind of.
Well,
unfortunately, we may have to start again.
Yeah, I know.
But it might just be a list of having here's the 12 culvert locations, and we're doing number 1 this year, number 5 this year, number 7 this year.
Whichever is easier.
Yeah. Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Juste en fait, le diamètre, tout ça, celle sur la 300, c'est la même grosseur que sur la Rivière.
Non, sur la route 300, c'est 2 ponceaux qui sont un peu plus petits. Donc, puis, lorsqu'on doit faire notre évaluation à chaque 2 ans pour nos ponceaux majeurs qui vont au-delà d'un certain diamètre. Puis, ceux sur la route 300 n'étaient pas identifiés, mais on s'est aperçu durant l'inspection du chemin qu'ils ont commencé à défoncer de façon prématurément, j'aurais. Donc, c'est pour ça. Puis, la route 300, ce segment-là est le chemin le plus utilisé de la municipalité. Et c'est fait partie du EDR, l'Emergency Detour Route. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on doit la faire plus rapidement que prévu. On ne peut pas se permettre d'attendre ou quoi que ce soit, qu'il y ait quelque chose qui arrive avec ces ponceaux-là.
OK.
Elle est à moitié du prix, mais c'est juste parce que l'autre, c'est une grosse calverette.
Puis il faut penser que là, vous êtes dans le village, il y a un water main, il y a un main dam bridge aussi pour Blais. Tu es beaucoup plus profond. Il y a beaucoup de paramètres qui font en sorte que là, tu es en dehors du village. Il y a plein de choses qui font en sorte, là, plein de critères qui font en sorte que ça l'explique. On peut expliquer pourquoi les prix des contracteurs là, ont été plus bas pour la route 300.
Okay, perfect. Next one, intersection designs along Route 300. 100,000, just coming out of DC roads.
Yes, we did the community traffic impact study almost 2 years ago now, and again, the Route 300, that's our main corridor. for the village of Emblem and the township of Russell. So we want to be prepared and look at what's required and do the design of those upgrades. So once we reach the trigger, the amount of units that were identified in that study, well, we're ready to proceed with construction. So we don't lose that year of design. We'll be ready ahead of the game, that as soon as we reach those triggers, since our growth is going like fairly quickly. So we want to have those intersections looked at and ready to proceed as soon as we're
whether
reach
it's
that
line
point.
paving, whether it's a roundabout, whatever the solution is,
Exactly.
we want to be ready for it when the time comes. Conseiller Brisson?
Moi, parce que je pense que la route 300 comme Saint-Pierre et le chemin de Limoges, c'est deux intersections qui sont plus pressantes que les deux autres, là, mais c'est que tu évalues tout au complet.
Bon, on évalue tout au complet, puis il faut tenir en tête que la route 300 est un peu divisée en deux. Donc, le trafic que tu vas voir à l'intersection de Saint-Augustin reflète beaucoup ce que tu vois à Saint-Pierre. Puis de l'autre direction, à Saint-Thomas, puis Limoges, tu as le même.
Ouais,
donc,
mais
c'est pour ça.
T'as pas le même trafic que tu as sur le chemin de Limoges que sur Saint-Thomas, là, que l'autre.
Non, mais là, tu sors, comme si on parle de couloir de la route 300.
Est-ce que les comtés unis contribuent pour ça? Parce qu'il y a deux chemins de comté dans deux des quatre.
Présentement, c'est juste, étant donné que c'était un peu notre croissance, fait que nous, on en regardait à notre portion. Puis avec ces discussions-là, oui, on va pouvoir parler avec les comtés.
Non, en fait, le chemin de comté, c'est juste le Mont-Road. Les trois autres, c'est...
L'autre, c'est un chemin de Saint-Guillaume, c'est un chemin de comté aussi.
Saint-Guillaume,
il n'est pas là.
Ah, ok, c'est pas... Mais à 300 de Saint-Guillaume, ça répond. C'est un à regarder aussi.
Pas dans cette étude-ci. Ça,
devrait être inclus parce que...
Il y a déjà eu des améliorations, puis on a il y a du développement qui s'en vient, qu'eux vont faire aussi des... Donc, on veut se concentrer, nous, sur le reste, et qu'on soit prêt.
La croissance sur le chemin Saint-Guillaume, ça va être
ça va être
développeur de
et où les comtés, donc pour ça, on se comprend.
Saint-Guillaume 300.
C'est que celle-là est très importante. Pour ça, pour se faire sûr qu'on comprend en considération. Parce que...
Perfect. Next, road systems for crack sealing. So work identified for crack sealing. These are the streets. This is something new we're doing.
Exactly, it's a new approach. It's based on the road needs study that was performed this summer. So basically, we're trying to maintain the newer roads to make sure that they don't get worse, or like we can maintain that level of service that we currently have. Our study is broken down in little segment, but just for the benefit of that project description, I've just listed all the streets in by areas where they're located.
Okay. Move on, road system projects, paving of St. Thomas.
Donc encore une fois, ça c'est un segment de chemin qui est identifié pour être repavé selon notre road need study de cette année.
So this here we see the breakdown of the OCIF grant for 312 and the DC roads for 104. And essentially this is all of St. Thomas south of the 417.
Exactement, oui.
Conseiller Brisson?
Puis ça, c'est pas la grosse asphalte chaude, c'est juste du surface treatment.
Exactement. C'est du surface treatment là, pour ce segment-là.
The OCIF, that's gas tax, federal gas tax?
OCIF is the Ontario Community Improvement Fund.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically right now for infrastructure, we do have the gas tax and this funding, so,
okay, so
we do have
okay.
both.
So that's not just the provincial funding that we're using for this?
Mm-hmm. And I'm actually moving
Okay. Paving Route 500 from Gregoire Road to Leclerc Road. So we've got a breakdown, asset replacement 96,000, provincial gas tax 20,000, OCIF grant for 38,000. Questions? Members council, Conseiller Brisson?
Le chemin de Leclerc, parce que Grégoire Road, ça c'est le chemin de comté. Puis pour la Saint-Saëns, Leclerc, il est où? Hein?
Jusqu'à Leclerc.
Leclerc, c'est un chemin qui va être perpendiculaire, un chemin de roche qui essentiellement la continuité de McDonald Road.
Ah, OK. C'est un bout à Russell, c'est pas toute la longueur.
Non, c'est le segment le plus à l'ouest de la route 500.
Et lui aussi, c'est du surface treatment.
Conseiller Laurent?
I see provincial gas tax here. And I thought provincial gas tax was 100% to transit.
Right, that's federal gas tax.
Federal?
Pardon me?
It's federal, it should be federal.
That should be
It should be
federal.
federal gas tax.
Okay. Excellent, thank you.
Okay, next one is surface treatment Groves Road. We're seeing the provincial,
So same
so
thing, same
federal gas tax, not provincial, and the OCIF grant for a total of $300,000. And this was part again of the road study that was just completed. Questions? No. Next one is paving of Route 200 from Saint Guillaume to Saint Thomas.
So everywhere you see provincial gas tax, it's going to be federal gas tax.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Ben, je sais que les deux prochains, c'est deux pour la route 200, mais c'est le bout qui est moins magané, mais c'est vrai que c'est un chemin quand même assez passant. C'est pour ça que juste du surfachetage, mais sur des bouts, puis on ne serait pas mieux d'en faire moins long, mais d'avoir une bonne asphalte. Puis comme le bout le pire, c'est surtout entre Saint-Guillaume puis Aidé. C'est pour ça que je pensais qu'on attaquerait plus cette section-là pour commencer avant d'aller faire.
I should get, there was some, I drove down it the other day, there's some emergency road work we did this year.
So a few months ago, council did approve an emergency fund, if I can say, to repair that section that was the worst. Part of what's being proposed in of the paving of the surface treatment next year, that segment is not in it. We want to perform more like geotech study and to have a better profile, and we want to look at those curves as well. So that's like, so we're planning to bring that segment only for at 2021.
And that was part of the study?
Yeah, exactly, and also part of the study. That's why they're recommending to leave it as a double surface treatment, but it's for our investment and basically to keep that level of service and to invest less, but like to not to spread out our investment in roads, but to maximize our current investment.
Mais juste pour faire sûr, comme le bout jusqu'à Hamilton, tout ça, est-ce qu'il a fait juste paver par-dessus l'asphalte ou s'il remet un base de gravier quand tu parles de double?
Le double surface treatment, essentiellement, c'est deux couches de ce produit-là qu'on fait. On fait deux couches, puis en plus, en la suite, on fait un Fox Seal qu'il appelle. Donc, c'est vraiment de le rendre plus imperméable. Mais c'est encore là, ça c'est par section. On va faire de la pulvérisation par certains endroits. Il y a des endroits que oui, on va devoir creuser un peu plus. Mais essentiellement, c'est vraiment de...
Mais est-ce que la vieille asphalte est enlevée dans ce temps-là?
Oui, c'est ça. Vu qu'on fait là, on l'enlève au complet. Là, on fait une double couche comme ça. Puis, dans 8 ans, 8 ou 10 ans, tout dépendant du plan, on revient à cet endroit-là, puis là, on refait une troisième couche par-dessus. Fait que c'est cette façon de faire.
So, comparativement, on va dire comme McDonald Road, il était surface treated cette année. C'est-tu semblable?
Oui, c'est la même chose.
OK.
Il faut venir toute la gang au bout de 8 ans pour refaire une troisième.
Oui, c'est ce qui est, dans le fond, c'est là, une fois qu'on entretient ces chemins-là, mais là, dans un cycle de 8 à 10 ans, tu reviens, mais ton investissement est encore plus petit. Donc, pour toujours garder ton chemin à ce niveau de service-là.
Emporté jusqu'à Hamilton, c'est que là, on avait déjà discuté la piste cyclable finie à la route 200 jusqu'à Hamilton. Est-ce que c'est considéré on avait parlé peut-être faire un petit stationnement puis de paver l'accotement jusqu'à la route Hamilton?
Monsieur le Duc, ça c'est-tu dans les demandes du conseil?
Oui, exactement.
Ouais. Mais c'est que si on le fait, il faudrait que ça soit considéré quand on le fait avec
Oui,
Quelque
mais
chose
quand
là
on va
pour
avoir des
renforcer.
discussions sur les sujets des conseillers, on va avoir des prix attachés, puis le conseil va être capable de discuter est-ce qu'on veut
Juste faire
investir.
sûr qu'on ne l'a pas oublié, là.
Non.
C'est que des fois, je l'avais oublié, mais quand
Ouais.
j'ai vu jusqu'à automne, ça fait...
Next one, pavé Maheu. That's a small section. Maheu is at the École de Gare Castor. It's in front of those two houses.
Puis une des raisons que cette petite section-là est endommagée, puis elle revient à recommander plus vite, c'est pour le trafic d'autobus.
OK. Conseiller Brisson?
C'est avec ça, vu qu'on finit les chemins, ça n'a pas été dans les demandes, je ne sais pas si, tant qu'à attendre, je ne sais pas s'il y avait à attendre aux demandes. C'est juste qu'il y avait eu un concern pour le chemin d'où il y a le dog park, qui est très magané. Quand il y avait juste pour aller avec un pick-up à tour d'eau, c'était pas pire, mais qu'à cette heure, avec tout le trafic du dog park, si l'autre chemin devrait être inclus.
Ben, ça va être, c'est pas dans le budget comme tel, ça va être une discussion, on peut le mentionner quand on va parler des sujets du membre du conseil. Est-ce que celui-là a été regardé dans l'étude?
C'est une bonne question, je vais devoir vérifier.
Parce que je sais que ce printemps là, était atroce.
OK. Ben, on va avoir la discussion quand on va arriver à ces items-là en Councilman Williams.
And I just want to point out to council for paving, it's not identified in our 2020 paving project, but Church Street, Richelieu, Héritage, and Castelbeau are those paving will happen with the sanitary sewer, so we'll see those streets coming to be financed in the 2021 budget.
Okay. Okay. Storm sewer replacement on Craig Street.
So this project, it's our first project that's coming out of our master's storm sewer study for the climate change. So next year it's to do the design, to do tender in the fall and construction 2021. So again, our goal is to be in front of council at this point in time next year with a tender price for construction.
Okay. Next one is pond assessment and cleanup of 4 pond inspection. Bicourt, Belle-la-Madeleine, Old Town, Forest Road, and Radisson Street Pond.
And again, those study came. It's to maintain our existing asset and to follow our stormwater master plan. And we'll have the assistance of South Nation to perform some of those tasks.
Next one is the Richelieu Park entrance. Richelieu Park entrance to include a new gate, asphalt, sidewalks, curbs, and line painting. 100,000 roughly out of DC Parks and Recreation, and then 8,000 out of asset replacement. Questions on that item? No? There's a picture attached to give us an idea. Next one is the resurfacing of the tennis courts in Embrun. We're talking $27,000 out of asset replacement. Right.
Until I don't play tennis there?
Yeah. When's the last time we did that? Il me semble qu'on l'a fait depuis ici.
Avant 2015,
No, it was before that. Yeah, it was before I was director, so it's been before 2013.
So should we be expecting, is this going to fix the problem longer term, or should we expect this amount in another?
They tell us that it would be good for from 8 to 10 years. So because we have future plans for maybe future tennis courts,
Yeah.
This is what we think is the best option for now.
Slap the Band-Aid on now and.
By the time the Band-Aid comes off, we got other plans.
So at least they can still be usable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some skate park renovations for $6,000. I don't even remember the last time we put some investment into the Russell Skate Park besides moving it.
But when we moved it, we did change one
Yeah.
thing like this.
It's pretty well
so-
utilized too.
Yeah.
in summer.
So we do need to make some renovations because of safety issues.
Okay. Replacement of metal halide light fixtures at Yahoo premise, including ballpark, stand sports, and horseshoe pit area. hydro incentive of 12,925. That's nice. We're getting some revenues out of
Yeah,
that.
that's to change all the lights in all the park, including the Yahoo, the two diamonds, the tennis courts for LED lights.
Now, we're saying asset replacement, but should this, is this to be more efficient, like the energy fund we created, is that where it's coming out of? Mr. Godet?
It's actually coming out of asset replacement. We had a discussion to consider if it should come from there. But the main goal, I think, if I remember our conversation as well, the main goal was because those lights were
Finished?
at the end of their life and they had to be replaced.
Okay.
It's the kind of bonus that we do have, we should have. and
Yeah, 'cause
saving the difference.
the lights for the baseball diamonds, if we don't change them soon, they won't make them anymore, so we'll be stuck with no lights.
Okay. Next, zero turn machine, I'll just cut the grass, for grass cutting, dragging, ball diamond, and general maintenance. Okay, so it's not just cutting grass, because I was going to
No,
say
we
we have
don't.
grass cutting contracts, but.
We do cut grass a little bit here and there, but because our zero turn right now is at 2005, so it's past its life expectancy, so we don't wanna put any more money, and like we say, we use that to drag our diamonds and to do little jobs here and
In
there.
there. Okay, questions, members of council? No? The dugout roof, cement slab and benches, the addition of new roofs and cement slabs in 8 dugouts, 2 at the Joe Bellil, 2 at La Fortune, and 4 at the Russell Ballpark for $7,500.
Now, we started that project this year, so next year we're adding, well, the benches have already been bought because we had some budget money left from the dugout, so we bought some more benches and we're gonna be finishing with roofs. We did not have roofs in Embrun, but we will add them, and Russell, we did have some, so we'll just replace the roofs and a cement slab so that it's gonna be cleaner for the players.
Okay, next item is a accessible park for $100,000. We're talking about a loan of $50,000 and hopefully donations in regards to $50,000. This is what we had thought for Jonathan Pitt
That's
type park, that we'd look at something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's okay with that? Conseiller Grisson?
Juste savoir à quel endroit ça que
À dedans.
At the dome.
ça serait un parc complètement accessible.
Accessible.
Okay. Next one, adding a new play structure. Does it specify where?
No, we did not specify where, because if we do not get that part transferred to township, it's a part of a subdivision,
Okay.
we'll install it in another park, so we don't wanna put any names right now.
So, I come back with the levels of service we offer. I mean, we have 27 parks, or
No, 23.
23.
We will have 26 soon.
Soon.
Mhm.
You know, the question becomes, do we always need to have a play structure in a park? Because I don't know if we do any kind of study where, you know, often a new subdivision is very young families, 15, 20 years down the road. There's maybe not as many young families in that park. Do we need to replace it with a play structure, or could it be put in an area where there's more demand for it? So.
I think we do look at that now, and we also look, when planning signs on some new subdivision, we do sit down with the developers now, and we try to, like in Russell, for example, we try to develop a park that is a main park for 2 or 3 subdivisions, so at least we don't have a park or play structures at every corner of the street. So for us, it's maximizing our resources.
Okay, it's just because, again, assets, the more assets
Oh,
we
definitely.
add, the more we have to replace in the future, and that's why I say we should
Mhm.
consider looking,
Yeah.
really looking when we have this type of accessory. Conseiller Laurent? No. Okay.
We're still in, are we getting out of recreation?
No, we're going into
yet.
Amber Marina next.
Not yet.
Perfect.
You have a picture of the toilet.
Yeah, replacing the toilet.
Hey, you asked us pictures. Give you pictures.
At least you took a picture of a nice clean toilet.
There you go. It's clean at Embrun.
So Ember Marina main toilet so how many are we replacing here?
Well, we're replacing them. Sorry, all of them.
Okay, I just wanna make sure it wasn't one for 9,000,
No.
you know?
Now, when we say we're replacing
It's
the toilets, are we talking in the
the changing
dressing
rooms.
rooms, or are we talking the bathrooms?
It's the bathroom and the change room, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So
It's because
two
the valve,
toilets,
yeah.
two toilets in the public washroom, two toilets in the other public washroom,
Yeah.
and then the one toilet between the two, and one toilet
Yeah.
between the two dressing rooms, is that
It's
what
because
I'm-
we have the whole valve system and it's not functional. Whenever we have a break, it's really not functional and it's not convenient, so we're changing. It's very old, so we have to change that.
So it's the toilet, but it's the valve system.
It's the valve
so-
system, yeah.
So it's not simply,
It's not,
Popping in
no,
the
for
toilet like you do at
$9,000,
home.
it's not only a toilet.
you know, we're just making sure, because you always hear those stories on federal line budgets of a $10,000 for one toilet and stuff, so
No.
that's where we just want to.
It's not made of gold.
Okay. Questions? No?
Are they low flow?
Sorry?
Are they low flow?
We will, yeah,
Yeah.
because we changed, by the way, we changed all of the toilets at the Marionville Rec Center, so now it's all low flow.
I'll save you some.
Mais c'est-tu avec manuel pour la chose ou c'est avec la ceinture que...
No, we don't have any sensor in, well, we have the ones in the dome, but the Marionville, we just put the
Push.
the push, yeah.
Ça fait que ça, c'est vraiment, c'est à cause de la
Because
valve.
the sensor system is more expensive.
Non. Mais là, ceux à l'Arena,
Mhm.
c'est vraiment à cause des valves.
Ouais, c'est ça.
C'est bien. Donc, c'est vu qu'on parle de fermer l'Arena, c'est une couple d'années, c'est pour ça.
Yeah, but, you know, if we have to call a plumber every time we have an issue because of
Yeah.
the valve system, it's, you know,
It's costly.
it's costing
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. Okay, next one is the HVAC furnace in the community center to allow for energy savings, $6,000.
That's the continuity of the HVAC project that we started 2-3 years ago. We did the arena, this year we did the bowling, and next year it's the hall. They're the original HVAC system that we have, so anytime they could just break. We're doing the regular maintenance, but, you know, of course, it will break the night that we have the Lobster Fest, of course, you know. So we don't want to go through that, so.
Yes, it is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay, the bowling, remove existing T12 fixtures, replace with LED fixtures. Again, my question, is this coming from asset replacement? Yes, because it's due for replacement.
Yeah.
Can we check with Hydro? I know that at one point in time when I had my store, there was a program and Hydro came in and changed all my T lights, my T bulbs and stuff, and there was like very little cost to me, so there might be programs with Hydro.
Yeah, I know the electrician told us there was some program with Hydro and he was looking into that.
Okay, perfect. Russell Arena, new concrete floor to be poured in the Olympia room, removal of the old concrete slab, where ice resurface or enters and exits the ice. Oh, this is where the Zamboni is going.
Yeah, it's where the Zamboni sits. The floor is completely done, and it's becoming a safety issue. So we had it planned for last year, we gave it up because for financial issues, but this year we need to get it. We already had our estimates, so.
Okay, Councilor Allen?
Now, I'm not gonna go back to the other pages where you had all your vehicles listed on there. Can I assume that the Zambonis are not listed
They're not listed,
under the vehicles of the township?
no. Vehicles are listed when they have a plate, a road plate,
So like a four-wheeler that goes on the road
That's
has a
right.
plate.
or the side-by-side, that's considered a vehicle.
So are those side-by-sides in
Yeah.
that vehicle
Yeah.
list that you gave us,
Yeah.
Mr. Bogon?
Mr. Godin, come on top.
The Polaris, the Defender. Yeah, they're both there.
I believe it is.
They're both there?
Yeah. Yeah, the
Okay.
Can-Am and the Polaris.
So, but the Zambonis are not?
No.
Do we think that they should be, so we don't lose sight of where they are on the replacement list? Because my understanding is that the Zamboni and Emblem is on its last legs.
They're part of asset management, but they're not part of the vehicles.
Right, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
they are a vehicle, they need to be replaced. If we don't see it, then it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's in the asset management
So
list.
where are we on the Zambonis?
Well, the Zamboni in Emblem is a 2004, and the one in Russell, it's a bit older.
2009, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. the
So it's
one-
newer.
It's sorry, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
newer, yeah, it's newer.
What's the average lifespan of these?
It's about 20 years, but you have to remember that we're very diligent. They get a tune-up every year. So last year we put a few dollars in the one at Embrun. So this year it came up again for tune-up, and we had barely anything to be done. So that's the good part of maintaining your equipment.
So what's the difference then with those machines versus ones in the city? Are we taking off too much of the ice surface when we're going by? Because when they pop out and get off the ice, it seems that in Embrun mainly, still some in Russell, when I go to other arenas, the amount of snow left over is significantly greater.
Over on the ice, you mean?
Yeah, and then they gotta come out and they gotta shovel it. Well, I've grown up in arenas all my life, and usually it's just, two
Yeah.
little scoops and it's off.
Yeah, I know.
Now we're talking
for the
heavy
Embrun
lifting.
one. Yeah, for the Embrun one, it does drop some snow before you come out, and yes, that's part of the machine. It's an older machine, so it's getting to do this. I know the employee brought that to my attention last year. So I'm not sure, because it had a really major tune-up last year, so I could ask them if it's still doing that this year, but last year there was an issue.
It's taken them a while to get
Yeah.
the snow off the ice.
Yeah.
Could be how much they're shaving off, no?
It could be, I think I heard something about it being maybe the brushes as well.
Yeah.
They cut the ice pretty good.
Yeah.
So, I'm just seeing, I'm there a lot now in Emblem, and I see
Yeah.
it more than I did when
Then
I
in
was
Russell?
in Russell.
Okay.
And I just find that it could go to ice quality, it could go to Zamboni wear, it could go to, what I
Yeah,
mean?
because in Embrun we have Zamboni, in Russell we have an Olympia, so
Right.
it's two different machines.
I use the ice machines.
Yeah, yeah,
and,
but they
right?
do work differently
Differently.
apparently, so, but definitely, yeah, I can check that.
Like, yeah, I'd like to know what the expectancy is, because obviously I'm thinking
pretty
that
sure
we're
it's
looking at a
20
new
years.
one pretty soon.
Yeah, we did look for prices last year, it's around 100,000. And of
Yeah.
course, if you're buying electric, it's more expensive.
And what about that new,
Greens?
the Greens one?
We haven't heard from them, they came to
Actually-
do a last test, when we closed last April in
Yeah,
Russell.
They've tested a couple of times at Sen's Place. I was out there about a month ago in Chester Road, where they have their shop.
Mhm.
And they'll be coming at one point. They're almost ready to go to market. So I made suggestions, but once they come, because it's an energy saving type of, because all they do is, it's not a machine itself, they would just put that
They
system.
retrofit something into the
They
machine.
retrofit.
Exactly, and it would be from an energy cost savings point of view,
Right.
so the energy fund we have, I think that's probably where we would go.
Yeah,
get
because the
funding.
cost is quite substantial.
Yeah, so, but again, they haven't finalized anything at this point,
No.
but it's definitely something to keep in mind that.
My understanding though is the savings on other pieces of the water and whatnot, because it's throwing the water in back itself. And
Yeah, and you don't have to go, dump all the time, it saves time outdoors
Right.
and up and down and stuff, so,
Okay.
You don't put that
Alright.
in the old one.
yeah. So, okay, next one is the forum guards in the room.
Yeah, that's a continuity of this year's project. We've redone all the change rooms and the entrance at the pool. It's a special flooring, easy maintenance, so that was good. So we want to do the guard room next year.
Okay, question?
Yeah, I still don't see, and I don't know if we're contemplating it or not, but either a bench or a bar type of thing in the Russell Arena,
Oh, yeah.
like one and or the other.
Okay.
We've been talking about, I know I've been talking about it for many years, but I thought that would come at some point, so that we don't have kids standing on the radiators and we break the
Mhm.
radiators, or
Mhm.
standing on the recycle bins and breaking all the recycle bins, or moving the tables over.
Okay, that's on my
Right.
list.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Next one, Sports Dome, a tractor, it is $54,000, recreational levy.
That would be to replace the John Deere, which is a 2001 at the Russell Arena, so it has done its time. And because it's older equipment too, we're always afraid to hit the tarp. So we'd like to and I think it's time to replace the tractor. We've done what we could with that tractor.
Okay, questions?
Juste te dire, la sur l'arena, puis faire du sport dome.
Yeah, because we do have to clear the snow around the dome.
Dome
We
as
need a
well.
tractor to do that.
OK. Mais puis à Russell, c'est quoi l'affaire? Faut l'enlever aussi à Russell?
Yeah, well, it's the same, we need a tractor at both arenas to clear all the exit doors and
So currently we have one tractor for both arenas?
no, we have one in each.
We have one in each?
Yeah, but the one in Russell is 18 years old.
Okay.
The one in Ambrim is about 6 years old now. So we'd like to change the one in Russell because we've put a lot of money in it.
Okay, but we will be using it now for the dome
That's
as
right.
well?
We come by on the
Like that?
the bike path.
Mais c'est plus proche, prendre
Yeah,
celui
it's
de
about the
Russell?
same distance through the trail. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Je pensais qu'Andrun était plus proche. L'arena Andrun.
Well, pretty much the same distance.
Ouais, mais est-ce qu'on va
Well,
remplacer?
either or.
Yeah.
We need to change the tractor in
Oh oui,
Russell.
je sais, il n'y a pas de problème. c'est vrai.
Worst case, they can always switch the two if they want
Yeah,
between arenas.
that's right.
Okay, the Keith Boyd replacing cladding on exterior museum, so $61,000, that's in addition to what we had put in the 2019 budget?
That's right.
So what are we up to the total cost for the cladding now?
I completely forgot the whole, quotation. I'm doing the ramp this year. It's the ramp that really came back really more expensive than what we had budgeted for. We had budgeted $15,000 for the ramp, with a quotation that we had received 2 years ago. And the ramp came back at $50,000. So the whole project is around 160 if we do put back the wood cladding. But honestly, sorry.
Sorry, so that was a topic of discussion at council at one point, the wood cladding versus the can.
Can excel.
Okay, and originally when we first discussed it, Canex was much cheaper than the wood cladding.
And in fact, when we tendered out, it's not that cheaper. It's $18,000 cheaper than the wood. 18,000 is 18,000, but
I just find that visually, when you're looking at it, you won't see a difference whether we put it wood or we put it Canex. You know, so I understand the historical value, if you will, but visually, if there is no difference and one saves us $18,000, I'd rather save the $18,000.
we did apply for a grant. We were refused because of the impact. So a lot of granting agencies now, if you don't have enough impact, it doesn't count anymore. So because of the impact, which is low, obviously.
Right, there's not much
enough traffic
at the
So they did
museum.
not, they refused the grant. And I was lucky, I called back the agency that granted us the ramp. They're gonna give me another $3,500 because I said, listen, like it came back really more expensive. Would you have some money left from that grant? So anyways, they're gonna give me a $3,500 more, but, you know, 50,000.
Okay, Councillor Associate and Councillor Ladin.
Did we get more than one quote?
From the tender, no, we only got one quote,
One submission?
one submission.
But did we try and get more than one?
Well, we tendered out, yeah.
Because,
So there
you
was
know,
no reason for us to refuse the tender, so.
It was just that, I know in that other museum that we were looking at that was covered was like a quarter of that price with the wood cladding. And I know from the society's point of view, it is the historical value as it being the oldest building in Russell, 1856. So they were trying to keep the heritage status of it. You know, we're looking at a heritage district. But I was just wondering, you know, or even a local person that would give a quote or something.
Well, because it was part of the purchasing policy, I would really have to check if we can refuse the tender. It's been awarded already, so.
Monsieur Leduc, comment?
Well, normally we're asked to follow the process, follow tenders. We actually tendered out. We had one submission, so now we're stuck with it. So we just can't go back now and just cancel because we'd like to have a better price. That's not how it works. It's just, once you tender, you're stuck with the process.
The only option.
Unless you cancel.
Right. Cancel it completely, but even then, if we just retender next
can't
year,
do
we
that.
can't do that.
No.
But we do have an option regarding if we go Canex or if we go wood, correct?
Definitely, the contractor is available to install either or.
Okay.
Because he gave us a different price. And he was good enough also, he gave us a break also on the ramp.
Okay, can I say that?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with just the comments that were made. I'm fine with the fact that we put it out and whatever. But you put out an RFP, and if you're budgeting $15,000 and a project comes in at 50, doesn't mean that we have to take the quote.
It was together. The cladding and the ramp was together in the same project.
Right. No, I'm just saying, if we can't I don't believe we would be just stuck with it. I understand if we've tendered it out, if we awarded it already, that's one thing.
Mhm.
But if we hadn't awarded the actual contract yet, then when the RFPs come in and it's way over budget, there's nothing in an RFP that says you have to take that, right? You always have the ability to say, no, I don't accept your bid. Am I missing something here?
Mr. Dick?
You're absolutely correct. We just can't say we're scrapping a tender, and we're just deciding to get a contract out to somebody we know.
No, that you can't do. No, I understand that.
That was my point only. You
Okay.
just can't say you tendered out, you don't like the price, you cancel the tender and you give it to somebody else. It doesn't
We would
work
have to
that way.
retender it.
Not even,
Not
you
even.
have to have significant changes to the tender to have it legalized and to change over the scope. So that would be how you word it, or you cancel or you cancel the work for a while.
And
Yeah, you cancel till the following year and then you retender it at that point in time because of the whatever reason, but you're never
Obligated.
You're never stuck with a bid in a tender, especially when there's only one person that bids and they could well overbid it. You're never actually stuck with it. You have the ability to get out of it if you wanted to, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
for the cladding part, it was not overpriced. It was
No,
even under the price.
It had nothing to do with that. It was just the comment of being stuck with it. That was where I was. Pricing and the whole process wasn't what I was concerned with. I just wanted to clarify for my own thought.
Okay, so in this case, we're talking, do we want the wood or do we want the Canex? There was an $18,000 difference there, conseiller des Brissons.
Une autre chose aussi, il a dit c'est 1800 piastres que tu as dit de différence?
18.
Ah, 18 000, ok, ben c'est pour ça que-
1800, ça me dérange.
Ben non, mais c'est ça, c'est 18 000. Mais là, l'autre question, c'est avec le bois, par exemple, l'entretien par après, ça, il y en a
It needs
chose de
maintenance.
vernissage après, tout ça, qu'avec l'autre, il n'y a pas...
So there's operational costs.
There's
that would be
operational cost.
On top of the
On top.
18,000 way more
Well,
expensive.
not the year after,
No,
obviously,
but
but yeah,
with
in some
time.
years, yeah. The Can Excel, you don't need that.
Councillor Larin?
So with the fact that we are going through the process of this historical district, and I'm assuming that this location is part of a historical district, am I not?
It's, the Keithboard Museum falls in the New Heritage District.
I was not paying attention, sorry.
That's okay. The Keithboard Museum falls in the
falls
Her-
into the district.
Okay.
So what significance or implications would changing from wood to this other product have in regards to the district? Would there be any significance to that?
The answer is at this point, no, because there's no element that was identified as part of this building. Right, so the building was part of the district, but it was not evaluated individually. So I can't tell you if the wood compared to the other material would have an impact on. I know that Madame Guittard had a report, and I don't know what the report was saying at the end of the day, if the wood cladding was an element that would have to be protected. I'm not quite sure
No.
if that was.
What the consultant
Yeah.
said, of course, he do recommend to change to the wood because he's a heritage consultant. But the Can Excel was also acceptable.
I just don't want us to be, what's the word I'm looking for?
Forcing people to.
Stuck?
No.
Well, that's my big worry is that
To being two-faced or whatever that
Yeah.
word, like, talking out of both sides of our mouth where we're saying we want a heritage district, and then we go and do something that's contrary to what we're trying to do on the heritage district side in the district.
Right. My worry with that, and maybe Madame Tremblay can speak to this, is that would there be a situation where a private house, if this was a private home in the district, would we be imposing that, no, you can't put this material, you have to put wood? Because that becomes a whole different conversation. Would we be imposing this on a private? If we're not imposing it on a private homeowner that it's obligatory, then it doesn't become mandatory for us either. That if it was mandatory for the private and then we're not doing it, then I totally agree, yeah, we'd be two-faced. But if we're not making it mandatory for anybody else, it's not mandatory for us, in my opinion. Madame Tremblay?
So if it's an element that it needs to be conserved at the, from the building, that it's identified as being part of the heritage, then yes, you would be forced to be replacing the same material for the same material. What Madame Guittard is saying now is that the consultant said that even if you use the other material, you're still keeping the character of the building.
And that's what's important.
At this
it's really
point. So the material is not something, it's the more the image of the look, and I didn't read the report, so I think that's what came out of it, that if you were using the other material, it would still be comparable.
As long as it's still giving the same look, because that's the heritage aspect of the building.
But the recommendation right now is the wood?
Is the wood.
Wow, yeah.
Because we thought originally that it would be a lot more expensive, right?
For the cladding part, yeah, because it's really the ramp that came back really more expensive than what we had received as a quotation.
But at the end of the day, there's an $18,000 difference.
Yeah, there is.
So council has a decision, do we want to invest that $18,000 there? Or do we want to invest $18,000 somewhere else in another asset shortfall that we know we have a multi-million-dollar gap? You know, every little piece we're able to save here and spend there, well, it saves in the long run. Conseiller Brisson?
Il y a deux choses. Il faut oublier, il y a le 18 000 plus l'entretien qu'il y a à faire après. Mais l'autre chose aussi, si je me rappelle bien de personnes qui l'ont dit à la présentation de Heritage, ça va être à nous autres aussi de décider comment strict qu'on veut l'être. Parce que tu peux être strict pour dire, ben, si c'est du bois, tu es obligé à des privés de dire, tu es obligé de remettre une fenêtre de bois, tout ça. Tandis qu'on peut avoir une plus grande latitude, puis dire, as long as it
the same field.
C'est sur the same field. Moi, personnellement, dans la chose d'avoir le same field, je n'ai pas de problème dedans, personnellement.
We'll get last comments and then I'll put some time table. Councillor Associate?
Well, I don't think they're in a rush to have it done. I know we're looking at other options of getting some possible money donated towards body. I think they were going to approach the police village and see if because it affects the entire community. I am totally in favor of preserving the building. To me, I would look at it, what if it was stone? Would we then put vinyl on it? You know, it's a museum, and a museum is worth preserving. And I think also I'm kind of passionate about preserving the Stuart Boyd's ocean as well.
Okay.
So.
Councillor Konowski? No. I'll just make a comment. We're not talking about changing the look. We are keeping the look even if it's a different material. In regards to the museum, well, science and tech just, museums change the outlook all the time. But
not an 1856 building.
Well, it'll still be new material regardless.
Yeah. So, Councillor Larrain?
Could we do this? Could we say, well, we can go with the wood only if we can get the 18,000 from another source, whether it be the police village or another source, otherwise we go with the other product?
That's essentially what we did in the 2019 budget.
Yeah, and also I'll have to check with all the legality of the tender. Because, the tender, we did award the tender, so this gentleman will not be waiting for 2 years, you know?
No, but you said that we didn't specify in the tender which product we were going with, so there's an $18,000 difference in
Yeah.
the tender.
Yeah.
Or in the awarding of the tender, so.
There was no
So we
specific.
could do like the 2019 budget where it's in the budget. If we get the $18,000 from another source, we go with the wood. But if the $18,000 is not there, then we go with the cladding.
Right, because if we approve the budget like when we're supposed to, I'm assuming the work wouldn't be done until at least the spring.
No.
Probably latest the fall, or you know what I mean, so
Yeah.
in that time frame. I'm sure that by the time we can make a decision, coming out of the, March time frame on whether or not we've got an extra $18,000. If we don't have it, we go with the one product. If we do have it, then great, we go with the wood. Can we not do that?
Yeah.
So we leave it
Yeah.
as unfinanced in the budget, so we save $18,000, that we put towards something else if we wanted to. We leave it as unfinanced or wherever, and then if we get it, great. If we don't, then we go with the other product.
And in the meantime, we can still look if, there's no other grant.
If something else comes up. Madame Tremblay waving like a madman. So-
Non, mais je viens d'avoir une bonne idée.
You left the door wide open on that one.
Non, mais dans le district, dans le héritage, qu'est-ce qu'on essaie d'accomplir? On veut mettre des fonds de CIP pour mettre que les gens qui ont un bâtiment héritage puissent appliquer pour des fonds de CIP. Fait que ce qu'on pourrait suggérer, c'est que la réserve du CIP soit appliquée pour le 18 000 de qu'est-ce qui manque.
Ou une portion.
Une
si,
portion ou... Fait que c'est- parce que
si
je-
low group profile.
Quand on va faire le district, le CIP va s'appliquer aux gens qui vont faire des bâtiments, des rénovations héritage.
And again, you know what? I'm just looking at the fact that almost all members of council here had a wish list of things they want to do, well, that are not in the budget. Well, the funds you want these projects to do have to come from somewhere. So if you determine that the heritage you want wood is more important than something you have on your wish list, then fine. But I'm just want to remind that we don't have 50 million options when it comes to the budget.
I just suggest taking it out.
Yeah, that's taking it out.
So that gives us 18,000 on the plus side so far.
Yeah, Monsieur Le Duc.
Last year, we had similar discussions when we were talking about the jaws of life. And we had agreement with the trivia night people to raise at least one trivia night per year for township purposes.
Yep.
I haven't seen a project yet this year where we'll be benefiting of any trivia night funding. So I would gather that this
For 2020,
project,
you mean?
2020.
Mm-hmm.
So I would suggest that either it comes from Police Village, that would be great. If it's from a grant, that would be even better. If it's coming from trivia night revenues, so as long as you can identify that's coming from a user kind of funding,
Donation.
and then that frees up your 18,000 for something else. But again, this project would be relying on some funding from another source to.
And I think that's the same approach that council took in 2019, right? In 2019, we said, if we got the money from another source, great. If we didn't get the money from another source, we were gonna cut the CADX.
I think we gotta put a deadline on it though,
Yeah.
so that they can actually do the project in 2020,
Yeah.
right? We have the money by this date, or confirmation of the funding by this date to move forward with one, otherwise we go with the other so the contractor can move forward.
So what date do we have in mind? The contractor would be something he does in springtime, May?
Well, yeah,
So
or.
April 1st? We have funding by April 1st and
The road funding.
Hmm?
The road funding, but not really.
Mhm. Maybe April 30th.
April 30th?
So April 30th, so that leaves the Historical Society or members of council, if we're able to find $18,000 from the Police Village, make sure that they're, if the Historical Society is interested in making an ask of the Police Village, then do it sooner than later, and we'll give till April 30th.
So please.
Everybody seem okay with that? So April 30th, if we've received the $18,000 as another source of revenue, we'll go with the wood. If there's no funding at that point in time, then the job will move forward with the mechanics. Councilor Socio.
Yeah, well, I just, again, I just wanted to bring up, we're putting in how much money to do a study for a parking lot? So this, I think there's other areas that we can make cuts where we can have funding.
Okay, then I invite you to make those suggestions when we get to that point. Conseiller Brisson?
Ben même, j'approcherais qu'on parle de tout le temps 18 000, mais si on peut aller chercher un 18 000 de Trivial, puis même d'aller chercher un autre 10 000 de police, même si ils sont capables d'en ramasser plus.
Different sources, most definitely.
Non, mais que même que pas s'arrêter à 18 000, s'ils sont capables d'aller en chercher plus pour aider à remplacer le siding, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, anytime somebody can raise more money, we'll take it. Okay, move on to the next item. Library books and DVDs this is standard every year. 4,000 donations, some asset replacement and DVC from the library. Equipment and furniture from the library for $13,700. It's coming out of reserves.
Well, it's coming out of the asset management, infrastructure fund, basically.
The computer hardware that Madame Seguin mentioned in your presentation, and the computer software as well. 417 Industrial Park, new roads. This is a big one, so we're looking at $85,000 in 2020 for materials and supplies. And it's coming out of specific project general. And then we're looking at in year 2022 and 23, just to give us an idea. I like about this format, it gives us an idea what's coming in the future for another $430,000, $350,000 those years for the construction of the road. Any comments on Mr. Godin?
Maybe just to clarify the specific project, general reserve, and we'll see if we're able to add some details to that, but essentially what this is the 417 Industrial Park Reserve, so all the land sales, the money goes into that reserve and it's used for the roads.
Okay, any questions?
Ben, juste. Fait que là, le total, c'est 865, mais on va faire juste une partie en 20, puis une autre en 22, puis un en 23. C'est ça?
Monsieur
Godin, Madame Tremblay, c'est ça, qu'est-ce qui est proposé?
Donc, on avait déjà planifié en 2019 un 330 000. Donc, pour faire la portion de rue qu'on avait présentée tantôt, on a besoin du 330 000 plus le 85 000 cette année.
Puis j'ai besoin du...
Le 330 dans le budget de 2019.
Il est transféré au budget 2020. Puis pour faire la portion de rue qu'on avait présentée de Éco à Aymar, on a besoin de 330 plus le 85 000. Fait qu'on ajoute 85 000 dans le budget de 2020, puis on transfère le 330 de 2019.
So, en tout, le projet, c'est 415 000.
C'est ça, cette année.
Cette année. On prend 330 l'année passée, plus le 85 qu'on ajoute pour faire le projet.
Puis dans 22 et dans 23, c'est quoi?
Bien, ça, c'est les rues dans les années qui vont venir.
OK, c'est pas qu'est-ce que montré, c'est juste celui de
2020.
Le 2020.
Okay. New street lights in the 417 Industrial Park on roads 2 and 3, 8 street lights at $3,200 each for $25,000. Questions on that? Need street lights? Okay. Next one, fiber optic for the 417. $150,000 from capital projects 2019 to transfer $150,000 from capital projects 2019 to 2020 and add an additional $17,000. So you're asking for an extra 17 this year plus the
transfer of 2019.
So just out of curiosity, so we're putting in, we pay for fiber optics. Do we maintain the ownership of the fiber optics? So so fiber optics for which company? Bell, Rogers?
No, it's
ExploreNet?
ExploreNet.
So we put in their infrastructure, and then they make money off of it.
They put it, we pay for it, but they install it.
But we're putting in their infrastructure so they can get money from their clients that are going to connect to it. So it's sort of like we're the developer in this situation where
We are.
Yeah.
It's the same as with Bell and Hydro and building their own. But that's based on the 45,000 that we're charging,
Right. No, I'm just, you know, it's, I find it funny that,
A couple of years ago, we had a grant and it didn't cost anything to
Right.
the municipality, but now those grants are not available anymore.
Okay, questions on that? Okay, move on. Land purchases, 4.3875 million. Question, conseiller Lorrain?
So, I got a question on this is, how are we seeing this here first rather than in a closed session, knowing how much we may be wanting to spend on land? Now the people will know how much we're willing to spend for those two phases.
I think it's based on Madame Tremblay.
So this is based on what we paid for the other one, which is public. This is not the price that we may at the end pay. This is just an estimate of
So when we go into negotiations, maybe it's a
it
little
may
bit more, maybe
change.
it's a
This
little
is
bit
just an
less.
estimate of what we're thinking of that we may pay. And
So we
based
would,
on,
so we would take out a loan for this 135 acres of land, and it'd be paid back by the sale of the land?
the same as what we've done with the purchase of the other property of the 60 acre. However, it was suggested that we do a financial plan, as Mr. Leduc was mentioning earlier, that we get all of the expense that we need to do in the next couple of years and see where this would fit into our financial business plan.
This is suggesting we're taking a $4.3 million loan in 2020 to buy the land.
We're just putting it in the budget, so if we decide to buy it in 2020, it's already in the budget identified as a loan. But we might not buy it.
We need
So
that.
shouldn't that be unfinanced then?
Mr. Godin?
Or is it an unfinanced? It's in loans.
It's not a loan, but I mean, we could have put it on finance. We did identify that was conditional for a financing plan being presented and approved by council. So that financial plan may include a loan or other means of financing. So I don't disagree with the idea of leaving it unfinanced
I think-
until a financial plan is presented.
I think for optics purposes in this document, it should be unfinanced. In here, you can say, ultimately, if we're gonna do it, it'll be paid through the grants, but we're gonna leave it unfinanced until then, until council resolves to do it. Does that make sense?
Mr.
Or am I
Leduc?
missing something?
I'm not gonna answer that question, but certainly to the element of confidentiality, certainly the lesson learned here on tonight's first time around with this document. Any pricing that shows what we're interested in purchasing should be removed from any documents. So if council would like to have further details, would have gone into a closed session. So in the future, we'd have to say, okay, purchase of 135 acres, the second line, but no price nowhere, none also showing in the bottom. So if council, when council would be briefed on this, would be under closed meeting. Because it defeats the purpose of our negotiability.
Okay, good question. Move on to the next one, hydro extension, that's similar to the fiber optics. Any questions on that one? Okay, next one, economic development, revitalization, la rue principale. As per the streetscape master plan, closure of Blaine Notre Dame intersection, 150,000 in 2020, 175 2021, 25,000 in 2022. And land exploration, land expropriation, 300 in 2021. Application submitted to the Red Grant Program, maximum grant of up to $250,000. I'm not sure if council has fully agreed with this yet or not. So, Madame Tremblay?
So there's a RED program that was announced and we applied for a grant. So basically based on the streetscape master plan that was presented and approved by council, this is one of the projects that was identified as part of the streetscape. So therefore we used the streetscape to apply for the grant application.
Conseiller Buisson?
Mais quand on a accepté le master plan, il a dit non, on n'était pas nécessairement obligé d'accepter la closure. Parce que, comme on dit, on va pas discuter chaque petite chose, parce qu'il faut discuter. Parce que ça, moi je veux pas approuver ça, juste comme ça. quelque chose parce que je suis complètement contre l'idée de fermer Blais. J'ai mes raisons. Mais avant qu'il approuve, fait que je ne peux pas approuver un tel projet comme ça.
La demande de subvention était initialement pour faire l'étude de trafic, pour voir s'il y avait une faisabilité d'être capable de fermer Blais. Donc, il y a l'étude de trafic, il y a tout le softscape puis le hardscape qui était identifié dans le streetscape master plan qui a été appliqué pour la subvention. Donc, si ce projet-là était enlevé, il faudrait retirer notre demande.
Pour la subvention.
Ben, je pense pas qu'il y aurait d'intérêt à avoir l'argent si le projet est pour
Monsieur
pas
Léduc?
Je proposerais le contraire, moi. Moi, je proposerais qu'on le laisse là pour l'instant. Puis le jour où on a une confirmation qu'on a un grant, que là, le projet est vraiment amené à la table du conseil pour dire OK, voici le plan financier, on a du financement, voici le projet anticipé. Si vous ne l'acceptez pas, la condition de ça, c'est bon, soit qu'on réduit le scope ou soit qu'on doit retourner l'argent à Red si jamais on ne voulait pas aller de l'avant avec ça. Je pense que ça serait plus profitable de faire ça comme ça qu'à l'inverse, à mon opinion. Mais on comprend ce que le conseiller de mission dit. Si le conseil dans une direction que c'est pas accepté qu'on va en prendre, on va approcher le projet qui est faire la demande puis on va attendre le résultat avant de procéder. On peut prendre cette directive-là aussi.
Conseiller de mission?
Non, j'ai pas de problème. Si la demande, c'est moi, je dis, comme avant, qu'on fasse une chose, ça prend une consultation, comme une étude, puis une consultation publique. Parce que, je veux dire, avant de fermer la rue Blanc, il y a tout bien d'autres options, que ce soit un 4 points avec le nouveau projet, avec chose. Il peut y avoir d'autres options, c'est ça, je veux dire. Est-ce que le grant nous empêcherait de le faire? C'est pas exactement comme qui a été appliqué pour...
Madame Tremblay?
En ce moment, la demande de subvention couvre les frais légaux, pas légaux, mais des consultants pour faire l'étude de trafic. Puis les arbres, puis tous les travaux au niveau de qu'est-ce qui avait été présenté dans le streetscape au niveau des arbres, qu'est-ce qui ont été augmenté, puis les furnitures, les bancs, les poubelles, des choses comme ça.
Mais si le projet change un peu, on pourra prendre...
À ce moment-là, il faudrait communiquer avec le programme pour voir si l'argent peut être redistribué d'une autre façon.
So, la suggestion, attends voir si c'est quoi le résultat de l'application. Si c'est positif, ça revient au conseil, puis on a la discussion plus loin en item. Council Associate?
It's not an issue for the school buses, eh, like to have that closed where they have to go all the way around.
So again, we're not, like, the way that it's gonna be closed, we don't know. The traffic study is the first step, and that's what, it's part of the grant application. So the traffic study will exactly say what needs to be done, and then, like Mr. Leduc said, we could come back to council and just decide if we're moving ahead or not.
Soon, in regards to traffic studies, soon, if there's a new development going in right at that intersection, should that not have been part of their?
It was part of their study.
It was part of their
Yeah.
study.
So they even look at the option of closing, and that's why the option of one-way was introduced as part of them knowing that the streetscape was suggesting that intersection would be closed.
So their traffic plan took into account the future closure of that.
Yeah. And that was one of the main reasons why this plan of subdivision took so long for it to be approved, because they were waiting to the decision of the streetscape, if it would be approved with that road closing, because that's what they took into account as part of their traffic study for the exit of their subdivision.
Okay, but now we're going to do another traffic study on top of what they've done.
But the traffic study that we're doing is gonna look at what happened if you close Blais and Notre Dame onto the other intersection of Saint-Jean and Jean-Baptiste, and what other improvement would have to be done for this to function as a whole.
Okay, so if there's no provincial grant, then we'll go. Commentaire, Monsieur Lebel?
I just want to add for that traffic study, next spring we'll do traffic counts all the way around basically that perimeter. So when we do close Blais for the culvert replacement, we'll do the counts again. So we'll have all that data for when we do the traffic study. So we'll know where the traffic goes when Blais is closed.
How long do you anticipate the culvert closing Blais for?
I have 6 weeks in mind.
Right, 6 weeks. Okay. So
Is
we'll
it gonna be a good test?
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what kind of impact that has.
Will the schools still be open then?
Because there's in-water work to be done, so we need to wait until July 1st, so school will be out during that time.
So we won't get the buses?
That's it, that's the only factor we won't have, but we'll have at least a good idea from at least a resident.
Okay. Parfait. Madame Tremblay?
And I just mentioned, I thought loud that it's gonna be a good test, but at the same time, when we need to realize that if this is happening, there's something else down the road that needs to happen as well, right?
Yes.
There needs to be other improvement to the other intersection to allow us to block that major intersection.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be done just as a one
And
project.
there's more things to look at it as well as from a traffic point of view, like that, closing that area, if I remember the street shape master plan, is you're turning that whole area into a community hub, a community gathering place. You're essentially putting a park right in the middle of the village. I remember when I went to, a few places on the Quebec side when I was traveling, and right in the middle of the village or the city, there's this nice big park area, so.
And you're redirecting your traffic to the other commercial hub down the road of Notre Dame, which most of the people that are going to the arena don't see the l'Académie du Gourmet and those other businesses.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the last one in this case. Let's take a 2-minute break.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
That's so generous.
Right?
That's so generous.
That's the type of guy I am.
Oh, we're getting to be sarcastic.
What's next?
Okay.
We've got half hour to go.
Ok, merci M. Maire. Donc, il reste encore certains projets capitaux, il reste la section de gros et
Okay, so are we going back to slide deck?
non, encore le même. Il reste encore.
Oh, these go.
Ouais.
Ah, okay.
Je pense que c'est
Separation.
6 ou 7 projets.
Okay. Pumping station 7 upgrade. I'm assuming these.
So I apologize for, there's no description for this one. It's a project that's starting, that's already ongoing right now. Full design, we'll be doing construction next year. And with our construction estimate right now, there's some fund missing, so that's why you see this amount. Basically, it's the pumping station right here beside the City Hall. So it's to upgrade, right now it's a standalone panel outside. We want to upgrade it, put a permanent generator, so that's the scope of this project.
Okay. Next one, sanitary sewage system, Emblem sludge removal, cell 3. This is standard.
Yeah, we did one this year. The equipment's already on site, so there's already room in those big tubes. So we're doing the cell just beside it.
Okay. Afterwards, upgrade pumping station number 5.
That's a pumping station off Centenaire Street in Embrun. Basically, it's upgrading all the communication system.
Okay. Sludge removal for the Russell Lagoon.
Same as Embrun. We're gonna start the process of Russell, so we'll be able to do one cell this year, let it settle, and do another one next year.
Okay. And then next one is the SCADA upgrade, communications monitoring and system of the lagoon.
Yeah, again, to upgrade all that communication equipment.
Okay. Flow monitoring, Embrun and Russell.
So that's to have a lifetime, or it's to monitor all our critical point in the system and some pumping station. So basically, we'll have more accurate data coming from our system, so we'll know exactly what's the capacity of our collection system. So to have more accurate numbers of what's the remaining capacity of that system. So by doing it that way, eventually we won't need to do master plans, and to do those type of modeling, we'll have data coming in instantly. So it's gonna be even better as we're moving forward to understand our system.
And it by putting this in place, and if we're able to see that we actually have more capacity, then it extends the life and it benefits the.
And that's why there's a portion that will be eligible for DCs.
Okay. Russell Water Tower.
Again, that's work that's ongoing this year, and there's a little bit more
work.
Work or money required. We did the tender this year. There was some money available in this year's budget, plus that $55,000.
Okay, valve repair replacement.
That's
preventive?
yeah, exactly, preventive maintenance and replacement. It's been ongoing on our system, and that avoid lots of water main breaks in the last few years.
Okay, gotcha. That's it for that stack, Monsieur Godin?
That's it.
So
we can go back to the slide deck, slide 152.
Okay.
So, I just wanted to mention two more projects here on this slide. They weren't in the first, they're not included in the first draft, but we've had discussions with council at the last meeting and the one before, I think, regarding these two projects. So we're putting them here so we can consider adding them in the second draft of the budget. We've spoken about the parking at St. Louis. So we're proposing to add in the second draft $20,000 for that parking, which can be funded by we have a cash in reserve for parking. So we're recommending to go get funds there to address those issues. And there was also talk about, I think it was one of the PRAC committee's recommendations to look at the train station rehab. So we've added this to this slide so we can have also a discussion around that. Is this something we want to add to the capital budget?
Do we have a source of financing for that?
That's about something. So then Ms. Donnelly is telling me it's included in the application for the grant in the screenscape?
For the
red one?
So
that would be,
component out of it, so we added the money transmission.
Okay.
so once we receive a response on the grant, we'll send back more information.
Okay. So that does it need to be a separate line
I think-
item in that
I think-
case then?
Yeah, I think we could maybe include it in the project, just to make it in that same umbrella, since it's the same grant application, it could probably be part of that same
I'll
project.
just add it to that.
Add the funds.
Okay. We're going now?
So these next two slides we've already looked were the Mr. Bourgon's presentations on the culverts. So the next few slides is basically a summary of financing options that are presented in the capital budget on those summary sheets that you have in your binder and in that package. So just to start off, just to update council on the infrastructure fund. So as you know, as we've seen and said earlier on, we increased our contribution to that fund to $2 million, plus we added that $130,000 from the fire protection fee. So that's a sustainable $2.13 million that we can keep on investing into the infrastructure fund on a yearly basis. So that's what we've invested in 2020. This slide here is showing a list of significant projects that we've already went through, so I'm not going to go through these in detail, but projects where we went to get some funds from that same reserve. So as you can see, we've put 2.186, and the 86, that's because we've added that 56,000 from the OPP reserve where we transferred to that reserve. So $2.186 million going into the reserve, 2.5 million is coming out. Now, as Mr. Bourgon told us earlier on, the culverts, the tender came in, and it's a bit, it's not as high a price as anticipated, so there's a saving of $153,000. So that's going to bring those expenses down to 2.42 million or so in the second draft. So we do see that we are taking out a bit more than we're putting in.
See,
So, the 153,000, is that in the first budget? I mean, that's over 1%.
Right, but here we're talking about, so it's going through the reserve, right? So that $2.1 million hasn't changed, the taxation money going into the reserve.
Okay.
But we're taking 2.5 out of the reserve. Right, so, but instead of 2.5, it's gonna be 2.4. But that doesn't change the taxation money going into the.
Because we're, in that 2.1, we're also adding 130 from the other one, and we're doing all the other
Right.
asset management
Right.
From other asset management, so we got
Yeah.
infrastructure of 2.13, because we're putting 130 in, and then we got asset management reserve somewhere else, all these other departments that are feeding in to make the 2.5. Is that what you're saying?
No, all those investments are feeding in to make that 2.186. Right, so there's a 2 million, so, last year's investment was 1.9. That number, we increased that, to 2 million, right? So there's an extra $100,000 in taxation there that we're putting into that reserve. Then there's the 130 from the fire protection. And then there's the 56 from that transfer from the OPP reserve. So those are all the funds that are being deposited into that reserve. That's 2.186. Now with all the projects that you've seen that we're taking money from that asset management reserve, so the money that we're taking from that reserve is higher than what we've put in.
So where are we getting the other 380,000?
Well, I mean, you'll see in a slide further down what the actual balance of that reserve is. We do have just over $1 million in our asset management reserve right now. And that money is there for those purposes essentially, right? We're not just putting money in the reserves just so it sits there.
So we're putting everything into reserves and we're pulling out a higher amount, but we're not, the 2.186 that we're putting in is addition to whatever existing is there.
That's right. So essentially what those two numbers up there are telling us is that we probably need to keep increasing our investments into the infrastructure fund. Because our requirement here with those projects that we've listed is 2.5 million.
We'll see it, John.
The concept of the asset management reserve is that some years will have highs and some years will have lows. So maybe next year we don't, we have 2 million in there, but we only spend 500,000.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's it.
Sorry.
Councilor Adair?
Did we not, when maybe we abolished it, but did we not pass a bylaw at one point in time that said that infrastructure money was specific to infrastructure projects? So that at some point in time, we have a responsibility to spend that money on infrastructure projects.
That's what it is.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's what we're doing here, right? So the $2.5 million it's being invested into our infrastructure. The decision from council, I guess, is if we don't want to spend more than, like if we don't want to take more of those funds than what we're putting in, then we would have to cut back on those projects to bring it back to 2.186. It's either we cut back or we increase the taxation dollars going in.
And it's confusing me where the fact that we had what we called an infrastructure fund, and then you have your asset management reserves for different departments.
Right.
Right, every department had a different asset management reserve. Now it seems we put all of it together into one asset management reserve, and we're pulling from there, so that there's already a base of money in there, and we're putting in the 2.186, and we're pulling out 380,000 that was already in there from previous years of funding. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, essentially that's it. So like in previous year's funding, so monies that have been put into that reserve, some of it is being taken out for investments into those infrastructure. Yeah. I'll skip right now to the reserve section just to clarify it.
What page?
A few slides ahead.
Reserves 164, 165?
165. And again, this is a summarized table of the reserves, but in your binder you really have a detailed list of all the reserves that are available to us. But so as you see here, like at the asset management infrastructure fund, we're at the end of 2019 we have just over $1.1 million, and by the end of budget 2020 we're down to 805 because we've
taken an extra 300
for those projects. And it's like Councilor Tarnowski said earlier, it's because this particular year we might have more projects. I mean, we have 3 culverts that are being replaced and those.
So we're increasing the infrastructure fund this year by roughly $100,000. It's just we're spending more this year than what we're putting in.
That's correct.
And then under the other asset management other, we have over $4 million in that reserve.
Those represents the asset management reserves for water and sewer and the building department, which are the user fee departments, so we calculate them differently since they don't affect taxation.
Okay. So the chart at the very earlier in the day where you had certain percentages going to every department.
Yeah, so essentially in this table here, those are regrouped in the asset management infrastructure reserve. But in your binder where you have that long list of reserves, you're going to see each of those departments individually. So when we're financing a project for roads, for example, from the asset management reserve, it's coming from the asset management roads. But in this table here, just to simplify it for presentation, we're kind of summarizing it.
Mr. Leduc?
I think I can reassure Council and Councillor Lorraine that all our asset management expenditures are capital, they're not operational. Can you assure that? And when we created the garbage tax, that was the origin of the infrastructure fund. We didn't have the asset management theme back then. So now it's there, we've combined all this stuff into the one, but it's infrastructure fund is based on the asset management infrastructure funding. So that's what it shows there in Apparently. So that's the origin, and it's now becoming this name here.
The only comment, I guess, is by having it under infrastructure fund, we were using it for infrastructure that was not necessarily asset management, right? Like if council had decided to do something new, we were taking it, it could have came out of infrastructure fund, correct? In the past? Like if we said we're building, like usually I see it asset management, but it's not, I think we're confusing asset management with asset replacement. Because if, for example, if we wanted to build an extra 2 kilometers of sidewalk, normally we would take that out of the infrastructure fund, correct?
For some new sidewalks?
For new sidewalks.
Well, I mean, typically that would probably come from DCs if it's new ones for, like, for say a new subdivision or things like that.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking for existing division.
Yeah, but an existing one, yeah.
Yeah, so for an existing subdivision, for example, on Saint Augustin, we said we want to build a kilometer, that would come out of infrastructure fund in the past.
Yeah. No, I understand. And so maybe I am confusing that term infrastructure fund, and I'm not aware of if there was a bylaw back in 2010 when the garbage fund or
we had to clarify the fact that the user fee funding was going to pay garbage recycling and landfill.
Right.
And that the money that was in the budget for that purpose was allocated specifically for infrastructure funding. I know we passed a bylaw for that.
Yeah.
In fact, we did it twice.
But what I would propose though is probably that we could have a look at that bylaw, and maybe it's probably time to have it updated or to look at it. And I'm not saying I want to change the nature of anything, but probably come back to council with some type of recommendation. Just want to reassure you though, what we're proposing here, we're not really changing. We're just changing like kind of the flow of how the money is presented there. I think it still follows the same intentions, at least since I've been here, of how we're spending into our infrastructure. I understand your point about new infrastructure and how we would use the infrastructure fund for those in the past, but so I can take a note of that to see how that fits into the equation. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're not changing really anything. We're still just increasing the infrastructure fund to $2 million, and just kind of changing the way it's with an attempt to simplify and to kind of have it more consistently with how we're treating other departments, but recognizing that there might be other factors to consider.
Like I'll give you another scenario. When we talk about roads, and there was coming out some was coming out of asset replacement, but if we decided, for example, McDonald Road.
Yeah.
We said, okay, we're not going to pave this year, but we're going to take that money and we're going to upgrade the level of service on McDonald Road. Well, that's not necessarily an asset replacement because it's an improvement.
So I'll just explain my reasoning for why I'm presenting it this way. We're trying to explain the concept of infrastructure gap, right? The
Yeah.
infrastructure deficit. So to me, the infrastructure fund has always, well, and maybe to council it was different, but to me, it's always been how much are we investing into our existing assets to maintain them and to, right? So, because the gap basically is at 4.5 million minus the 2 million.
Yep.
If we're building new assets, then we're not contributing to reducing our deficit, right? It's kind of the opposite. And so the way I'm presenting it here is that reserve, that asset management reserve or asset replacement reserve is strictly for those purposes. And if we would add some new assets, or we do have another project in here that's not financed by asset management, that's really financed by the taxation levy. So if it's for projects that aren't related to asset management, then that would be from that old column where we had that tax levy, which I think was called maybe infrastructure fund.
So at the end of the day, when we look at the wish list from everybody, when we say that council would like to do this, where would I like to cut? It would be, I cut in this fund here,
Yeah.
and we'd have to be very specific, okay, which item are we cutting?
Right, because basically what we've done here is kind of separate those two types of project, right? Those investing in our existing versus new assets. They're kind of being separated here, so we can really illustrate to council the benefits to the infrastructure deficit, or the efforts that are being made to reduce that gap.
Questions, members of council? Okay.
I'm just trying to come back a few slides just to show the same thing, but for the water and sewer asset management reserves. So again here, and this is a typical slide that we've been showing every year, and this is kind of the approach that we're applying now to the taxation portion of the budget. But basically, we've invested $468,000 into the water asset management reserve and $166,000 into the sewer asset management reserve. So for a total of $634,000, and the money coming out of those reserves this year is $554,000, based on the projects that Mr. Bourgon went through earlier.
So then we're increasing our reserves by $80,000.
In the case of asset management for water and sewer, that's accurate.
Okay.
So other financing that we have in the capital budget, so we do have grants. So just want to bring council's attention to two particular ones. The OCIF grant, which is $633,000. That was our allocation that was communicated to us. It was back in 2018, early 2018. So with the new with the Ford government, they did communicate to us that that is our allocation, but that it is being the program in its entirety is being reviewed. So we haven't yet received confirmation that we will in fact receive those funds. So right now those funds are in the capital budget to finance some of those roads projects. So if the province comes back to us and we don't have that funding, we will have to come back to council to with a backup plan, essentially. 501,000 is the gas tax fund. And 381,000. So that's basically and we put this, but we're not certain. We haven't had confirmation as yet that we will be receiving that. But it's essentially the $2 million from the counties. I think you might have more
I would anticipate that still being.
Right.
We're not going to lose that one.
So that is in the first draft of the 2020 budget as well.
Just to clarify, federal gas tax one time, $494,000 last year. That was the gift from the feds. I don't see the efficiency grant we got from the province in this. The new $600,000.
Yeah, no, we spoke on that in the operational grants section. We haven't
capital.
allocated to any capital projects at this point in time. We did do a few studies, and we are keeping $400,000 that is available. If we want to.
My fault.
So, so if you're going through our reserves, This basically is just a recap of some reserve strategies. We, as part of our 2019 business plan, we want to update our reserve management policy that was presented. It's not an old policy, we presented it to council in 2017, but throughout those 2 years, certain other initiatives have come on the table, and we're looking at certain things. The ones that we spoke on earlier today, so the policing reserve, the fire protection strategy, so those are things that we've addressed with this budget. We're also looking at, there's no budget impact in 2020, but we are also looking at our insurance costs, and if there's a need to include that in our reserve policy, but it's just to kind of recap on the strategies that we presented and to let you know that we're coming to council later this year or early 2020 with an updated reserve management policy.
Okay.
And so this is a really high level balances of our reserves. See that the total ending balance, if we combine all reserves together at the end of 2020, we're looking at 12.1 million. Tremblay is showing me some numbers from development charges last week, so I'm sure some of those numbers will go up because we've issued a lot of building permits lately. But, right?
I was just going to point, I know this is high level, and I think I'd seen it, there's more detail in the binder on the DC reserves.
Yeah, and so in your binder, I think it's section U.
Okay, because if I remember well, at the end of 2020, our development charges, there's approximately 5 million alone for parks and recreation.
That's correct.
And it might be higher because of the amount of work or something.
But don't forget that we do have certain DC reserves that are negative, so that's why you have 6.9 million, even though Parks and Rec alone is almost 5 million.
Right.
We have 6.9 million, and we do have some finance projects in DC reserve.
Right, currently we're borrowing against ourselves.
Exactly.
So if ever, for example, if ever we decided to clean out the, we're building a complex, we need that $5 million.
Right.
Well, the existing unfinanced projects would have to be a loan taken out or whatever, how we finance it, but.
That's correct. So again, here we're kind of showing a revenue history of development charges. Maybe our revenues in the 2020 budget are underestimated if we compare it to last year's. Maybe 2019 was special. Ultimately, it doesn't really impact the budget. I mean, it's the numbers that show up in the reserves. But yes, we could probably expect to have more than 2.8 million in DC revenues in 2019, based on this and based on what the is showing us.
Okay.
And so here's just a list of projects right now that are being funded from those DC reserves, and we went through the capital projects list. And these are operational projects for development charges. So we do have that water, that Ottawa water payment every year, as well as water as a law, and a few loans for pumping stations and stuff like that are being paid through DCs.
Okay. Next is our debt.
Debt. So you won't see much new here. I mean, I'm bringing back. The reason I say that is we've presented the council with the Rec Complex financial plan, those graphics about our debt. So Schedule B, which if you're following with your slide deck, it should be right there.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be on the So we're just bringing back again those same graphics that we're showing every time we speak about debt, with our self-imposed limits and our current annual payments versus what's coming.
Okay.
So essentially, if we focus on that table at the top, our current annual repayments overall $1.7 million, and our overall self-imposed limit is 3.79 million. So you see the range we have to work with there. At the bottom table, we have our list of major projects that we've been we've been looking at together for a while now. We did add the $4 million loan here regarding the land purchase in the 417 Industrial Park as a potential loan. So those are some of the projects, and you'll notice some of them are listed as 2019 or 2020, but aren't actually in the current budget. That's just because when we work that table, it's really based on those studies that we've seen together. So we wanted to keep the information the same, but knowing that they're not necessarily in the 2020 budget just because they're here. This is just really for an idea of what could be coming in the near future.
So the 1.735 includes the 282,000 for the 4.3 million line purchase.
Est-ce que puis Martin nous attend de lire
No, il includes just the actuals that we have right now.
So not anticipated.
Including the one that we're doing right now.
Yeah, right, so it's really
The
based,
conseil José.
okay, so it's only, those are the annual repayments that we will have to make in 2020. So that's why that $4 million would be, because if we're borrowing in 2020, the payments would be beginning in 2020. So this essentially includes the
bridge that we.
Yeah, exactly, the bridge that we just financed, and the ambulance building that's gonna be financed in early.
So the two that are in green highlighted are not included in the 1.7 million?
They're there, that table maybe should have been on the next page, cause it's really what's populating the graphics in the following pages. But that's correct, and so those are the two loans that are being added and that are being considered in those graphics. C'est pas la prochaine page. So basically, as we've shown before, that yellow line is the overall provincial limit, so the 25% of our net revenues. The orange line is our self-imposed limit that we're imposing on ourselves at 15% of our net revenues. And the green bars are our current loans, and the blue ones are the ones that are linked to those projects in that list. So essentially, you're seeing a graph here that resembles a lot of what was presented with that very complex financial plan. Seeing that in 2024, that's where we're hitting close to our self-imposed limits with those big projects. At that point in time, we're going to have that very complex loan as well as the 417 Industrial Park. And as I mentioned in the first table at the start, those are all the major projects that could be coming. Obviously, we'll be bringing financial plans to make sure Council is aware of all the implications before moving forward with any of those. And the two next pages is essentially those same graphs, but for the tax-supported debt, and then for our user fee-supported debt, which have their own self-imposed limits. So again, I'd like to circle back to these graphics on a regular basis, just so Council is always aware. And as we move forward with making, with bringing more information to Council and making decisions on those major projects, we'll be able to adjust those graphics accordingly. This is sort of a new slide deck. So back to the slide deck in slide 171, we're actually presenting here our 2019 loans and the proposed loans for 2020. So those loans that were included in the 2019 budget that we're starting to go forward with is Saint Joseph Bridge. The ambulance building, the construction is underway, but it's going to be done in early 2020, so that's where we can expect to have a report to Council for a loan there. And also the land purchase here, this isn't the $4 million that we presented in the 2020 budget, it's the 1.5 million we just bought.
60 acres.
So that's still coming up. And then in 2020, as you've seen through the capital projects list, we do have an accessible park that we're considering for the dome. And that land purchase in the industrial park, which could create some additional loan requirements.
So we're including them in the budget under loan or unfinanced. Or
we'll be changing it to unfinanced following the discussion.
And then if we go ahead, it's just to make us aware that in the 2021 budget, there will be new payments that will be incurred. Okay? All right, next one is going to be long discussions in regards to council requests and public requests. I suggest that we start that tomorrow. It won't be tonight. We're now past 9 o'clock. We're going all day, so let's tackle that one with a clear head. We're scheduled for 5 p.m. tomorrow. I don't know if we have the possibility of changing the time for tomorrow.
To what?
Councillor Ladang, you're not here tomorrow. I have county council in the morning. I should be able to make it back here for 2 o'clock. Okay? Why? Je veux dire, I can always, if I find that it's, I'm think that 2 o'clock is a very safe bet. I'd be very surprised if I was not able to make it here for 2 o'clock based on the agenda I'm looking at. Are we allowed to because it's been announced, or no?
We don't have 48 hours.
Notice? Okay, so 5 o'clock it is. Okay, just checking.
Unless we cancel, that would be something else, but.
Yeah, okay. All right, so 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much to all the staff. As I previously mentioned, we're going to be going through the requests. If members of council have things they want to absolutely see go through, then we have to be able to make decisions or bring up options to, are you willing to increase taxation to pay for something, or are you willing to cut somewhere else in order to finance that, whatever the project is. So we'll have those discussions tomorrow.
Councillor Lorraine giving his proxy
All right.
Where did that joining by teleconference go from the province?
Right? Council would have to put that in place, and we haven't put that in place.
Wasn't that an option?
Okay.
That the province proposed?
It gave councils the ability to put something in place if we wanted to. Yes. Council decided not to. Based on the discussions we had in the past, could always be brought back up. Question period on meeting of the day. No? Okay.
Yeah.
Need a mover and seconder for confirming bylaw 2019-154. Conseiller Brisson, Conseiller Tarnowski. All those in favor? The Township of Russell at its special council meeting held on October 22nd, 2019 be read a first, second, and third time and passed. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. So we will be back here at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Is that so?